Chapter 630. Attacking someone for no reason. Didn't your family tell you that it's very disrespectful? Fang Chen dodged the whip and said with a gloomy face. This article was first started by "Give me the 10,000-year warm jade." I don't want to say it again, the woman in the red dress said in a domineering manner. In her opinion, no one would dare to take what she wanted from her. Originally, Fang Chen didn't want to lower himself to her level because she was a woman. However, this woman had attacked him twice without warning, which made Fang Chen very unhappy. Sorry, but the 10,000-year warm jade is mine. Fang Chen's attitude was very clear. Hearing this, the woman in the red dress raised her eyebrows and said with disdain, "Are you provoking me?" Feeling the scorching aura from the woman in the red dress, Li Xiaoke was a little worried about Fang Chen. She said in a low voice, "Fang Chen, why don't you give her the 10,000-year warm jade?" Fang Chen shook his head and rejected Li Xiaoke's suggestion. "I'm not leaving." Fang Chen stared at the woman in the red dress and said in a low voice. Seeing Fang Chen ignore her words, the woman in the fiery red dress was completely enraged. She held the whip in her hand and waved it violently. The fiery red whip carried a scorching flame aura as it lashed towards Fang Chen's head. Wherever the fiery red whip passed, the air would scatter in all directions. The power of this whip was mixed with the state of fire. It was extremely strong. Many of the surrounding cultivators stopped to watch. Some warriors recognized the woman in the red dress and started to discuss. This kid is unlucky to have met Hong Wu. Hong Wu is famous for being overbearing. Yeah, Hong Wu is only ranked 43rd on the hidden dragon list. She's not very strong, but she has a very dazzling fiancé. Not many geniuses in the bloody battle space dare to not give what Hong Wu wants. This brat dares to compete with Hong Wu? He's really courting death. Fang Chen didn't pay attention to the discussions of the surrounding martial artists. He activated his sword body, and sword intent surrounded his body. When Hong Wu's whip lashed out, Fang Chen's hand suddenly grasped the fiery red whip. Crack! The fiery red whip emitted a scorching aura, burning Fang Chen's palm. Concept of fire. Fang Chen released his own concept of fire, instantly blocking the scorching aura of the fiery red leather whip. When Hong Wu saw Fang Chen holding her whip with his bare hands, her face was filled with anger. She said, "You are courting death." As soon as Hong Wu finished speaking, she suddenly brandished her whip and began fighting with Fang Chen. Green Lotus Sword Art. Fang Chen used the fifth move of the Green Lotus Sword Art, 5 swords cleaving the sky. A majestic sword light shot out from the hidden star sword. The sword light contained a valiant sword essence and directly pierced towards Hong Wu's whip. Boom! With a loud sound, Fang Chen's hidden star sword chopped down on Hong Wu's fiery red whip, instantly blocking Hong Wu's attack. When her whip attack was blocked, Hong Wu's body involuntarily retreated a few steps. Her beautiful face revealed a trace of surprise. However, when she saw that there was a sword mark on the whip, her face turned completely gloomy. "You're dead for breaking my whip," Hong Wu scolded. In the next moment, Hong Wu launched a fierce attack. Seeing this, Fang Chen also used the flowing water sword art. When Hong Wu's concept of fire met with Fang Chen's concept of water, it was instantly restrained. Moreover, Hong Wu's whip was also completely blocked by Fang Chen's flowing water sword art. Swoosh! Fang Chen pushed the flowing water sword art to the extreme. Taking advantage of Hong Wu's mistake, the hidden star sword suddenly shot out, directly piercing towards Hong Wu. Hong Wu felt the power of the hidden star sword, and her body continuously retreated. At the same time, the whip in her hand suddenly lashed out. Puchier section of Hong Wu's whip was cut off by Fang Chen, and it fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, the hearts of countless cultivators were filled with shock. This kid actually cut off Hong Wu's whip. He's really brave. Bang! Hong Wu held half of the whip in her hand and used her strongest whip technique, directly lashing towards Fang Chen's hidden star sword. Bang bang bang! The whip and the hidden star sword fiercely collided, and then the whip was blocked by the hidden star sword. Hong Wu's body retreated a few steps. She looked at the half of the whip in her hand, and her heart was burning with anger. "You cut off my whip. You're dead." Hong Wu looked at Fang Chen furiously, and she couldn't wait to kill Fang Chen. With your strength, I'm afraid you can't do it. Fang Chen coldly snorted, and said. Although Hong Wu was an expert ranked 43rd on the Hidden Dragon list, her strength was similar to Feng Yunzhong's. At best, she was only slightly stronger than Feng Yunzhong. You will regret offending me, Hong Wu. As soon as Hong Wu finished speaking, a talisman suddenly appeared in her hand, and she gently crushed it. Suddenly, a majestic flame aura enveloped Fang Chen. Talisman. Seeing this, Fang Chen cried out involuntarily. However, it was too late. He was already surrounded by the flame aura emitted from the talisman. Hiss hiss hiss, the flame aura surrounded Fang Chen's body, and he activated his sword to block it. Mystic rank array. Fang Chen didn't hesitate to set up a mystic rank array. This mystic rank array was a flame attribute array, and it could absorb the flame emitted from the talisman. After a minute, Fang Chen whispered, "Fortunately, it's a low-tier mystic rank talisman. If it was a mid-tier talisman, I wouldn't be able to set up the array." A mid-tier talisman was extremely powerful. Once it was crushed, its power would instantly envelop the enemy. The reason why Fang Chen was able to set up a formation while fighting against the talisman was because the talisman was a low-tier talisman. Hiss. The flame attribute array quickly finished absorbing the flame aura from the talisman. In the end, the flame aura completely entered Fang Chen's body. In the next moment, Fang Chen discovered that his flame concept had silently broken through the peak of the second level of the flame concept. Fang Chen was a bit shocked. Not only had Hong Wu's flame talisman not injured him, but it had instead increased his strength. Crash. Just as Hong Wu thought that Fang Chen had been killed by the talisman, the flame aura instantly disappeared, and Fang Chen calmly stood on the street. What other skills do you have? Fang Chen was completely enraged. Hong Wu had repeatedly tried to kill him. How could he let her go? What's going on? Hong Wu cried out involuntarily with astonishment in her eyes. Crash. Without giving Hong Wu a chance, Fang Chen set up a mystic rank array in the blink of an eye, trapping Hong Wu. That's a mystic rank array. On the street, someone discovered the mystic rank array and shouted. Heavens, just who is this brat? How can he casually set up a mystic rank array? Could he be a Grand Formation Grandmaster? Too terrifying. Such a young Grand Formation Grandmaster is truly inconceivable. Hong Wu is trapped in a mystic rank array. It seems she'll be in trouble. When Fang Chen set up a mystic rank array, many martial artists were shocked. A mystic rank array. Hong Wu was a bit flabbergasted. She waved her whip and began to break the array. Fang Chen silently entered the array and used it to constantly attack Hong Wu. At the start, Hong Wu didn't care. But when Fang Chen heavily injured her, she finally realized how terrifying Fang Chen was. Stop. I am Hong Wu. You can't attack me, shouted Hong Wu. How laughable. You're the only one allowed to attack me, but I'm not allowed to attack you. Fang Chen sneered. Seeing that Fang Chen was still attacking her, Hong Wu said, I'm Luo Zhongtian's fiancé. If anything happens to me, Luo Zhongtian won't let you off. Hong Wu felt the danger and directly said Luo Zhongtian's name. Hearing Luo Zhongtian's name, the countless martial artists on the street all turned pale with fright. Luo Zhongtian? Just who was this martial artist that caused people's expressions to change? If you were familiar with the Hidden Dragon ranking, you would definitely know that Luo Zhongtian was one of the top 5 geniuses on the Hidden Dragon ranking. His strength had reached an unimaginable level. Luo Zhongtian was a dragon amongst men. Among the younger generation in the entire Five Elements province, he was also very popular. Every young martial artist's eyes were filled with respect when they mentioned Luo Zhongtian. Luo Zhongtian was too terrifying. If the Five Elements Academy's geniuses didn't appear, he was practically unrivaled amongst the Five Elements province's younger generation. Hong Wu was the fiancé of such a terrifying existence. Hence, although Hong Wu was the 43rd genius on the Hidden Dragon ranking, the top 10 geniuses on the Hidden Dragon ranking didn't dare to provoke her. In fact, many of the Hidden Dragon ranking's geniuses were sucking up to her so that they could come into contact with Luo Zhongtian. If I was defeated today, would you give me a chance? Fang Chen asked back. The answer was obvious. She wouldn't. Hongwu usually relied on Luo Zhongtian's name to be arrogant and domineering. She would whip anyone she didn't like. Even if someone was whipped by Hongwu, they wouldn't dare to resist. This was because she was Luo Zhongtian's fiancé. This time, Hongwu had her eyes on a piece of 10,000 years warm jade, but she was a step too late. If it was in the past, the other party would definitely give it to her with both hands and wouldn't take any spiritual stones from her. But now, she had hit a wall. Not only did this person not give it to her, he even attacked her. Hongwu was furious. If Luo Zhongtian was here, she would definitely ask him to kill this person. Fang Chen had just finished speaking when the hidden star sword in his hand pierced towards Hongwu. Chapter 631. All the cultivators held their breaths. Their eyes were filled with shock. Could it be that this kid was really going to kill Hongwu? Hongwu was Luo Zhongtian's fiancé. Wasn't he afraid of Luo Zhongtian if he dared to kill her so brazenly? If anything happens to Hongwu, Luo Zhongtian will definitely not let this kid off. This kid shouldn't be so stupid as to make a move on Luo Zhongtian's fiancé. Many cultivators were shocked. Fang Chen had used the profound grade array to control Hongwu. The hidden star sword in his hand was ruthlessly stabbing towards Hongwu. If this sword hit, even if Hongwu didn't die, she would be seriously injured. Even Li Xiaoke looked at Fang Chen worriedly. She wanted to stop Fang Chen, but there was nothing she could do. Right now, Li Xiaoke could only pray that Fang Chen wouldn't kill Hongwu. Otherwise, if Luo Zhongtian was drawn out, things would become complicated. If you dare touch me, Luo Zhongtian will not let you off. Hongwu also sensed the murderous intent from Fang Chen's body. Her heart was filled with fear as she shouted loudly. However, Fang Chen seemed to have made up his mind. The hidden star sword in his hand didn't stop as it stabbed towards Hongwu. At this moment, suddenly, a majestic energy came from the distance. This energy appeared from the void, carrying a soaring aura as it blasted towards Fang Chen. This qi came too fast, and it was also very powerful. Fang Chen didn't even have time to react before this qi hit his star-hidden sword. Bang! Fang Chen's attack was instantly dissolved. Even his body was pushed back a few steps. Fang Chen steadied himself with a serious look in his eyes. He turned around and looked outside the city. At that moment, there was a figure flying rapidly in the sky outside the city. You even dare to touch Luo Zhongtian's woman? This figure landed on the city's street and a rough voice rang out. His voice was filled with boundless spiritual energy, causing the surrounding warriors to retreat one after another. Some cultivators recognized this person and shouted, "It's Jin Zhong, ranked 40th on the hidden dragon list. He's also here. Jin Zhong is here for Hongwu. It looks like this kid won't be able to kill Hongwu. Jin Zhong's strength is much stronger than Hongwu's. This kid isn't Jin Zhong's match. The 40th on the hidden dragon list isn't just for show." Amidst the crowd's clamor, Jin Zhong slowly walked in front of Fang Chen. After Hongwu came out of the array, she walked to Jin Zhong's side, her face full of anger. "Hongwu, what's going on?" asked Jin Zhong. Hongwu told Jin Zhong everything that had happened. After listening, he looked at Fang Chen with an unkind gaze. "Kid, hand over the 10,000-year warm jade and we'll let this matter rest. How about it?" The surrounding cultivators could understand Jin Zhong's words. After all, Fang Chen was a formation grandmaster. Once he was provoked, even if he wasn't a match, he could drag someone down with him. If it was a one-on-one fight, Jin Zhong wouldn't be afraid of Fang Chen. But what he really cared about was Fang Chen's profound rank formation. Once he was trapped in a profound rank formation, it would be a bit troublesome. "Jin Zhong, this kid wants to kill me. How can you let him go like this?" said Hongwu. Just as Hongwu's voice sounded, two sonic booms were suddenly heard from afar. Soon after, two familiar figures appeared in the city. "It's so lively," said one of the cultivators. "This is a trading city," said the other cultivator. When they saw these two people, the surrounding cultivators were once more in an uproar. They were the experts on the hidden dragon ranking, the 46th ranked Zhong Yu and the 45th ranked Feng Yunzhong. The two of them had just finished speaking when they noticed Hong Wu and Jin Zhong. Of course, they had also noticed Fang Chen. Zhong Yu and Feng Yunzhong walked over to Fang Chen and whispered, "Brother Fang, what's wrong?" Once the two of them understood what had happened, Feng Yunzhong took a step forward and looked at Jin Zhong and Hong Wu. "Let's just forget about this matter. If this continues, it won't be good for anyone. Feng Yunzhong, you also have to help him." Hong Wu's eyes were cold. Hong Wu's attitude was very clear. She wanted to kill Fang Chen and then take the 10,000-year warm jade. She was Luo Zhongtian's fiancée. She couldn't accept being humiliated here. For a moment, the atmosphere in the trading city was extremely tense. Everyone was looking at Fang Chen, wanting to see how he would deal with this. "You're snatching someone else's things for no reason, and you even want to kill me to silence me," sneered Fang Chen. Although he couldn't defeat Jin Zhong, if they really fought, Fang Chen wasn't afraid of Jin Zhong. Just from the fact that he could set up unlimited formations, he was already in an undefeatable position. Rumble. As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, countless top-grade spirit stones flew out of his spatial ring and floated in the air. Everyone knew that Fang Chen was about to set up a formation. Seeing this, Hong Wu's expression changed slightly. Jin Zhong stared at Fang Chen. He was just about to speak when Feng Yunzhong spoke again. Feng Yunzhong didn't want to offend Hong Wu, nor did he want to see Fang Chen die. So he wanted to be a peacemaker. "How about we both take a step back," said Feng Yunzhong. Hearing Feng Yunzhong's words, Jin Zhong turned to look at Hong Wu and said in a low voice, "He's a formation grandmaster. It's impossible for us to kill him. If we continue fighting, both sides will suffer. Why don't we stop here today and wait a few days for others to arrive to deal with him?" Hong Wu thought for a moment, then looked at Fang Chen. She said coldly, "Brat, you're lucky today. But sooner or later, I'll kill you." After saying that, Hong Wu and Jin Zhong left the street. This farce was over. After Hong Wu and Jin Zhong left, Feng Yunzhong and Zhong Yu helplessly shook their heads. Then they said, "Brother Fang, although Hong Wu isn't powerful, her fiancé is. We can't afford to offend him." "Luo Zhongtian?" Fang Chen stared into the distance, muttering to himself. Today's incident had also indirectly illustrated a problem, and that was that the strong were respected. If he was as strong as Luo Zhongtian, he wouldn't need to look at others. Even if he killed Hong Wu, Luo Zhongtian wouldn't say anything. But now, he was too weak. If it weren't for the fact that he was a formation grandmaster, Jin Zhong wouldn't have let him go. While he was deep in thought, Fang Chen was woken up by Li Xiaoke. "Fang Chen, I'm sorry." Li Xiaoke blamed herself. If it weren't for her, Fang Chen wouldn't have been in trouble. Fang Chen smiled and said, "It's okay." After saying that, Fang Chen said goodbye to Feng Yunzhong and Zhong Yu and continued shopping with Li Xiaoke. There were countless stalls around the street. Because of Hong Wu's appearance, Fang Chen's rhythm was disrupted. So now, Fang Chen had to start shopping again. After walking for a few dozen meters, Fang Chen finally found something useful to him. "Boss, how much is this 9-colored spirit heavenly grass?" Fang Chen walked over to a stall and asked. "Use refining materials to exchange for it," the stall owner said in a low voice. This stall owner needed refining materials. Spirit stones were useless to him, so he could only use refining materials to exchange for the 9-colored spirit heavenly grass. The 9-colored spirit heavenly grass was useless to ordinary martial artists, but it was extremely useful to soul cultivators. The 9-colored spirit heavenly grass targeted the soul. Fang Chen was trying to break through to the 3rd rank. If he had the 9-colored spirit heavenly grass, he would have a better chance. "How about meteoric iron?" Fang Chen asked as he fiddled with the 9-colored spirit heavenly grass. "Oh, you have meteoric iron?" The stall owner was a little surprised. He hadn't expected this fellow to have meteoric iron. "I do, but I don't know the price," said Fang Chen. 5 kilograms of meteoric iron. That's too expensive." Fang Chen shook his head. He put down the 9-colored spirit heavenly grass and prepared to leave. The stall owner became a bit anxious and directly said, 8 kilograms. "How about we both take a step back?" Fang Chen turned around and left, not stopping at all. Seeing this scene, the stall owner loudly shouted, "Tell me, how much do you want?" Hearing this, Fang Chen stopped in his tracks and turned around. He looked at the stall owner and said, 500 grams. Little brother, 1 kilogram is too little. How about 4 kilograms? Said the stall owner awkwardly. Fang Chen shook his head and ignored the stall owner. The stall owner knew that if he continued to bargain, Fang Chen would definitely leave. Thus, he made up his mind and said, "Fine, 500 grams it is. Sigh, if I wasn't in urgent need of refining materials, I wouldn't be willing to exchange him. 1 kilogram of meteoric iron. Deal." After paying the meteoric iron, Fang Chen took the 9-colored spirit heavenly grass and left the street. Then, Fang Chen found a quiet place and sat down cross-legged, preparing to cultivate. The buildings in the trading city were all broken. All the geniuses could only sleep outside. Even Hong Wu and the others were no exception. At this time, Hong Wu and Jin Zhong were standing side by side on a tall building. They were looking at a certain corner of the trading city. That was where Fang Chen was cultivating. "Jin Zhong, do you not have confidence in fighting him?" asked Hong Wu. "He's a formation grandmaster. He can set up unimaginable formations. It'll be troublesome if he gets caught in one," said Jin Zhong. "If I don't kill this brat, I won't be able to get rid of my hatred," said Hong Wu. "Don't worry, a priest will come in a few days," said Jin Zhong. Hong Wu's eyes lit up when she heard the word priest. She knew very well that priests were best at arrays. Chapter 633. Mobile reading. Fang Chen had been cultivating in the trading city for 7 days. Everyone, please read the most complete novel. During these 7 days, Fang Chen had been in the trading city, motionless. His body was emitting dense spiritual energy, as if he could break through at any time. 3 days ago, Fang Chen had adjusted his body to its optimal state and consumed the 9-colored spiritual heavenly herb. Now, Fang Chen was trying his best to dissolve the 9-colored spiritual heavenly herb's medicinal effects. Once the medicinal effects of the 9-colored spiritual heavenly herb were completely absorbed by Fang Chen's soul, his soul could possibly reach the yellow rank. Hiss, hiss. After a few days, Fang Chen's mind was filled with dense spiritual energy. This spiritual energy had gradually turned from orange to yellow. Within the orange spiritual energy, there were traces of yellow spiritual energy. When he discovered this, Fang Chen's face broke into a smile. The medicinal effects of the 9-colored spiritual heavenly herb had been completely absorbed, and the orange spiritual energy had finally undergone a transformation, transforming into the yellow rank. Although this was just the beginning, Fang Chen believed that it wouldn't be long before his soul could completely reach the yellow rank. At that time, he would be an early-stage level 3 soul cultivator, and his combat strength would definitely soar. On a certain day, the streets of the trading city were in an uproar. Countless martialists were staring at the city gate. At the city gate, a man in black clothes slowly walked into the city. His arrival caused a commotion in the trading city. The priest was ranked 41st on the Hidden Dragon list. He was an expert in array formations, and was considered a well-known expert on the Hidden Dragon list. The appearance of the priest shocked all the martialists. Although the priest's ranking on the Hidden Dragon list wasn't as high as Jin Zhong's, no one doubted the priest's strength. The priest was an extremely powerful array formation master. No one knew what level he had reached. In any case, many experts on the Hidden Dragon list had suffered at the hands of the priest. The priest's strength couldn't be determined by his ranking on the Hidden Dragon list. What he was truly proficient in was array formations. Once an array formation was used, no one could match it. Jin Zhong and Hong Wu walked over together to personally welcome the priest. "Priest, you're here." Jin Zhong grinned. Even Hong Wu retracted her cold aura and grinned at the priest. The priest was one of Luo Zhongtian's men. In Luo Zhongtian's camp, he was considered a capable assistant, so Hong Wu had to give him some face. Of course, Hong Wu also wanted the priest to help her kill Fang Chen. "You two are early." The priest nodded when he saw the two of them. "We were only 7 or 8 days earlier than you," Jin Zhong said. At this moment, Hong Wu walked towards the priest and said in a deep voice, Priest, you came at the right time. Help me kill someone. Killing people? Someone that you, Hongwu, can't kill? Could it be that he's an expert on the hidden dragon ranking? Hearing Hongwu's words, the priest was a little surprised. The people that Hongwu couldn't kill were definitely powerful warriors on the hidden dragon roll. However, no one on the hidden dragon roll would dare to offend Hongwu unless it was one of the 4 super geniuses who were even more insane than Luo Zhongtian. Thinking of this, a trace of doubt flashed through the priest's eyes as he looked at Hongwu. He's not a hidden dragon roll expert. He's just a piece of trash at the first level of the spiritual vortex realm. Hongwu was furious when she mentioned Fang Chen. I say, Hongwu, you can't even kill a martial artist at the first level of the spiritual vortex realm? The priest was even more surprised. Hongwu was a martial artist at the second level of the spiritual vortex realm and a hidden dragon roll expert. Her opponent was just a martial artist at the first level of the spiritual vortex realm. No matter how monstrous he was, he couldn't possibly be Hongwu's match. Furthermore, even if you can't kill him, can't Jin Zhong do anything? The priest continued to ask. Jin Zhong was a little embarrassed when he heard this. Then, he said, if it was a one-on-one fight, it would be easy for me to kill that kid. But that kid is an array grandmaster. You also know that it's very troublesome to kill an array grandmaster. That's why we waited here for you, Jin Zhong said. When he heard the words array grandmaster, shock flashed through the priest's eyes. Then, he asked in disbelief, are you sure that he's an array grandmaster? Jin Zhong nodded heavily and said with certainty, he is indeed an array grandmaster. If he was just an array grandmaster, he would have died long ago. Hearing this, the priest fell into silence. He was thinking about something in his mind. After a long while, the priest raised his eyes again and said, where is he? The priest's eyes were filled with high fighting spirit. He wanted to meet this legendary array grandmaster. Among the younger generation of the 5-element state, the priest's achievements in the array Dao were considered top-notch. However, there was now an array grandmaster who was even more monstrous than the priest. Everyone thought that the priest's achievements in the array Dao were heaven-defying. However, no one knew that the priest was actually just a top-notch array grandmaster. There was a fundamental difference between an array grandmaster and an array grandmaster. Even at the top, they were still array grandmasters. However, the priest had relied on his unique understanding of the array Dao and continued to cultivate. Finally, one day, he had set up a heaven-defying array. By relying on this array, the priest had actually been able to challenge an array grandmaster. Therefore, when he heard that his opponent was an array grandmaster, the priest's heart was filled with fighting spirit. When he saw the priest's expression, Jin Zhong smiled faintly. With the priest's help, even if that kid was an array grandmaster, it would be useless. Over there. Hongwu's fair finger pointed at a certain corner in the depths of the trading city. The priest followed Hongwu's finger and suddenly discovered Fang Chen, who was cultivating. An array grandmaster? The priest muttered to himself as he looked at Fang Chen. At that moment, Fang Chen, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. His entire body was surrounded by extremely dense soul power. Hiss, 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 hiss. Fang Chen's soul had undergone a fundamental transformation. At that moment, Fang Chen's soul had truly become an early-stage yellow rank soul. So this is a yellow rank soul? Fang Chen could feel that his soul had become much stronger. With just a thought, he could detect every movement in the trading city. Fang Chen was very excited that his soul had just broken through. However, at that moment, Fang Chen discovered that someone was staring at him. He raised his eyes and looked forward, meeting the priest's gaze. When Fang Chen's gaze landed on him, the priest felt his soul tremble. Under everyone's gaze, the priest walked step by step towards Fang Chen. Jin Zhong and Hong Wu followed closely behind. Hong Wu's face was especially gloomy, as if Fang Chen was already a dead man. Seeing the priest and the others approach, Li Xiaoke raised her guard and wanted to stop them. However, it was Fang Chen who spoke. You can't stop them. As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, he slowly stood up and walked in front of Li Xiaoke. He stared at the priest. You're that formation grandmaster? The priest walked in front of Fang Chen, his dark eyes staring at Fang Chen. That's right, Fang Chen said. The cleric looked at Fang Chen and suddenly burst into laughter. Very good. I'm called the priest. Perhaps I'll become your nightmare. Those who wanted to become my nightmares all died in my hands in the end, Fang Chen said, going against him. At that moment, in an empty space not far from the trading city, Zhong Yu and Feng Yunzhong were very anxious. Why would this priest appear here? Could it be that Jin Zhong and Hong Wu called him here? Feng Yunzhong's face was filled with anxiety. It must be. The priest is the top formation master in Luo Zhongtian's camp. If he comes to deal with Fang Chen, the latter will be doomed, Zhong Yu said. With the priest around, even Feng Yunzhong and Zhong Yu did not dare to act rashly. As experts on the hidden dragon list, they were very clear about the power of the priest. As long as the priest wanted to, he could easily kill them. He can only rely on himself. Feng Yunzhong shook his head slightly. At this point, there was nothing he could do. He could not lose his life in order to help Fang Chen, right? As long as he was alive, he could do anything again. However, once he died, everything would be for naught. Therefore, Feng Yunzhong did not want to die. He could not die. Deep in the trading city, Fang Chen and the priest were confronting each other. Behind the priest, Jin Zhong had been waiting for the priest to make a move, but Hong Wu seemed to be unable to wait any longer. Priest, kill him, Hong Wu glared at Fang Chen and said coldly. The priest looked at Fang Chen, then shook his head slightly and said, in 3 days, I will fight you here. With that, the priest turned and left. Hong Wu was a little confused, but she still followed the priest. Kid, in 3 days, it will be your death, Hong Wu said in a low voice. After the priest and the others had left, Hong Wu asked in confusion, Priest, why do we have to wait for 3 days? This kid is very mysterious. I can't see through him. In order to kill him in one fell swoop, I will set up a heaven-defying array. I need 3 days to prepare, the priest said in a low voice. Hearing this, Hong Wu did not say anything. At this time, Fang Chen was still staring at the priest's back as he left. The priest gave him a lot of pressure and also made him feel a little threatened. Fang Chen, why don't we leave this place tonight? Li Xiaoke reminded him. Fang Chen turned his head and looked at Li Xiaoke. Do you think we can leave safely? Li Xiaoke was stunned when she heard this. Her face was full of guilt. All of this happened because of her. She felt very guilty. Zhong Yu and Feng Yunzhong also came. They also tried to persuade Fang Chen to leave at night. Taking advantage of the night, even if the priest wanted to stop them, he would not be able to. However, their suggestions were all rejected by Fang Chen. It was not that he did not want to leave, but the priest had secretly set up a secret array at the city gate. Once they left, they would definitely trigger the array. At that time, the priest would definitely stop them. Rather than that, it was better to just stay here and fight in 3 days. Chapter 634. 3 days wasn't a long time, but it wasn't a short time either. After the priest returned, he immediately started to prepare the materials needed to set up the array formation. His opponent was an array formation grandmaster. If he wanted to restrain him in terms of array formations, he would have to set up his own trump card array formation. However, setting up this trump card array formation required a large amount of materials. Jin Zhong and Hong Wu were both looking for materials for the priest. The materials that could be obtained in the exchange city were all exchanged by the priest personally. Jin Zhong and Hong Wu had to search outside the exchange city for the materials that couldn't be obtained in the exchange city. In short, they were confident that they would be able to gather all the materials within 3 days. On the other hand, although Fang Chen knew that he was going to have a big battle with the priest in 3 days, his heart was extremely calm. According to my conjecture, he should be a top array formation grandmaster, Fang Chen thought to himself. If the priest was also an array formation grandmaster, he would have made his move today instead of waiting for 3 days. The reason he had waited for 3 days was because he wasn't confident that he would win. Hence, he needed 3 days to gather the materials needed to set up the array formation. Fang Chen thought about it carefully for a long time before deciding what array formation he would use to deal with the priest. Then, He started to search for the materials. Fang Chen wrote down a list of materials and gave Li Xiaoke a copy. Then, he gave her a large amount of spirit stones and told her to purchase them in the exchange city. Although most martialists in the exchange city didn't need spirit stones, there were still a small number of martialists who needed spirit stones. Fang Chen sent a message to the little mouse and asked it to help him find some materials. In a certain valley in the bloody space, the little mouse was standing on a very large rock. Although it was petite, it was still very intimidating. Below the large rock stood the flying rat monarch and the tiger monarch. Behind the two monarchs stood a large number of ancient beasts. These ancient beasts were members of the two great races. They had already completely submitted to the little mouse. Over the past few days, the little mouse had also successfully reorganized the two great races and gained complete control of its own territory. Today, the little mouse was standing on top of a big rock, preparing to say some words before the expedition. However, just as it was about to speak, a message suddenly appeared in its mind. When it finished reading the message, its expression changed slightly. Its eyes emitted a terrifying golden light. "Boss, what's wrong?" asked the Flying Rat King. "The date of the expedition will be pushed back. Now, both of your races will do everything you can to find the materials on this list. You must find them within 3 days." The little mouse followed the plan in its mind and wrote down the materials that Fang Chen asked it to find on a piece of paper. "Boss, why are you looking for these materials?" Tiger King didn't understand. Today was the day of the battle against the Blazing Fire Golden Body Leopard clan. What could be more important than this? "That's right, boss. If we don't go out to fight, the Blazing Fire Gold-Bodied Leopard clan will definitely take this opportunity to occupy our territory," the sky-soaring Rat King said. "Just do as I say," the little mouse said in a deep voice. The bloodline aura in its body instantly erupted. Within the mountain valley, countless ancient beasts prostrated themselves on the ground. Bloodline suppression. The little mouse's bloodline was too powerful. They were suppressed to the point where they couldn't resist. Sensing the little mouse's fury, the Flying Rat King and Tiger King no longer said anything. They led the members of their races out of the mountain valley to search for the materials on the list. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, night fell. The ancient beast's time was up. Countless ancient beasts charged out of the darkness, roaring at the sky. As for the Flying Rat race and Tiger race, they also began to search. Because the two races had lived here for a long time, they were very familiar with this place. Finding materials was also much easier. By midnight, the two races had already gathered around 60% of the materials on the list. At this time, within the territory of the Blazing Fire Golden Body Leopards, a Blazing Fire Golden Body Leopard was lying on the ground in a cave. Suddenly, a Blazing Fire Golden Body Leopard ran in and said, "Boss, the Flying Rat race and Tiger race didn't attack our territory." "What are they doing?" asked the Leopard King. "They seem to be searching for materials through the night," said the Blazing Fire Golden Body Leopard. "Searching for materials?" The Leopard King was a bit confused, but it still gave the order. "They previously announced that they would attack our territory today. But they gave up at the last moment and went to search for materials instead. It seems these materials are extremely important to them." A strange light appeared in the Leopard King's eyes. It then said, "Since that's the case, we'll do our best to stop them from searching for materials." Under the leadership of the Flying Rat King, the members of the Flying Rat clan found the materials very smoothly. Seeing that there was only one last material left to complete the mission, they were very happy. "Rat King, there's only one material left," said a Flying Rat King. "Yes. Once we've finished gathering the last material, we can report back," said the Flying Rat King. "But Rat King, the last material you need is called hollow wood. It's at the edge of the Blazing Fire Golden Body Leopard's territory. If we rashly go there, won't we be attacked by the Blazing Fire Golden Body Leopards?" The Flying Rat King was a bit worried. "Notify the Tiger King. We'll go search for the hollow wood together," said the Flying Rat King. No matter what, the little mouse's mission was the most important. In just a moment, the Tiger King and the Flying Rat King met up. The two of them decided that they would personally go. The other members would scatter and attract the attention of the blazing fire golden body leopards. Late at night, there was no crescent moon in the sky. The entire blood battle space was pitch black. The flying rat king and tiger king rapidly flew. 2 hours later, they landed in a forest overgrown with weeds. This is the edge of the blazing fire golden body leopard's territory. Be careful, said the flying rat king. The tiger king nodded, and the two kings began to search for the hollow wood. It didn't take long for the two kings to find the hollow wood. Ha ha, it's done. We can return now, said the flying rat king. While the two emperors were celebrating, a fiery glow suddenly lit up the night sky, followed by a roar that echoed across the sky. You two idiots, you dare to come to my blazing fire golden body leopard's territory? You're courting death. The panther king appeared. Flames coiled around its body, and its aura was terrifying. Its large eyes stared at the tiger king and rat king. Panther king, you want to stop us? Demanded the tiger king. In a one-on-one fight, the panther king was much stronger than them. But if they worked together, the panther king might not be able to defeat them. Idiot, since you've come, don't leave. The panther king sneered. The temperature in the air began to rise. You won't be able to stop us. The tiger king roared and joined hands with the flying rat king to fight the panther king. Rumble. The three kings' battle caused the surrounding trees to be constantly destroyed. Each time the panther king attacked, flames would soar into the sky. Its aura was extremely powerful, and its attacks were also extremely sharp. However, the flying rat king and tiger king were not to be trifled with. After fighting for 15 minutes, the tiger king clenched his claws into fists and punched out. At the same time, the flying rat king's claws also shot out. The two kings had found an opening in the panther king's defense, and they launched a fierce attack. Bang! The panther king was caught off guard and was forced to retreat by the two kings. Seeing this, the two kings' figures flashed and quickly disappeared from the forest. The panther king chased after them. However, after chasing for an hour, it returned without success. The flying rat king and tiger king returned, but they were in a sorry state. After giving the hollow wood to the little mouse and telling it about the battle with the panther king, the little mouse's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. When I'm done, I'll go and exterminate the blazing fire golden leopard clan. After saying this, the little mouse disappeared into thin air. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the priest had finally gathered enough materials. His face was full of smiles. He was confident that he could easily defeat and even kill the Panther King. Thinking about how he was about to kill a formation grandmaster, the priest was very excited. Hong Wu and Jin Zhong accompanied the priest to the location of the battle. At this moment, Fang Chen was standing at the location of the battle, looking outside the trading city. He was waiting for the little mouse's materials. All the warriors in the trading city were watching the priest's group. When the priest and the other two arrived at the location of the battle, they saw Fang Chen. "Kid, today is the day you die," Hongwu said coldly. The priest was already prepared and could definitely kill this person. To be able to kill a formation grandmaster, just thinking about it makes me excited. The priest grinned. In his eyes, Fang Chen was just a stepping stone on his path of formations. If he could kill a formation grandmaster with his formation skills, he might be able to break through to the realm of formation grandmaster. This was what the priest was really thinking. At this moment, the little mouse quietly entered the trading city. Then, without anyone noticing, it entered Fang Chen's special spatial ring. The little mouse put all the materials into the spatial ring. When Fang Chen noticed this, a smile finally appeared on his face. "Priest, if I'm not wrong, you should be a formation grandmaster." Fang Chen suddenly said, "You want to kill a formation grandmaster as a formation grandmaster? You're too naive." Fang Chen's words made the priest frown slightly. He was a little displeased. "I, the priest, will declare today that I will kill you," the priest said in a deep voice. Chapter 635. The priest was very confident that he could defeat Fang Chen. The latter also believed that he was not afraid of the priest when it came to array formations. All the warriors in the entire trading city gathered around. They also wanted to see how exciting the battle between the two array masters would be. There were even some people who were secretly betting with spiritual stones to see who would win. In a short while, more than 30 warriors had placed their bets. They were all extravagant and were betting on who they thought would win. Of course, if one looked at the books, the warriors who supported the priest were the majority, while the warriors who supported Fang Chen were the minority. Although everyone knew from Fang Chen that the priest was a top-notch array master, they believed that since the priest dared to challenge Fang Chen in public, he must be very confident. Moreover, the priest's name was well known in the five-element state. Fang Chen could not compare to him at all. Therefore, even if Fang Chen could defeat the priest in terms of array formations, many warriors still believed that the priest would win. At this moment, Li Xiaoke's small hands were clenched tightly as she blinked her eyes. She was very worried, afraid that something would happen to Fang Chen. However, with her strength, there was nothing she could do even if she wanted to help. All she could do was pray that Fang Chen would defeat the priest. That was all she could do. "Priest, why are you talking nonsense with him? Kill him," Hongwu said coldly. "No, destroy his cultivation and let me kill him myself." Although Hongwu was a beauty, her heart was as vicious as a snake's. The priest's dark eyes stared at Fang Chen as he said in a low voice, "Both of you, retreat." Hearing this, Hongwu and Jin Zhong retreated to a safe area and stared at the battlefield. Crash! The priest's palm suddenly stretched out and countless materials flew out of his interspatial ring. Then, under the priest's control, they instantly fell to the ground. Countless scorching rays of light shot out from those materials and intertwined in the sky, forming a majestic array formation. Within the array, there were scorching flames. These flames seemed to be able to roast a person alive. Just like that, Fang Chen was trapped within the array. The priest's sudden attack made countless warriors exclaim in surprise. At this moment, Fang Chen's face was very calm. He carefully sensed it and found that the array set up by the priest was a top spiritual array called the Fire Demon Array. Hiss, hiss, hiss. After the array formation was successfully set up, the dense flames formed fire dragons within the array formation. These fire dragons spat out scorching dragon breaths. Just a mere fire demon. Fang Chen sneered. These fire dragon-shaped creatures were fire demons born from the fire demon formation. As long as they were in the fire demon formation, they would be constantly attacked by the fire demons. Countless fire demons attacked Fang Chen. However, before they could get close to Fang Chen, he flicked his wrist and performed a complicated hand seal. A brand new formation instantly appeared inside the fiery demon formation. Fang Chen's strategy was to fight with an array formation. Fang Chen had set up the water curtain array. Inside the array, countless water elemental auras emerged and formed ripples of water. When Fang Chen saw these rippling water, a smile appeared in his eyes. The seemingly ordinary rippling water was the best way to deal with the fire demons. Under Fang Chen's control, the dense rippling water surged out of the water curtain array and rushed towards the fire demons within the fire demon formation. Everything in the world promoted and restrained each other. Water and fire also promoted and restrained each other. Whether water restrained fire or fire restrained each other depended on which array was stronger. Hiss! Under the priest's gaze, the fire demons within the fire demon formation were swallowed by the rippling water. In the blink of an eye, the fire demon formation collapsed. "This is just an appetizer." Seeing this, the priest sneered and said disdainfully. The fire demon formation was the weakest among the top spiritual level arrays. The reason why he set up this array was to test Fang Chen's ability in arrays. Now, the test was over. Although Fang Chen's water curtain array destroyed his fire demon formation, the priest knew that Fang Chen had just advanced to the array grandmaster realm. "Is this all you've got?" Fang Chen looked at the priest and said. Splash! As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, the rippling water within the water curtain array floated in the air and attacked the priest directly. "King Kong Array!" The priest shouted and cast the King Kong Array, which was even more powerful than the fire demon formation. As soon as the King Kong Array was cast, a strong gold element aura rushed towards them. The King Kong Array and the water curtain array instantly intertwined. The water element aura wanted to envelop the gold element aura, while the latter wanted to devour the former. In an instant, the two arrays fell into a chaotic battle. Fang Chen and the priest were using array formations to fight. This made countless martialists exclaim in delight. Although many of the geniuses present had seen battles between geniuses of different levels, they had never seen a battle between array masters. As expected of an array master. He's so powerful. He can set up such a powerful array with a flip of his hand. Yeah, the two of them are fighting with arrays. It's so exciting. Any one of these arrays could trap us, but in the hands of these two array masters, they're just tools to attack each other. In the trading city, countless warriors were shocked. In their opinion, the strength of Fang Chen and the priest was beyond their imagination. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, Fang Chen's name would spread throughout the bloody battle space. Using arrays to fight against the priest. What kind of explosive news was this? At this moment, at the front of the crowd, Hongwu was holding half of a fiery red whip in her hand. There was a murderous look in her beautiful eyes. The priest's King Kong array is already suppressing his array, Hongwu said. It's already very good for the priest to be able to fight against an array grandmaster as an array grandmaster. Jin Zhong couldn't help but sigh. The gap between array grandmasters and array grandmasters was too great. Bang! Not long after Jin Zhong and Hongwu finished speaking, Fang Chen's water curtain array was shattered by the King Kong array. Fang Chen was trapped in the King Kong sect. Kid, what other arrays do you have? Just take them out, the priest said in a low voice. You're just an array grandmaster after all. Fang Chen sneered. With a flick of his wrist, he set up a low-level profound array, the sky-slicing void array. The sky-slicing void array was the most powerful array among the low-level profound arrays. The moment this array was set up, the powerful King Kong array collapsed instantly. This is the sky-slicing void array. Seeing the sky-slicing void array, a hint of surprise appeared in the priest's eyes. Immediately after, the priest shook his head slightly and said in a low voice, "Your achievements in array formation have exceeded my imagination. You're actually able to set up the sky-slicing void array when you've just entered the Grandmaster realm. However, next, I'll completely crush your sky-slicing void array and make you the most laughable array Grandmaster in the 5-element state in 100 years. As soon as the priest finished speaking, an extremely dense aura surged out from his body. Then, 108 blood-red stones appeared in the priest's hands. These blood-red stones exuded a sinister aura, as red as the blood of a martial artist. A hint of madness appeared in the priest's eyes. With a flick of his wrist, the 108 blood-red stones instantly fell around the battlefield. Whoosh, 108 blood-red auras directly soared into the sky and intertwined to form a bloody array. Bloody Soul Extinguishing Array. This was the priest's trump card. The Bloody Soul Extinguishing Array was an array that the priest had developed himself. According to the ranking, it could only be regarded as a top spiritual array. However, it was powerful because it was developed by the priest himself. The 108 blood-red stones used as the array foundation were the hearts of the Bloody Sorcerer tribe sorcerers. The Bloody Sorcerer tribe was also a large tribe in the monster world, but they were very rare. There were not many of them in the entire 5-element state. This array was very evil. When the priest had developed it, he had personally searched for the Bloody Sorcerer tribe and finally obtained 108 sorcerer hearts. Of course, if it were other demonic beasts' hearts, the priest could still set up the Bloody Soul Extinguishing Array. However, the effect was definitely not as strong as the sorcerer's heart. Since he wanted to kill an array grandmaster, he had to use the strongest array to kill him directly. When the Bloody Soul Extinguishing Array was displayed, Fang Chen's sky-slicing void array shook as if it would collapse at any time. What a bloody array! Fang Chen's eyes were solemn as he stared at the Bloody Soul Extinguishing Array and said in a low voice. The principle of his sky-slicing void array was to constantly intercept the surrounding power of heaven and earth and integrate it into one's body, then strengthen oneself and finally kill the enemy. Of course, the sky-slicing void array could also intercept a warrior's soul. However, when faced with the Bloody Soul Extinguishing Array, the sky-slicing void array began to shake as if it would collapse at any time. Moreover, Fang Chen also felt an inexplicable sense of danger. At this time, the priest's eyes were scarlet as he stared at Fang Chen and said coldly, "You should be proud to die in my bloody soul extinguishing array." Ever since he had developed the bloody soul extinguishing array, the priest had only used it once. That time, he became famous. After that, he had never used it again. This was the second time, and it was also the most powerful bloody soul extinguishing array. Sky-slicing void. Fang Chen shouted in a low voice and operated the sky-slicing void array with all his strength. The surrounding power of heaven and earth was instantly intercepted by the array. After the array was integrated with the power of heaven and earth, it became more and more powerful. Fang Chen tried to control the array to intercept the priest's soul. However, when the sky-severing void formation came into contact with the soul-destroying blood formation, a large gap suddenly appeared. Fang Chen tried his best to resist, but to no avail. Chapter 636. When the sky-severing void formation collided with the bloody soul extinguishing formation, a large gap appeared. Fang Chen was trying his best to fill the gap. Once the gap widened, the sky-severing void formation would completely collapse. At that time, Fang Chen would be surrounded by the bloody soul extinguishing formation. Sky-severing. Fang Chen frantically operated the sky-severing void formation. Within the formation, the extremely rich power of heaven and earth constantly spread and poured into the gap. Fang Chen tried to use the intercepted power of heaven and earth to fill the gap, but the priest obviously would not give him the chance. Soul extinguishing formation. The priest shouted in a low voice, and his body emitted a scarlet aura. Within the 108 array bases, an extremely terrifying evil aura shot out. The evil aura emitted by the 108 wizard hearts filled the entire trading city. Countless warriors were shocked. Even Hong Wu and Jin Zhong were extremely shocked. This formation is too terrifying. Even Jin Zhong, who was one rank higher than the priest on the hidden dragon list, was terrified when he saw this formation. If he were to face this formation, he would not be able to resist at all. Formation Master, Jin Zhong said to himself. At this moment, he had a deeper understanding of formation masters. Moreover, Jin Zhong was secretly glad that he was not reckless enough to attack Fang Chen. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Hong Wu's eyes flickered. She glanced at the half of the fiery red whip in her hand and was furious. She wanted the priest to directly destroy Fang Chen. After about 15 minutes, the sky-severing void formation finally could not hold on. Boom! Within the sky-severing void formation, there was a rumbling sound. Fang Chen's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. Originally, Fang Chen thought that he could defeat the priest with the help of the sky-severing void formation. Now, it seemed that he was too naive. Crash! In the blink of an eye, the sky-severing void formation was about to collapse completely. At this moment, Fang Chen made a shocking decision. It seems that I still have to use that trick. Fang Chen's eyes were filled with madness. The little mouse sensed danger and wanted to come out, but was stopped by Fang Chen. He would not give up until the very last moment. Moreover, he was an array grandmaster. If he was defeated by an array grandmaster, it would be a great humiliation. Crack the priest controlled the bloody soul extinguishing array and constantly squeezed the sky-slicing void array, causing Fang Chen's body to constantly retreat. The bloody soul extinguishing array targeted the soul directly. Once a cultivator was trapped in the array, they would not be able to last more than 15 minutes before their soul would be extinguished by the bloody aura of the array. For a martial artist, the most important thing was the soul. At this moment, Fang Chen also felt the power of the bloody soul-destroying formation. The thick smell of blood penetrated the gap in the sky-slicing formation and drilled into Fang Chen's mind, corroding Fang Chen's soul that had reached the early stage of the yellow rank. What else do you have? Fang Chen kept retreating, causing the priest to be insufferably arrogant. A mocking smile appeared on his face as he looked down at Fang Chen and spoke disdainfully. At this moment, his bloody soul extinguishing array had completely suppressed Fang Chen's sky-slicing void array. As long as he was given a little more time, he would be able to completely shatter the sky-slicing void array. And the battle would end as a result. Everything was going according to the priest's plan. The cultivators who supported the priest were extremely excited. Once the priest won, they would receive a large number of spiritual stones. As for the cultivators who supported Fang Chen, they were helpless. In the history of the Five Elements province, there had never been a case where an array grandmaster had lost to an array grandmaster. Many cultivators shook their heads and discussed in low voices. It seems that the priest is going to create a miracle in the Five Elements state's array Dao. Yes, as an array grandmaster, he defeated an array grandmaster and created history in the Five Elements state. I don't know if that kid still has any trump cards. If he doesn't, then the battle is over. If I had known, I would have bet on the priest. Who would have known that an array grandmaster would be suppressed to this level by an array grandmaster? How unlucky. Many cultivators were cursing Fang Chen, thinking that Fang Chen had disgraced an array grandmaster. Of course, Fang Chen, who was on the battlefield, did not notice these voices at all. His attention was focused on the sky-slicing void array that was about to collapse. Crack! As the bloody soul-extinguishing array opened fire at full force, the sky-slicing void array could no longer withstand it. The priest walked towards Fang Chen step by step, his face full of wild smiles. You have lost. The priest stared at Fang Chen, who was in a state of struggle, and said in a low voice. Fang Chen raised his head with difficulty. There was a look of determination in his dark eyes. Then, he said in a low voice, You are only an array grandmaster after all. What Fang Chen was implying was that no matter what, the priest was only a formation grandmaster. If he wanted to defeat a formation grandmaster like him, he was still a little lacking. Fang Chen's words completely infuriated the priest. You can't even resist my array. How dare you say that you are an array grandmaster? Don't you feel ashamed? The priest sneered and said disdainfully. Hong Wu and Jin Zhong also sneered. The outcome was a foregone conclusion. No matter how capable Fang Chen was, he would not be able to make any waves after being trapped in the bloody soul-extinguishing array. Everything is over. The priest opened his palm and the smell of blood filled the air. It was also at this time that Fang Chen finally took out the most precious materials that he had prepared. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen filled all these materials into the array base of the sky-severing void array that was about to collapse. At this time, the array base was already in ruins. Seeing Fang Chen's actions, the priest sneered, thinking that Fang Chen's efforts were in vain. Hiss! When all these materials were filled into the array base, a terrifying aura emerged in Fang Chen's mind. Then, Fang Chen closed his eyes slightly, and his palms were constantly forming seals. As Fang Chen's palms formed seals, countless strange auras shot out from his palms, echoing with the broken sky-severing void array. The sky-severing void array that was about to collapse actually glowed with vitality at this moment. Seeing this scene, the priest's face changed drastically, and he cried out in a low voice. Fang Chen had already thought of a countermeasure. If the sky-severing void array could defeat the priest, it would be even better. However, if the sky-severing void array could not defeat the opponent, then he still had a trump card. This trump card was also a nightmare for Fang Chen, because it would backfire. However, at this moment, Fang Chen did not care so much. He forcibly increased the power of the sky-severing void array. Boom! The sky-severing void array was quickly restored, and the energy in the array was constantly tumbling. In the blink of an eye, the sky-severing void array was restored to its original state, and its power was much stronger than before. A powerful aura filled the entire trading city. At this moment, even the priest's face changed drastically. He felt a trace of danger, which meant that the array that Fang Chen had set up now was beyond his imagination. Void plundering array. Suddenly, Fang Chen opened his eyes, and at that moment, the world changed color. A majestic aura swept out from the array. At this time, the array was no longer the original sky-severing void array, but an upgraded version of the void plundering array. An intermediate profound level array. Seeing this array, the priest's face changed drastically. He controlled the bloody soul extinguishing array with all his strength, wanting to destroy Fang Chen's array in one fell swoop. However, it was too late. In the basics of arrays scroll, Fang Chen found a trick about the sky-severing void array that was, at a critical moment, using precious materials as the foundation to forcibly increase the power of the array. The sky-severing void array could intercept the power of heaven and earth, while the void-plundering array could be seen from the literal meaning. The former intercepted, while the latter directly plundered. The void-plundering array was more domineering and fierce than the sky-severing void array. Hiss. When the void-plundering array was formed, the priest felt that the bloody aura in his bloody soul-extinguishing array was forcibly plundered by Fang Chen's array. What kind of array is this? The priest's heart was in turmoil. He had never seen such a powerful array. The advantage that he had just established was gone. In a flash, the two sides exchanged roles. The moment the void-plundering array appeared, the priest's bloody soul-extinguishing array showed signs of being unable to resist. Countless warriors around widened their eyes and looked at this scene in disbelief. It was too exciting, too wonderful. A battle between array masters could actually reach such a level. Hongwu and Jin Zhong's faces were gloomy, and they were a little nervous. I don't believe that you can break my bloody soul-extinguishing array. The priest was unwilling to give up and roared loudly. His bloody soul-extinguishing array was fully activated to resist the void-plundering array. Fang Chen's face was a little pale. This was because he had forcibly arranged the void-plundering array. However, after perceiving the power of the void-plundering array, Fang Chen was relieved. He would not lose today's battle. Hiss. The void-plundering array was constantly plundering the bloody aura in the bloody soul-extinguishing array. The two arrays were resisting each other. In the beginning, the bloody soul-extinguishing array was able to resist the attack of the void-plundering array, but after a minute, it was unable to resist. The void-plundering array actually plundered the array foundation of the bloody soul-extinguishing array. Crash. A sorcerer's heart was plundered by the void-plundering array and then devoured. Following that, one sorcerer's heart after another was plundered. In the blink of an eye, half of the 108 sorcerers' hearts were gone. During this time, the bloody soul-extinguishing array's power was greatly reduced. No. The priest let out an unwilling roar. He was unable to resist the void-plundering array. He was unwilling to accept this. Just a little bit more and he would have been able to defeat an array grandmaster. At that time, his name would have spread throughout the Five Elements province. To be recorded in the history of the Five Elements province was the highest honor for a warrior. Chapter 637. The sudden change left all the martial artists dumbfounded. They were incomparably shocked. The void-plundering array showed itself in front of the world in an unparalleled manner, easily plundering the 108 adept hearts of the bloody soul-destroying array. These were the painstaking efforts of the priest. However, they were mercilessly plundered by the void-plundering array. It's time to end this. When the void-plundering array had completely plundered the wizard hearts of the bloody soul-extinguishing array, Fang Chen let out a low roar. The void-plundering array directly enveloped the priest and plundered his soul power. Stop! Seeing this, Jin Zhong and Hong Wu roared and attacked Fang Chen at the same time. They wanted to force Fang Chen to give up on the void-plundering array. I can't accept this. Within the array, the priest roared. He used all his strength and displayed his strongest attack. With the help of Hong Wu and Jin Zhong, he finally escaped from the void-plundering array. Supported by Hong Wu and Jin Zhong, the priest's face was pale. His soul was severely injured and his breath was weak. Priest, how are you? Jin Zhong asked in a low voice. I won't die, the priest said with difficulty. How could this be? Hong Wu's face was full of disbelief as she muttered to herself. At this time, Fang Chen removed the void-plundering array. After all, forcibly using this array would cause a backlash to the warrior. Fang Chen would also be injured. Therefore, after seriously injuring the priest, Fang Chen decisively removed the void-plundering array. Seeing Fang Chen remove the void-plundering array, Hongwu took the lead and wanted to rush over to kill Fang Chen. However, how could the latter not be prepared? With a flick of his wrist, an illusion array enveloped him and Li Xiaoke. Hongwu was blocked outside the array and could not enter it. Hongwu, come back. The priest used all his strength and roared loudly. He had personally experienced Fang Chen's strength. With Hongwu's strength, she would not have any advantage against this person. Hearing this, Hongwu reluctantly returned to the priest's side. This person is too strong. We are no match for him. Let's go, the priest said in a low voice. Jin Zhong and Hongwu looked at each other. Finally, they glared at Fang Chen fiercely and then left the trading city. Boy, I will kill you someday. Hongwu did not forget to leave behind a ruthless sentence before leaving. After seeing the three of them leave, Fang Chen, who was in the illusion array, breathed a sigh of relief. He had consumed a lot of his strength and was not suitable for battle. Therefore, he arranged the illusion array to block Hongwu and Jin Zhong's attack. After the three of them left, Fang Chen was of the void of the array illusion array. It was quite easy to maintain this illusion formation. Stay in the formation for now. I need to recover my strength. After Fang Chen said that, he sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. At this time, Little Mouse appeared from Fang Chen's spatial ring. After knowing that his boss was fine, he said a few words to Li Xiaoke and hurried back to the territory. In the territory of the Flying Rat Clan, there was a shocking battle going on. Under the leadership of the Leopard King, the Blazing Fire Golden Leopard Clan started a war against the Flying Rat Clan while Little Mouse was away. The battle had been going on for a few days. The Flying Rat Clan could not hold on any longer. In a certain open space, the Leopard King was fighting the Tiger King and the Flying Rat King. The two kings had to work together to stop the Leopard King. It was enough to show the Leopard King's strength. However, the members of the Blazing Fire Golden Leopard Clan were generally stronger than the Flying Rat Clan and the Tiger Clan. Therefore, the current scene was that the members of the Blazing Fire Golden Leopard Clan were slaughtering the members of the two clans. In the territory, there were many corpses of the two clans. Seeing this scene, the Flying Rat King and the Tiger King were very anxious. However, there was nothing they could do. The two of them were entangled by the Leopard King and could not help at all. Leopard King, when the boss comes back, you are dead. The Flying Rat King shouted as he fought. That's right. Leopard King, it's not too late to stop now. Otherwise, there will be no turning back. The Tiger King also said in a deep voice. The Leopard King waved his claws and two balls of flames shot towards the two kings. He said with disdain, a mere rat and you call him boss. How embarrassing. The Leopard King did not know how powerful the Little Mouse was. Naturally, he was not afraid of the Little Mouse. Today, he was determined to destroy the Flying Rat Clan and then the Tiger Clan to occupy these two territories. At this moment, the Little Mouse was on the way back. If it had not received news that something had happened to the territory, the Little Mouse would not have left Fang Chen in such a hurry. The battle continued for an entire day and night. The Flying Rat Clan was almost completely wiped out. As for the Tiger Clan, they had also suffered heavy casualties. If the Tiger King and the Flying Rat King had not worked together to restrain the Leopard King, the two clans would have been wiped out long ago. At a certain moment, the Leopard King suddenly launched a fierce attack, forcing the Tiger King and the Flying Rat King to retreat. He wanted to kill them. The two of you can go die now, said the Leopard King. Dense flames appeared around the Panther King's body. The temperature of the air around it rose rapidly. He used his full strength to attack the Tiger King and the Flying Rat King. The two kings were forced to retreat step by step. Just as they were about to be completely suppressed by the Leopard King, a powerful aura suddenly appeared, shocking the Leopard King. Sensing this aura, the Flying Rat King and the Tiger King exchanged a smile. They had finally managed to hold on until their boss returned. Leopard King, it's time for you to die, said the Flying Rat King with difficulty. Crash. The Little Mouse had just appeared when the Flying Rat King's voice rang out. It stood in front of the Tiger King and the Flying Rat King. Its pitch-black eyes stared at the Leopard King. It icily said, "You're the Leopard King? You're the trash boss they were talking about?" asked the Leopard King. The Little Mouse looked at the two clans that had suffered heavy casualties. Flames of fury burned in its heart, and a cold killing intent appeared in its eyes. "The two of you, go and help them," said the Little Mouse in a deep voice. The Flying Rat King and the Tiger King heard it, and their figures flashed as they joined the battle of the ordinary members. With the Flying Rat King and the Tiger King joining in, the members of the Blazing Fire Golden Body Leopard clan continuously let out blood-curdling screams. "You're courting death." Seeing this, the Leopard King was enraged and attacked the little mouse. The little mouse's body emitted a purple halo. It opened its little claws and engaged in a fierce battle with the Leopard King. The Leopard King's cultivation was only at the second level of the spiritual vortex realm. It was impossible for him to kill the little mouse. Crack! The little mouse dodged the Leopard King's powerful attack in an unimaginable manner. Then, it opened its little mouth and bit the Leopard King's body. Instantly, the Leopard King felt pain all over his body. He subconsciously looked at his wound and realized that a piece of flesh had been bitten off by the little mouse. Damn it! The Leopard King was enraged. At the same time, he stared at the little mouse's teeth. The Blazing Fire Golden Body Leopard's strongest point was its physical defense. However, it was powerless against the little mouse's teeth. "I'm going to kill you." The Leopard King roared furiously. The little mouse sneered and said, "Leopard King, you're too ignorant." Suddenly, an ancient bloodline aura emerged from the little mouse's body and instantly filled the area. When all the ancient giant beasts felt the bloodline aura, they all prostrated themselves on the ground and trembled. This was the fear that came from the depths of the bloodline. It was the absolute suppression of the bloodline. Even the Leopard King felt a trace of fear. Its bloodline was uncontrollably tumbling and its body was trembling. How is bloodline suppression possible? The Leopard King's pupils shrank as he cried out involuntarily. Bloodline suppression. Only a high-grade bloodline could suppress a low-grade bloodline. The Leopard King's bloodline was an ancient bloodline. How powerful was the bloodline that could suppress it? The absolute suppression of the bloodline greatly reduced the Leopard King's battle strength. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the little mouse fought back and bit the Leopard King's body with big mouths. In a short while, the Leopard King's body was badly damaged. Its entire body was bleeding and it let out a miserable cry. Under the suppression of the bloodline, the Leopard King was unable to block the little mouse's attack. Bang! In the end, the little mouse sent the Leopard King flying with a kick. At this moment, the Leopard King no longer had its previous bravery. It curled up on the ground and trembled. "Let me go. I can pledge my loyalty to you." The Leopard King begged for mercy. Under the suppression of the bloodline, it was no match for the little mouse. "When you attacked this place, did you think of the consequences?" The little mouse coldly said. The Leopard King fell into silence and no longer spoke. In the human world, the strong were respected. In the world of demonic beasts, the strong were respected. The Leopard King had lost. It had lost completely and could only be dealt with by the little mouse. When the Flying Rat King and Tiger King saw this, they cheered loudly. After the little mouse withdrew its bloodline aura, the Flying Rat King ran over and asked, "Boss, what should we do with them?" "Kill them." The little mouse said, "If you follow me, I'll guarantee your safety. Anyone who dares to attack my subordinates won't have a good ending." The little mouse's words directly sentenced the Blazing Fire Golden Body Leopards to death. The Leopard King was unresigned and was killed by the Flying Rat King. As for the Blazing Fire Golden Body Leopards, they were all killed by the Tiger King. In the end, they took over the Blazing Fire Golden Body Leopards' territory and expanded it once more. The entire territory was bustling with noise and excitement. At this time, the exchange pool was also in an uproar. Although Fang Chen had defeated the priest for over a day, the excitement still hadn't died down. Many martial artists only looked at the result. They believed that Fang Chen had won. As for Fang Chen, he knew that he hadn't won that battle. Chapter 638. Countless martialists were discussing this on the streets of the trading city. Although a few days had passed, there were still endless discussions about Fang Chen in the trading city. Whenever Fang Chen was mentioned, countless warriors would think of his battle with the priest. Using formations to fight was too shocking. At this time, in a spacious area of the trading city, there was a hazy illusory formation. Within the illusory formation, Fang Chen sat cross-legged while Li Xiaoke stood beside him, waiting for Fang Chen to recover from his injuries. Suddenly, Fang Chen opened his eyes. A strong aura surged from his body, and he was in high spirits. When Li Xiaoke saw this, a smile appeared on her face. Looking at Fang Chen's appearance, he should have completely recovered. Fang Chen, are you okay? Li Xiaoke looked at Fang Chen and asked apologetically. All of this happened because of her. If she didn't like the 10,000-year-old warm jade, Fang Chen wouldn't have had a conflict with Hongwu, and the subsequent series of events wouldn't have happened. Hearing this, Fang Chen raised his head. In his dark eyes, there was a trace of a smile. You don't have to blame yourself. This matter isn't your fault. Fang Chen stood up slowly. The battle with the priest had caused him to suffer a backlash. Fortunately, he had fully recovered after recuperating. Fang Chen had also gained a lot from the battle with the priest. In particular, his understanding of formations had deepened. As Fang Chen spoke, he shook his wrist and removed the illusory formation. In an instant, the trading city appeared in front of Fang Chen. What are we going to do next? Li Xiaoke asked. Go out and look for opportunities, Fang Chen said. For the time being, Fang Chen's cultivation had reached a bottleneck. He wouldn't be able to break through for a while, so he went out to look for opportunities. After Fang Chen and Li Xiaoke appeared on the streets of the trading city, countless warriors stopped in their tracks to look at them. Of course, to be exact, they were looking at Fang Chen. Their eyes were filled with passion as they looked at Fang Chen. An array grandmaster, even in the Five Elements province, had a very revered status. Moreover, Fang Chen was so young. He might even be accepted by the Five Elements Academy. In short, his future was limitless. When he was about to reach the city gate, Fang Chen met Zhong Yu and Feng Yunzhong. Brother Fang, have you fully recovered? Feng Yunzhong laughed mischievously. Brother Fang, I'm afraid there's no one within 100 miles who doesn't know your name. Even the warriors in the cities near the trading city know your name, Zhong Yu said with a smile. As early as Fang Chen defeated the priest, his reputation had already spread. When Fang Chen heard this, he grinned. From his conversation with Zhong Yu and Feng Yunzhong, he learned that the two of them were going out of the city. Brother Fang, do you have anything to do next? Feng Yunzhong asked. Fang Chen shook his head. When Feng Yunzhong saw this, he was overjoyed. He immediately said, Brother Fang, the two of us discovered a mutated ancient beast in a mountain range 100 miles away from the trading city. This ancient beast's body seems to contain a trace of the undying bird's bloodline. The two of us are preparing to capture and kill this demonic beast. Are you interested in coming with us? The reason Feng Yunzhong said this was because they didn't have much confidence in that mutated ancient beast, so they wanted to invite Fang Chen. Mutated ancient beast? Fang Chen was a bit puzzled. It's a huge underworld void bird, Zhong Yu said solemnly. Underworld void bird? When Fang Chen heard these three words, he was also startled. Before entering the bloody battle space, Fang Chen had read a book about the bloody battle space, which had introduced the countless ancient beasts that lived in the bloody battle space. Among them was the underworld void bird. It was said that the underworld void bird race was very rare and also very powerful. The underworld void bird's bloodline was very powerful. There were many bird-type demonic beasts in the world, and a large portion of them possessed the underworld void bird's bloodline. Just the underworld void bird was already very powerful. He hadn't expected Zhong Yu and Feng Yunzhong to discover a mutated underworld void bird. What shocked Fang Chen the most was that this mutated underworld void bird actually possessed a trace of the undying bird's bloodline. Are you sure? Fang Chen asked. The undying bird was also an ancient divine beast that stood at the peak of the demonic beast world. As for the legends of the undying bird, everyone had only read about it in ancient books. As for the real undying bird, no one had ever seen it. Even an expert like Ancestor Bronze had never seen a real undying bird. The mutated underworld void bird is very powerful. We didn't dare to get close. We only observed it from a distance. I'm 80% sure that it possesses the undying bird's bloodline, Feng Yunzhong said in a low voice. Fang Chen nodded when he heard this. As experts on the hidden dragon list, they must have some unknown treasures on them. Feng Yunzhong and Zhong Yu were able to detect the undying bird's bloodline in the mutated underworld void bird. Fang Chen wasn't curious at all. After receiving Feng Yunzhong's confirmation, Fang Chen became even more curious about this mutated undying bird. Okay, I'll go with you, Fang Chen said. The undying bird was said to be an ancient divine beast that lived in flames. It was said that every undying bird could completely master the great Tao of fire. If this mutated underworld void bird really possessed the undying bird's bloodline, even if it was very rare, it was enough to benefit Fang Chen and the others. After Fang Chen agreed, Feng Yunzhong and Zhong Yu's faces lit up. After that, the four of them discussed for a while, and then quickly left the trading city. After Fang Chen and the others left the trading city, an ordinary-looking martialist appeared out of nowhere and stood on the street. He took out a communication jade pendant and said in a low voice, "Fang Chen has left the trading city." After saying that, the martialist disappeared from the trading city. At the same time, four figures were sitting cross-legged on a secluded mountain peak. Fang Chen knew three of them. They were the Array Grandmaster's priest, Jin Zhong, Hong Wu, and the last person. He looked very ordinary, but the three of them were very respectful to him. The four of them were chatting when suddenly, Jin Zhong's communication jade pendant rang. Immediately after, Jin Zhong received news that Fang Chen had left. Fang Chen has left the trading city. Jin Zhong's eyes were solemn as he said in a low voice. He has left. Hong Wu was very excited when she heard this. She immediately wanted to stand up, but was stopped by the ordinary-looking martialist. Hong Wu, don't be so excited. Brother Kuan, how can I not be excited? This is a great opportunity to kill him. Hong Wu said. Zhu Kunshan, ranked 35th on the Hidden Dragon ranking. His cultivation base had reached the late second level of the condensing reality realm. Although his ranking was relatively low, he had a shocking assassination skill. There were many martialists in the five-element state who would pay Zhu Kunshan to kill their enemies. And this time, after the priest was defeated, the first person the three of them thought of was Zhu Kunshan. Because of Hong Wu and Luo Zhongtian's relationship, Zhu Kunshan readily agreed to their request and agreed to help them kill Fang Chen. Moreover, he did not charge them any fees. This made the three of them very happy. With Zhu Kunshan's help, Fang Chen would definitely die. Brother Kuan Shan, we will listen to you. The priest said in a low voice. The battle that day was a huge blow to him, but fortunately, he managed to endure the pressure in his heart. You guys wait here for my good news. Zhu Kunshan stood up and said with a smile. With Brother Kuan Shan's help, this kid will definitely die. But Brother Kuan Shan, you have to be careful of this kid's array. Jin Zhong warned. Zhu Kunshan nodded, then looked at Hong Wu and said, Sister Hong Wu, when you see Luo Zhongtian, remember to tell him for me. Brother Kuan, don't worry. When I see Zhongtian, I will tell him about you. Hong Wu said. Hearing this, Zhu Kunshan was very happy. His figure flashed and disappeared into the void. The three of them looked at each other, their eyes filled with unconcealable shock. Zhu Kunshan disappeared in front of their eyes, but they did not notice at all. This was the power of the assassination king, Zhu Kunshan. Fang Chen's group of four hurried and finally arrived at the mountain range that Feng Yunzhong had mentioned. At this time, they had no idea that they had already been targeted by the Hidden Dragon rankings assassination king, Zhu Kunshan. This is the mountain range where we found the dark void bird? Fang Chen asked. Feng Yunzhong nodded and said, yes, this is the place. The four of them paused for a moment, then entered the mountain range. As soon as they entered the mountain range, Fang Chen felt that something was wrong. This mountain range gave people a very strange feeling. Everyone be careful. Fang Chen warned. After the four of them walked for an hour, Fang Chen suddenly stopped in his tracks. Brother Fang, what is it? Feng Yunzhong asked curiously. Fang Chen closed his eyes and used his early yellow rank soul to carefully examine the surroundings. After a long time, Fang Chen opened his eyes. His expression was incomparably grave as he said in a low voice, the temperature in the mountain range has increased. That mutated dark void bird should be nearby. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the other three's expressions instantly became grave as they looked around. Let's go. Fang Chen waved his hand and continued forward. Fang Chen possessed the concept of fire, so he was very sensitive to the fire element in the air. While the others were unaware, he had already sensed the scorching temperature in the air. Following the guidance of the scorching temperature, Fang Chen quickly rushed into the depths of the mountain range. At this time, in the deepest part of the mountain range, there was a huge bird-type demonic beast on top of a bluestone. This bird-type demonic beast's entire body was pitch black, but its eyes were filled with a scorching aura. The temperature in the air around the bluestone was extremely scorching. The lake to the side had completely evaporated, but this ordinary bluestone was actually able to withstand the scorching temperature. If one looked carefully, they would discover that this bird-type demonic beast was intentionally controlling the scorching aura it emitted. Chapter 639. When Fang Chen's group of 4 reached a certain depth, they stopped. They didn't dare act rashly. The temperature here has risen sharply. If my guess is correct, the mutated dark void bird you spoke of should be nearby, said Fang Chen gravely. Zhong Yu and Feng Yunzhong also carefully looked around. Although they didn't find any traces of the dark void bird, they could feel a scorching aura. Brother Fang, are we going straight ahead? Asked Zhong Yu. Fang Chen shook his head. The mutated dark void bird is abnormally strong. We can't fight it head-on. Then how do we catch it? Asked Feng Yunzhong. Li Xiaoke smiled brightly and reminded them, have you forgotten that Fang Chen is a formation master? Zhong Yu and Feng Yunzhong were enlightened by Li Xiaoke's reminder. They gave Fang Chen a thumbs up. Brother Fang, we'll be relying on you to catch the dark void bird this time. Fang Chen nodded and said, I need to make some preparations. You guys protect me. Fang Chen began to organize the materials in his interspatial ring. If he wanted to fight the mutated dark void bird, he had to set up a mid-tier profound void plundering formation. Only the void plundering formation could withstand the mutated dark void bird's attack. Of course, setting up the void plundering formation required a lot of materials. Fang Chen checked to see if he had enough. Before long, Fang Chen finished checking. The materials in the interspatial ring were enough for him to set up another void plundering formation. Fang Chen then began to set up the void plundering formation. At that moment, Ancestor Bronze spoke from within the python sword. Use the purple crystal as the base and the purple crystal soulstone as the core of the formation. Fang Chen was startled by Ancestor Bronze's words. Ancestor, have you discovered something? Ancestor Bronze was silent for a moment. I've discovered the mutated dark void bird you spoke of. How strong is it? Asked Fang Chen hurriedly. Although Ancestor Bronze was just a wisp of remnant consciousness, it was still far stronger than Fang Chen's yellow-level soul. At the very least, Fang Chen couldn't find the exact location of the mutated nethervoid bird, but Ancestor Bronze could. You are no match for it. You can only place your hopes on the void plundering array, Ancestor Bronze said. Fang Chen nodded as he understood old Ancestor Bronze's words. Forefather Bronze had told him to use the purple crystal as the base of the formation and the purple crystal soulstone as the core of the formation. This meant that the mutated nethervoid bird was very strong. Even if the 4 of them worked together, they wouldn't be able to do anything. At the thought of this, Fang Chen's eyes turned serious as he took out the purple crystal. After checking, Xiao Chen found that there were still 290 purple crystals in his spatial ring, enough to be used as the foundation of the formation. As for purple crystal soulstones, there were still 30-odd purple crystals, enough as well. True to his word, Fang Chen began to arrange the void plundering array. Hiss hiss hiss. Fang Chen shook his wrist and immediately, 108 purple crystals flew out of the spatial ring and floated in the sky in an orderly manner. Finally, under Fang Chen's control, they drilled into the ground. Crash! When all the purple crystals drilled into the ground, suddenly, countless purple rays of light broke through the clouds and intertwined. This is the time. Fang Chen felt that the time was right. With a low shout, he placed a purple crystal soulstone into the control center of the array formation. Rumble. An earth-shattering sound suddenly spread out. The void plundering array was activated and a majestic aura swept across the land. At the same time, a loud and clear cry came from the depths of the mountain range. It was the cry of the mutated nethervoid bird. Hurry up and enter the array formation. Fang Chen shouted as he pulled the other three into the array formation. Just as Fang Chen set up the array formation, a figure suddenly appeared in the void. It was the king of assassins, Zhu Kunshan. There is a scorching aura here. Zhu Kunshan had just appeared when he sensed the scorching aura. After pondering for a moment, Zhu Kunshan's mind flashed and he was stunned. He immediately looked at the depths of the mountain range in disbelief. Could it be? Thinking of this, Zhu Kunshan was extremely excited. Then, his body flashed and he instantly flew towards the depths of the mountain range. However, after advancing for 100 meters, Zhu Kunshan stopped in his tracks. He had discovered a formation in front of him. This formation. Zhu Kunshan could feel the power of this array formation. He probed it for a while and a cold smile appeared in his eyes. Void plundering array. Zhu Kunshan said in a low voice. The purpose of his trip was to kill Fang Chen. The owner of this void plundering array was Fang Chen. Roar. A loud cry spread throughout the mountain range. Countless demonic beasts prostrated themselves on the ground. This was the suppression of bloodline. The mutated dark void bird on the bluestone was furious when it discovered that a human had intruded. It spread its wings and flew into the sky. The mutated dark void bird flew in the sky and looked down with its pitch-black eyes. It instantly discovered Zhu Kunshan outside the formation. Damn human. The mutated dark void bird spoke in a human voice. It flapped its huge wings and swooped down. Rumble. The mutated dark void bird swooped down and flapped its wings. Countless spatial currents instantly surrounded Zhu Kunshan. Not good. Zhu Kunshan shouted subconsciously. Then, his body flashed and he dodged the airflow. Bang! At the same time, the mutated dark void bird landed in front of the void plundering array. Its huge eyes stared at Zhu Kunshan and it said coldly, "Human, you dare to intrude into my territory. Are you courting death?" Zhu Kunshan steadied himself and looked at the mutated dark void bird. His eyes were filled with passion. It really is a dark void bird. I never thought that I, Zhu Kunshan, would actually encounter a dark void bird. Zhu Kunshan shouted excitedly. Crash! When the mutated nether void bird saw this, it flapped its wings. Immediately, a scorching flame aura shot towards Zhu Kunshan. Zhu Kunshan's figure flashed and disappeared into the void. When the mutated dark void bird was fighting with Zhu Kunshan, Fang Chen, who was inside the formation, saw everything clearly. "Who is fighting the mutated dark void bird?" asked Fang Chen. "I didn't think that he would also come," said Zhongyu with a grave expression. "He's the expert ranked 35th on the Hidden Dragon ranking, the king of assassins, Zhu Kunshan," said Feng Yunzhong. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhu Kunshan, who was flickering in and out of existence. "He came at just the right time. Let him fight the mutated dark void bird. Once both sides are injured, we can reap the benefits," said Li Xiaoke. Fang Chen exchanged a glance with Feng Yunzhong and then nodded. They had just finished setting up the void plundering array when Zhu Kunshan appeared. He felt that this was too much of a coincidence. However, there was no time to think about this. The mutated dark void bird was more important. Bang! Bang! After a fierce battle, Zhu Kunshan was at a disadvantage. The mutated dark void bird had actually discovered his body that was hidden in the void. The latter's attacks were very powerful. In one of the attacks, Zhu Kunshan was sent flying by the mutated dark void bird's claw. He immediately felt his blood boil. "Too strong," Zhu Kunshan said with difficulty. This mutated dark void bird was at least at the 3rd level of the spirit vortex realm. "I can't continue like this." Zhu Kunshan glanced at the void plundering array and then thought to himself. Whoosh! Zhu Kunshan once again fell into the void. This time, he didn't wait for the mutated dark void bird to attack. He appeared above the mutated dark void bird's head and a large axe appeared in his hand. He directly chopped at the mutated dark void bird. Crack! The large axe shattered and Zhu Kunshan's body was sent flying again. During this process, Zhu Kunshan used the recoil force to plunge into the void plundering array. Seeing Zhu Kunshan enter, Fang Chen and the others raised their guard and stared at Zhu Kunshan. "Fang Chen, right?" Zhu Kunshan looked at Fang Chen and asked. You saw the situation outside. How about we join forces to defeat the mutated dark void bird? Fang Chen thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. The mutated dark void bird discovered that Zhu Kunshan had entered the array and began to attack the array with all its might. Rumble. The void plundering array shook under the attack of the mutated dark void bird. However, every time it shook, a purple aura would appear from the array base and the control center of the array, stabilizing the void plundering array. The void plundering array this time was the most powerful array that Fang Chen could set up. According to Ancestor Bronze, once trapped in this array, even a third-level spirit vortex realm martial artist would not be able to break free. When the mutated dark void bird attacked the array, it discovered the purple aura. Roar. The mutated nether void bird seemed to have recognized the purple aura. Its eyes blazed with desire as dense flames surged around its body. Then, it dove into the void plundering array. I feel the aura of purple crystals. The mutated dark void bird stared at Fang Chen and the others and said coldly, "It has been a long time since I felt this aura." The mutated dark void bird sucked in the aura of purple crystals in the array and enjoyed it very much. "What should we do?" Zhong Yu asked. "Let's attack together," Zhu Kunshan said. Crash. Under Fang Chen's control, their figures instantly disappeared into the array, leaving only the mutated dark void bird covered in flames. "Humans, you have completely infuriated me. I will kill all of you and take the purple crystals here," the mutated dark void bird said coldly. As it spoke, it flapped its wings and bombarded the array with wild energy. However, at the same time, the void plundering array was also forcibly plundering the fire element aura of the mutated dark void bird. Fang Chen and the others, who were hiding in the dark, were waiting for an opportunity to act. "That mutated dark void bird is injured," Ancestor Bronze suddenly said. "It's injured?" Fang Chen was startled. "Nonsense. Otherwise, how could the few of you trap it?" Ancestor Bronze said. "Ancestor, do you have any ideas?" The mutated dark void bird was much stronger than they had imagined. He needed to ask for Ancestor Bronze's opinion. Chapter 640. In ancient times, the Kongming bird clan was extremely powerful. They claimed to be the descendants of the divine beast, the undying bird. During the dark times, they could be called emperors. From this, it could be seen how powerful the Kongming bird clan was. They had ancient bloodlines in their bodies. Some of the top geniuses in the clan could even activate the undying bird bloodline. Any Kongming bird with the undying bird bloodline would eventually become a peerless powerhouse. The Kongming bird in front of him had experienced a great battle in ancient times. Because of that, its cultivation had fallen to the spiritual vortex realm. It had been severely injured in that battle and had almost died. Although it had survived, it had taken countless years to recover from its injuries. It had been living in the bloody battle space, absorbing the ancient aura here to recover. This year, its cultivation had recovered to the third level of the spiritual vortex realm. However, the injuries from that battle back then were deeply rooted and difficult to remove. Fortunately, it would be able to return to its peak with time. In these long years, it was unwilling to be mediocre for the rest of its life. It had fought fiercely on the edge of life and death and unintentionally activated the undying bird bloodline. After activating the undying bird bloodline, it was very excited. There were very few members of the Kongming bird clan who had the undying bird bloodline. Since it could activate the undying bird bloodline, it was destined to become an emperor-like existence in the future. It would then lead the Kongming bird clan to rise again. This time, it had discovered the purple crystal and was very excited. The purple crystal was very useful for its stubborn illness. Therefore, it wanted to obtain the purple crystal at all costs. The mutated Kongming bird kept attacking the void plundering formation, and the formation was plundering the fire element aura on its body. Time passed slowly. Fang Chen did not move. He was waiting for an opportunity. He was waiting for the moment when the mutated Kongming bird exposed its injuries. Just like that, about an hour later, the opportunity finally came. The mutated Kongming bird flapped its wings. Suddenly, a powerful force bombarded the void plundering formation. At the same time, The mutated Kongming bird's left wing came to Fang Chen's side. Attack its wing with all your might. Fang Chen suddenly let out a loud roar and immediately displayed the flowing water swordsmanship. Within the formation, countless ripples of water appeared out of nowhere. They turned into cold streaks of light, stabbing towards the mutated nethervoid bird's left wing viciously. Upon hearing Fang Chen's words, Zhu Kunshan and the others launched their attacks in unison. Puchi Fang Chen controlled the void plundering array to restrain the mutated nethervoid bird's body. Although the effect was very weak, it still bought him some time. By the time the mutant nethervoid bird broke free, Fang Chen's swordlight had already pierced its wings. Roar! The mutated nethervoid bird let out a deafening roar. On its wings, ripples of water continuously extinguished the flames, causing it great pain. Bang bang bang! Before the mutated nethervoid bird could counterattack, the other four's attacks also landed on the same spot. Puchi, the mutated nethervoid bird's left wing actually started to bleed under the repeated attacks of the 5 people. Upon seeing this, the mutated nethervoid bird became even more enraged. Its left wing had been severely injured in ancient times and had yet to fully recover. It hadn't expected that these damned humans would actually attack its left wing. At this moment, the mutated nethervoid bird only wanted to kill these humans. Humans, you've successfully angered me. You're all going to die, the mutated nethervoid bird roared furiously. Attack its left wing. Under Fang Chen's command, the 5 of them attacked the mutated nethervoid bird's left wing repeatedly. The mutated nethervoid bird was furious and attacked the 5 of them. However, with Fang Chen controlling the void plundering array, the 5 of them were able to evade the attacks without suffering any real harm. This way, one side would weaken while the other would strengthen. Before long, the aura around the mutated nethervoid bird had weakened significantly. When they realized that this was effective, the 5 of them continued to increase their attacks. Fang Chen controlled the void plundering array and did his best to absorb the fire element aura around the mutated nethervoid bird's wound. In a short 15 minutes, the mutated nethervoid bird had weakened significantly. It raised its head to the sky and roared angrily to express its anger. Damn it! The mutated nethervoid bird could feel its aura fading away. It had completely sunk into a state of madness. Rumble! The flames around the mutated nethervoid bird had turned scarlet. Its body exuded an aura that made people shudder. What's going on? At the same time, Fang Chen's group of 5 felt their souls tremble. They cried out involuntarily. When the mutated nethervoid bird's body emitted that terrifying aura, all the monsters in the mountain range prostrated themselves on the ground, their bodies constantly trembling. The first to react was Fang Chen. Bloodline suppression. Following Fang Chen's roar, Zhu Kunshan seemed to have discovered something. His eyes widened as he stared at the mutated nethervoid bird. The aura of the undying bird. It actually possesses the bloodline of the undying bird. Zhu Kunshan had also gone crazy. He knew very well how precious the undying bird's bloodline was. His heart was in turmoil. If he could obtain the undying bird's essence blood, his strength would skyrocket. The undying bird's essence blood is mine, Zhu Kunshan shouted in his heart. The mutated nethervoid bird's bloodline aura shook the souls of Fang Chen's group of 5. Even the void plundering array was shaking. The void plundering array can't hold on any longer, Fang Chen shouted. Crack! As soon as Fang Chen's voice fell, many cracks appeared on the void plundering array. The 5 of them were directly exposed to the mutated nethervoid bird. Damned humans! The mutated nethervoid bird used the bloodline aura of the undying bird to suppress the 5 of them, preparing to kill them in one fell swoop. Brother Fang, we can't hold on any longer, Zhong Yu shouted. The mutated nethervoid bird was much stronger than they had imagined. Crack! As soon as Zhong Yu's voice fell, the void plundering array became even more damaged and was about to collapse. We can't let the void plundering array collapse, Zhu Kunshan roared. At the same time, a talisman appeared in his hand. You maintain the array. I'll deal with it. In order to obtain the undying bird's blood essence, Zhu Kunshan took out his trump card. This trump card was prepared to be used in the fight against the experts on the hidden dragon list. But now, he had no other choice. The undying bird's blood essence was too important to Ju Kunshan. He had to obtain it. As long as he could kill the mutated nethervoid bird, he didn't care about Fang Chen's group at all. He could easily kill them. After taking out the talisman, Ju Kunshan stepped forward and stared at the mutated nethervoid bird. Fang Chen continued to add purple crystals to fill the gaps in the array. In the blink of an eye, the broken void plundering array looked brand new again. At the same time, Ju Kunshan activated the water element talisman. A thick stream of water shot out from the talisman, forming a small lake in the air. The water in the lake kept spinning. In the end, the whirlpool fell directly on the mutated nethervoid bird. Boom! This water element talisman was a high-level talisman. It was very powerful. Ju Kunshan had discovered that water could suppress fire. That was why he had decided to take a gamble. The water whirlpool carried a powerful aura as it struck the mutated nethervoid bird. The latter did its best to resist, but it was still heavily injured by the talisman. Crack! A deafening sound echoed through the sky. The mutated nethervoid bird's body fell heavily to the ground. A large wound had appeared on its left wing. Fresh blood was flowing out of the wound. The fire element aura within the mutated nethervoid bird's body was also gradually disappearing. Under the dual attacks of the water element talisman and the void plundering array, it was finally unable to resist. I can't accept this. The fallen mutated nethervoid bird suddenly roared. Its pitch-black eyes stared at Ju Kunshan, and then it attacked Ju Kunshan with all its might. Damn it! Ju Kunshan discovered that the mutated nethervoid bird was making a final struggle. He did his best to dodge. Whoosh! A beam of light appeared within the array. In the next moment, Ju Kunshan's arm shattered, turning into a bloody mist. His body was sent flying. After the final attack, the mutated nethervoid bird's huge body also slowly fell to the ground. Its aura was weak, and it was still struggling. Human, I admit defeat, said the mutated nethervoid bird. Fang Chen's group of 4 looked at each other. Their eyes were burning with desire. Brother Fang, we actually succeeded. Ha ha ha. Feng Yunzhong laughed heartily. The undying bird's essence blood is ours, said Zhongyu excitedly. Mph, you want my undying bird's essence blood? Impossible, snorted the mutated nethervoid bird. Even if it had to die, it would die proudly. The nethervoid bird race would never lower their heads. After killing you, we'll personally take the undying bird's essence blood, said Zhongyu. Zhongyu prepared to kill the mutated nethervoid bird, but he was stopped by Fang Chen. Brother Fang, why are you stopping me? Asked Zhongyu. Even if we kill the mutated nethervoid bird, we won't be able to get the undying bird's essence blood, said Fang Chen. Oh, why is that? Asked Feng Yunzhong. The undying bird's essence blood comes from the bloodline of the ancient divine beast, the undying bird. How can such a powerful bloodline be obtained so easily? Asked Fang Chen. Then how do we get it? Asked Zhongyu. There's only one way to obtain the undying bird's essence blood. That is to obtain its acknowledgement, said Fang Chen. In truth, this was what Ancestor Bronze had told him. Hearing this, Zhongyu and Feng Yunzhong looked at each other. As for the mutated nethervoid bird, it looked at Fang Chen with surprise. I didn't think there would still be someone who knew of this method. Hearing the mutated nethervoid bird's words, Zhongyu and Feng Yunzhong believed Fang Chen. In that case, the 4 of us will rely on our own abilities, said Zhongyu. He walked in front of the mutated nethervoid bird, preparing to try and obtain its acknowledgement. Chapter 641. The strength of the mutated dark void bird exceeded everyone's expectations. However, they still managed to defeat the mutated dark void bird with their combined efforts. At the moment, the mutated dark void bird was seriously injured and had no combat power left. It posed no threat to Fang Chen and the others. The mutated dark void bird seemed to have given up on resisting. It closed its eyes and waited for death to come. There was a great hatred in its heart. It wished it could reach the peak and become an emperor, leading the dark void bird clan to rise again. Let me go first. The first to step forward was Zhongyu. He walked up to the mutated dark void bird with an excited look on his face. He followed the method Fang Chen had taught him and placed his hands on the mutated dark void bird's wound to sense the undying bird's blood. If he could sense the undying bird's blood, then he would have a chance of being recognized by the undying bird's blood essence. Otherwise, it was almost impossible. Even in ancient times, it was very difficult to gain the recognition of the undying bird's blood essence. It might even be impossible. Although Ancestor Bronze had told Fang Chen the method, he didn't think that these people would be able to obtain the undying bird's blood essence. Hiss. When Zhong Yu's hands landed on the mutated dark void bird's wound, a trace of blood was suddenly sucked into his palms. Then, Zhong Yu tried his best to sense the undying bird's blood essence. After a while, Zhong Yu shouted excitedly, "Ha ha ha! I can sense the undying bird's blood essence." When they heard Zhong Yu's shout, the other three people's expressions changed slightly. They immediately stared at Zhong Yu. Zhong Yu smiled excitedly after sensing the undying bird's blood essence. Then, he tried to obtain the undying bird's blood essence. Bang! However, just as Zhong Yu was getting excited, a powerful force came from the undying bird's blood essence and blasted Zhong Yu away. Zhong Yu's qi and blood were in turmoil as he fell to the ground. What's going on? Zhong Yu had just felt a rebounding force. He stared at the mutated dark void bird in astonishment. It's not that easy to obtain the undying bird's blood essence, the mutated dark void bird said in a low voice as it opened its eyes. Fang Chen and Feng Yunzhong looked at each other. They already knew what had just happened. It seemed that Zhong Yu had been rejected by the undying bird's blood essence. If Zhong Yu has failed, then let me try. After Feng Yunzhong spoke, he walked up to the mutant nethervoid bird and began to remove the undying bird's blood. Zhong Yu, who was rejected by the undying bird's blood essence, was clearly unwilling to accept this. He roared loudly, "Why? Why is it like this? Anyone would be like this." The undying bird's blood essence was right in front of them, but they couldn't get it. Was there anything more painful than this? However, Zhong Yu also knew that being rejected by the undying bird's blood essence meant that he had no hope of obtaining the undying bird's blood essence. His face was gloomy and he did not say a word. A minute later, just like Zhong Yu, Feng Yunzhong was also repelled by the undying bird's blood essence and blasted away. Feng Yunzhong's face was extremely gloomy, and he finally shook his head slightly. "It seems that the blood essence of the undying bird is not fated with me," Feng Yunzhong said helplessly. In the end, only Fang Chen and Li Xiaoke were left. "Xiaoke, you go first," Fang Chen said. Li Xiaoke shook her head and said, "Fang Chen, you're the main force in defeating the mutant nethervoid bird. You go first. The undying bird's blood essence belongs to me, Zhu Kunshan." Suddenly, an angry roar was transmitted into the void plunder formation. In the next moment, Zhu Kunshan staggered into the void plunder formation. His eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. "Zhu Kunshan." Feng Yunzhong saw this and called out in a low voice. "You can only obtain the undying bird's blood essence if you get its approval." Feng Yunzhong was afraid that Zhu Kunshan would attack, so he hurriedly explained. Fang Chen did not speak. Although Zhu Kunshan was strong, he was clearly injured. Moreover, he was in the void plunder formation. He was not afraid of Zhu Kunshan at all. "I'm the main force in defeating the mutant nethervoid bird. Let me try." With that, Zhu Kunshan walked up to the mutant nethervoid bird and began to try to get its approval. Bang! Zhu Kunshan's situation was even worse than Zhong Yu's. He had just arrived in front of the mutant nethervoid bird when he was sent flying by a wing. "If it weren't for your talisman, I wouldn't have been reduced to this state. Don't even think about getting the undying bird's blood essence," the mutant nethervoid bird said coldly. Zhu Kunshan was stunned when he heard this. Then, his face twisted and he roared, "The undying bird's blood essence is mine. No one can stop me." Zhu Kunshan once again arrived in front of the mutant nethervoid bird. However, he was sent flying again just like before. After 3 or 4 attempts, Zhu Kunshan finally gave up. He turned to look at Fang Chen and said in a deep voice, "Kid, go and try." Zhu Kunshan's intention was obvious. He wanted Fang Chen to try. If he succeeded, he would steal the undying bird's blood essence from Fang Chen. Zhu Kunshan was the strongest person in the void plundering array, so he had the final say. Fang Chen nodded when he saw this. He walked over to the mutant nethervoid bird and sat down in a lotus position. He smiled at the bird and said, "Senior nethervoid bird, I don't want to attack you, but I really need the undying bird's blood essence. We'll talk about it after you get its approval," the mutant nethervoid bird said coldly with its eyes closed. Fang Chen nodded and placed his hands on the mutant nethervoid bird's wound. Immediately, a large amount of blood was absorbed by Fang Chen's body. After the blood of the mutant nethervoid bird entered Fang Chen's body, it tossed and turned before finally arriving at Fang Chen's golden heart. Sigh. Sigh. When the golden heart sensed the fresh blood, it suddenly started beating rapidly. Suddenly, a formless aura was emitted from Fang Chen's body and engulfed the entire area. At the same time, the golden heart quickly absorbed the blood of the mutant nethervoid bird that had entered Fang Chen's body. The mutant nethervoid bird, which had its eyes closed, suddenly sensed that something wasn't right. It immediately opened its eyes and stared carefully at Fang Chen. It could clearly sense that the undying bird's blood essence within its body seemed to be stirring restlessly. What's going on? The mutant nethervoid bird was flabbergasted. What exactly was on Fang Chen's body that could attract the undying bird's blood essence? Time passed little by little. In the blink of an eye, a quarter of an hour had passed. During this time, the golden heart had absorbed enough blood of the mutant nethervoid bird. Finally, its beating speed slowed down a lot. At the same time, the mutant nethervoid bird's body suddenly started to tremble. The undying bird's blood essence was stirring restlessly within its body, as if it wanted to rush out. The mutant nethervoid bird was actually unable to control it. "Impossible," the mutant nethervoid bird cried out involuntarily. However, it was clear that there was nothing it could do. A mass of red blood instantly shot out of its body and floated in front of Fang Chen's eyes. When this mass of blood appeared, the entire area fell into a state of silence. The majestic aura caused Zhu Kunshan and the others to feel as if their heads were about to split open. They all let out miserable cries. Fang Chen felt an ancient, vicissitude aura. His eyes lit up with excitement. "Is this the undying bird's blood essence?" Fang Chen cried out in delight. At the same time, the golden heart released a trace of a summon. It enveloped the undying bird's blood essence and started to absorb it. When the undying bird's blood essence sensed the aura of the golden heart, it didn't resist at all. It immediately burrowed into Fang Chen's body and entered the golden heart. Dong! Fang Chen felt his body instantly become scorching hot. The golden heart had undergone a huge change. The undying bird's blood essence was residing within the golden heart. It was also at this moment that the powerful pressure between heaven and earth instantly disappeared. Fang Chen's body was burning with intense flames. The power of these flames was enough to burn an ordinary first-level spirit vortex realm martial artist to death. Hiss! The intense flames surrounded Fang Chen's body, making Li Xiaoke extremely worried. Did he succeed? Zhu Kunshan muttered to himself as he stared at Fang Chen. At the same time, Fang Chen felt his fire-intent realm soar rapidly. This feeling made him feel very comfortable. The mutant nethervoid bird beside Fang Chen was completely shocked. There was actually a human martialist in this world who was compatible with the undying bird's blood essence. Boom! A deafening sound came from Fang Chen's body. Then, he realized that his fire-intent realm, which had been at the peak of the second minor boundary, had easily broken through to the third minor boundary. My fire-intent realm has broken through. Fang Chen's face was filled with surprise. The harvest this time was too great. Not only had he obtained the undying bird's blood essence, but his fire-intent realm had also successfully broken through to the third minor boundary. This was simply a double blessing. Crash! At a certain moment, Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. Two terrifying flames shot out from his eyes. Then, all the flames within the void plundering array disappeared. Fang Chen returned to his original state. He could clearly see that the undying bird's blood essence was residing within his golden heart. Fang Chen, you obtained the undying bird's blood essence. Zhu Kunshan was the first to react. He asked anxiously. Zhong Yu and Feng Yunzhong also looked curiously at Fang Chen. Their eyes were filled with excitement. Fang Chen looked at Zhu Kunshan and narrowed his eyes. He did not speak. Fang Chen, did you obtain the undying bird's blood essence? Zhu Kunshan asked in a low voice. What does that have to do with you? Fang Chen said. He could see the killing intent in Zhu Kunshan's eyes. It seemed that the latter wanted to steal his undying bird's blood essence. Then you must have obtained the undying bird's blood essence. Hand it over. You can't keep it. Zhu Kunshan spread out his hand and smiled. The undying bird's blood essence was too important to Zhu Kunshan. He had to obtain it. For this reason, he could give up on killing Fang Chen as long as he handed over the undying bird's blood essence. Chapter 642. The strength of the mutated dark void bird had exceeded everyone's expectations. However, they had still managed to defeat the mutated dark void bird with their combined efforts. At the moment, the mutated dark void bird was seriously injured and had no combat power left. It posed no threat to Fang Chen and the others. The mutated dark void bird seemed to have given up on resisting. It closed its eyes and waited for death to come. There was a great hatred in its heart. It wished it could reach the peak and become an emperor-like existence, leading the dark void bird clan to rise again. Let me go first. The first person to step forward was Zhong Yu. He walked up to the mutated dark void bird with an excited look on his face. He followed the method Fang Chen had taught him and placed his hands on the mutated dark void bird's wound to sense the undying bird's blood. If he could sense the undying bird's blood, then there would be hope for him to gain the approval of the undying bird's blood essence. On the contrary, it was almost impossible. Even in ancient times, gaining the approval of the undying bird's blood essence had been very difficult. It had even been close to impossible. Although Ancestor Bronze had told Fang Chen the method, he didn't think that these people would be able to obtain the undying bird's blood essence. Hiss. When Zhong Yu's hands landed on the mutated dark void bird's wound, a trace of blood was suddenly sucked into his palms. Then, Zhong Yu tried his best to sense the undying bird's blood essence. After a while, Zhong Yu shouted excitedly, "Ha ha ha! I can sense the undying bird's blood essence." When they heard Zhong Yu's shout, the other three people's expressions changed slightly as they stared at Zhong Yu. Zhong Yu smiled excitedly after sensing the undying bird's blood essence. Then, he tried to obtain the undying bird's blood essence. Bang! However, just as Zhong Yu was getting excited, a powerful force came out of the undying bird's blood essence and blasted Zhong Yu away. Zhong Yu's qi and blood surged as he fell to the ground. What's going on? Zhong Yu had just felt a rebounding force. He stared at the mutated dark void bird in astonishment. It's not that easy to obtain the undying bird's blood essence, the mutated dark void bird said in a low voice as it opened its eyes. Fang Chen and Feng Yunzhong looked at each other. They already knew what had just happened. It seemed that Zhong Yu had been rejected by the undying bird's blood essence. If Zhong Yu has failed, then let me try. After Feng Yunzhong spoke, he walked up to the mutant nethervoid bird and began to remove the undying bird's blood. Zhong Yu, who was rejected by the undying bird's blood essence, was clearly a little unwilling. He roared loudly, "Why? Why is it like this? Anyone would be like this." The undying bird's blood essence was right in front of them, but they couldn't get it. Was there anything more painful than this? However, Zhong Yu also knew that being rejected by the undying bird's blood essence meant that he had no hope of obtaining the undying bird's blood essence. His face was gloomy and he did not say a word. A minute later, just like Zhong Yu, Feng Yunzhong was also repelled by the undying bird's blood essence and blasted away. Feng Yunzhong's face was extremely gloomy, and he finally shook his head slightly. "It seems that the blood essence of the undying bird is not fated with me," Feng Yunzhong said helplessly. In the end, only Fang Chen and Li Xiaoke were left. "Xiaoke, you go first," Fang Chen said. Li Xiaoke shook her head and said, "Fang Chen, you are the main force in defeating the mutant nethervoid bird. You go first. The undying bird's blood essence belongs to me, Zhu Kunshan." Suddenly, an angry roar was transmitted into the void plunder formation. In the next moment, Zhu Kunshan wobbled into the void plunder formation. His eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. Ju Kunshan. Seeing this, Feng Yunzhong called out in a low voice. You can only get the undying bird's blood essence if you get its approval. Feng Yunzhong was afraid that Ju Kunshan would attack, so he hurriedly explained. Fang Chen did not speak. Although Ju Kunshan was strong, he was clearly injured and was in the void plunder formation. He was not afraid of Ju Kunshan at all. I am the main force in defeating the mutant nethervoid bird. Let me try. With that, Ju Kunshan walked up to the mutant nethervoid bird and began to try to get its approval. Bang! Ju Kunshan's situation was even worse than Zhong Yu's. He had just arrived in front of the mutant nethervoid bird when he was sent flying by a wing. If your talisman had not injured me, I would not have been reduced to this state. You can forget about getting the undying bird's blood essence, the mutant nethervoid bird said coldly. Hearing this, Ju Kunshan was stunned. Then, his face twisted and he roared angrily, the undying bird's blood essence is mine. No one can stop me. Ju Kunshan came in front of the mutant nethervoid bird again, but he was sent flying again just like before. After 3 or 4 times, Ju Kunshan finally gave up. He turned to look at Fang Chen and said in a deep voice, Kid, go and try. Ju Kunshan's intention was obvious. He wanted Fang Chen to try. If he succeeded, he would steal the undying bird's blood essence from Fang Chen. Ju Kunshan was the strongest person in the void plundering array, so he had the final say. Fang Chen nodded when he saw this. He walked up to the mutated nethervoid bird and sat down cross-legged. He smiled at the mutated nethervoid bird and said, Senior nethervoid bird, I don't want to attack you, but I really need the undying bird's essence blood. Wait until you get its approval, the mutant nethervoid bird said coldly with its eyes shut. Fang Chen nodded and placed his hands on the mutant nethervoid bird's wound. Immediately, a large amount of blood was sucked into Fang Chen's body. After the blood of the mutant nethervoid bird entered Fang Chen's body, it tossed and turned before finally arriving at Fang Chen's golden heart. Sigh. Sigh. When the golden heart sensed the fresh blood, it suddenly started to beat rapidly. Suddenly, a formless aura emanated from Fang Chen's body and engulfed the entire area. At the same time, the golden heart quickly absorbed the blood of the mutant nethervoid bird that had entered Fang Chen's body. The mutant nethervoid bird suddenly sensed that something wasn't right. It immediately opened its eyes and stared carefully at Fang Chen. It could clearly sense that the undying bird's blood essence within its body seemed to be restless. What's going on? The mutant nethervoid bird was flabbergasted. What exactly was on Fang Chen's body that could attract the undying bird's blood essence? Time passed bit by bit. 1/4 of an hour passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, the golden heart had absorbed enough of the mutant nethervoid bird's blood. Finally, it started to beat a lot slower. At the same time, the mutant nethervoid bird's body suddenly started to tremble. The undying bird's blood essence was restless within its body, as if it wanted to rush out. The mutant nethervoid bird was actually unable to control it. Impossible. Chapter 6666569737577A772E636F6 tool 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 tool. Chapter 643. Hearing Ju Kunshan's words, Fang Chen's expression turned grave. He icily said, You won't be able to obtain the undying bird's essence blood. The mutated nethervoid bird sneered and disdainfully said, Trash like you doesn't deserve the undying bird's essence blood. After Fang Chen obtained the undying bird's essence blood, the mutated nethervoid bird's attitude toward Fang Chen had changed greatly. Seeing that Ju Kunshan wanted to steal Fang Chen's undying bird essence blood, the mutated nethervoid bird sneered. For Fang Chen to be able to obtain the undying bird's essence blood was equivalent to obtaining the ancient undying bird's approval. As a descendant of the undying bird, it naturally had to follow its ancestors' decision. Furthermore, the mutated nethervoid bird could sense that Fang Chen's body had a terrifying aura. That kind of aura was even able to attract the undying bird's essence blood. So the mutated nethervoid bird felt that Fang Chen was very mysterious. "You're just a dying bird. How dare you speak to me like that," said Ju Kunshan icily. At this moment, Ju Kunshan's ugly face was instantly revealed. Crash! Ju Kunshan's body flickered and he suddenly appeared in front of the mutated nethervoid bird. Then he used his full strength to send a punch at the mutated nethervoid bird. Bang! However, his attack was blocked by Fang Chen. "Brat, are you courting death?" asked Ju Kunshan. "What's the point of bullying an injured nethervoid bird?" As he spoke, Fang Chen placed one of his palms on the mutated dark hollow bird's body. Then, the third minor level of the concept of fire instantly opened. Countless dense fire elemental auras poured into the mutated dark hollow bird's body. The mutated nethervoid bird was a bit surprised by Fang Chen's actions, but it immediately became wild with joy. Now that it had obtained enough fire attribute energy, the mutated nethervoid bird's injuries were instantly healed. Originally, the nethervoid bird race was especially fond of fire attribute energy. Now that it was heavily injured, it urgently needed more fire attribute energy. Hiss, hiss, hiss. When Fang Chen gave it the fire element aura, the undying bird's essence blood residing in the golden heart also emitted a scorching aura. When this scorching aura entered the mutated Kongming bird's body, it instantly regained its fighting strength. "Bastard, what did you just say?" Fang Chen moved his hand away, and the mutated nethervoid bird became active again. It stared at Ju Kunshan and said coldly, "Fang Chen, are you crazy? You're actually treating it," roared Ju Kunshan furiously. "Bastard, let me kill you." The mutated nethervoid bird let out a furious roar and flapped its wings. Suddenly, a wild aura surged out from within the void plundering matrix and bombarded Ju Kunshan. Ju Kunshan, known as the King of Assassins, instantly disappeared into the void. "H. Too bad this is the void plundering array." Fang Chen sneered and said disdainfully when he saw Ju Kunshan's body disappear. In the next moment, Fang Chen activated the void plundering array to forcibly plunder Ju Kunshan's spiritual qi. Ju Kunshan's body was instantly exposed in front of the mutated nethervoid bird. The latter let out a sharp cry and its body was bathed in flames as it launched a powerful attack on Ju Kunshan. Bang! Bang! With Fang Chen's help, the mutated nethervoid bird had gained the upper hand and was constantly suppressing Ju Kunshan. As for the King of Assassins, Ju Kunshan was unable to escape within the void plundering matrix. Everything was under Fang Chen's control. "I'll kill you," roared Ju Kunshan furiously. He had already won, but at the critical moment, Fang Chen had actually played such a trick on him. His hatred and anger soared. "Die, bastard." The mutated nethervoid bird's hatred for Ju Kunshan was monstrous. Its claws clawed at Ju Kunshan's body, directly tearing it apart. The King of Assassins had fallen just like that. After Ju Kunshan died, the mutated nethervoid bird turned to look at Fang Chen. "You're pretty gutsy, brat. After healing me, aren't you afraid that I'll kill you?" Fang Chen faintly smiled. "I believe in the choice of the undying bird's essence blood. What about you?" Hearing Fang Chen's question, the mutated nethervoid bird was startled. Its eyes flashed. "You won the bet. I won't attack the owner of the undying bird's essence blood." Hearing this, Li Xiaoke let out a sigh of relief. She had been afraid that the mutated nethervoid bird would go crazy and attack them. Zhong Yu and Feng Yunzhong looked at Fang Chen with burning eyes. That was the undying bird's essence blood, and Fang Chen had obtained it just like that. However, they knew their own limits. They definitely wouldn't be stupid enough to act like Ju Kunshan and forcefully take the undying bird's essence blood. "Brat, I don't know what's in your body, but since you've been recognized by the undying bird's essence blood, I won't attack you. You can leave," said the mutated nethervoid bird. "If one day you're strong enough that you don't need the undying bird's essence blood, I hope you can return it," said the mutated nethervoid bird. A human who had been recognized by the undying bird's essence blood was equivalent to being recognized by the ancient divine beast, the undying bird. Naturally, the mutated nethervoid bird wouldn't attack him. "Many thanks, Senior." Fang Chen cupped his hands. Fang Chen waved his hand and removed the void plundering formation. The mutated nethervoid bird flapped its wings and soared into the sky. A voice entered Fang Chen's ears. "I hope we'll meet again one day." After that, the mutated nethervoid bird completely disappeared. Fang Chen stared blankly at the nethervoid bird that had disappeared. In truth, the reason he had healed the mutated nethervoid bird was because of Ancestor Bronze's guidance. Otherwise, how would Fang Chen know all this? In short, using the mutated nethervoid bird to successfully solve a problem could be considered a good thing. Brother Fang, congratulations on obtaining the undying bird's essence blood. Zhong Yu walked in front of Fang Chen and grinned. Yes, Brother Fang, you've gained a lot this time. However, since you obtained the undying bird's essence blood, can you give Zhu Kunshan's spatial ring to the two of us? Asked Feng Yunzhong. Fang Chen was startled and immediately said apologetically, "It's all thanks to the two of you that I was able to obtain the undying bird's essence blood this time. You can take Zhu Kunshan's spatial ring and we'll give each of you 1,000,000 top-grade spirit stones." After that, Fang Chen took out 2,000,000 top-grade spirit stones and handed them to the two of them. This. Zhong Yu and Feng Yunzhong looked at each other and nodded heavily. Then, Chapter 6665, 697. 3757A772E636F6 Your Majesty, 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 Your Majesty. Your Majesty, 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 Your Majesty. Chapter 644. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen had killed all the disciples of the Thunder Fantasy sect. Not even their corpses were left behind. Fiction. XS Li Xiaoke was a little worried. She reminded him, "Fang Chen, Lei Dong of the Thunder Fantasy sect is very strong. You have to be careful." The Thunder Fantasy sect was a 5-star sect. It was much stronger than a 4-star sect like the Green Lotus sect. The two were not on the same level at all. Moreover, Lei Dong was a top genius of the 5-element state. It was said that he was already in the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon list. He was a very terrifying warrior. "Don't worry. They won't know," Fang Chen said. Fang Chen deliberately used the fire concept to burn the disciples of the Thunder Fantasy sect and destroy their corpses. The bloody battle space was so big that it was impossible for the people of the Thunder Fantasy sect to know. The disciples of the Thunder Fantasy sect relied on the prestige of their sect to burn, kill, and rob in the bloody battle space. If they encountered a weak warrior, they might be able to rob the treasure. However, they were unlucky to have met Fang Chen. After killing a few disciples of the Thunder Fantasy sect, Fang Chen took Li Xiaoke and quickly left the place. In a hidden cave, Fang Chen was refining the undying bird's blood essence. Li Xiaoke was also cultivating with her eyes closed. The undying bird's blood essence contained a majestic flame aura. It was very difficult for Fang Chen to refine it. After absorbing the undying bird's blood essence, Fang Chen's fire concept reached the 3rd minor realm. The strength of the fire concept was directly related to the difficulty of refining the undying bird's blood essence. At this moment, Fang Chen's body was surrounded by thick flames. These flames had an ancient aura. As Fang Chen closed his eyes, the undying bird's blood essence in the golden heart began to rotate gradually. A trace of blood flowed out from it and finally flowed through Fang Chen's body. When the undying bird's blood essence spread to every part of Fang Chen's body, he felt very comfortable. At the same time, the golden heart was beating rapidly. It seemed to be helping Fang Chen refine the undying bird's blood essence. In the beginning, Fang Chen's refining speed of the undying bird's blood essence was very slow. However, with the help of the golden heart, the refining speed of the undying bird's blood essence became faster and faster. In the end, Fang Chen smiled excitedly. "It's just a matter of time," Fang Chen thought to himself. With the help of the golden heart, the refining of the undying bird's blood essence was on the right track. He only needed a little time to completely refine the undying bird's blood essence. At this moment, Hong Wu, Jin Zhong, and the cleric had been waiting for several days on a mountain peak in the bloody battle space. However, they still hadn't received any news from Zhu Kunshan, which made them very anxious. What's going on? Why hasn't Ju Kunshan replied yet? Hongwu asked. Could it be that Ju Kunshan still hasn't found that brat? Or could it be that Ju Kunshan is no match for that brat? The priest asked in a low voice. Jin Zhong shook his head slightly. Of the three of them, he was the clearest about Ju Kunshan's strength. As the king of assassins on the Hidden Dragon rankings, Ju Kunshan was extremely powerful. Most importantly, he could appear and disappear unpredictably. Once he hid himself in the void, even powerful martial artists wouldn't be able to sense his existence. So each of Ju Kunshan's assassinations would succeed. There was almost never a time when he failed. How about we go take a look, suggested the priest. He felt that this matter was a bit fishy. Only by personally going would he know what was going on. The three of them exchanged a glance and then reached an agreement to go to that mountain range. Several hours later, the three of them arrived at that mountain range. Because there were no longer any mutated nethervoid birds, the stifling aura within the mountain range had long since disappeared. It was just like an ordinary mountain range. The three of them directly entered the depths of the mountain range. There are traces of a battle here. Suddenly, the priest shouted. Hongwu and Jin Zhong hastily walked over to where the priest was. They were shocked to see that there was a large pit here. Furthermore, this open space was extremely damaged. It was clear that an intense battle had occurred here. It seems Ju Kunshan came here and even fought with Fang Chen. The priest closed his eyes, sensing the remnant aura of the void plundering formation in the air. Back then, he had been defeated by Fang Chen's void plundering formation. So he was very clear about the aura of this formation. There's a corpse over there. Hongwu saw a disheveled corpse beside the huge crater. The three of them immediately walked over to the corpse and examined it carefully. This is Ju Kunshan. How could it be him? Jin Zhong's heart was in turmoil when he saw Ju Kunshan's corpse. Ju Kunshan was ranked 35th on the Hidden Dragon rankings. He was much stronger than him. Yet he had died here. Could he have been killed by Fang Chen? Asked Hongwu gravely. The priest's pupils shrank. His face was filled with shock. In such a short time, Fang Chen's strength had increased once more? Damn it. Jin Zhong's expression was extremely gloomy. He had originally planned to use Ju Kunshan to assassinate Fang Chen. But he hadn't expected that even Ju Kunshan would die here. Although there was no evidence that Ju Kunshan had been killed by Fang Chen, the three of them knew that this matter couldn't be separated from Ju Kunshan. If Ju Kunshan was really killed by this kid, then his strength is too terrifying. Even if we join forces, we won't be his match, said Jin Zhong in a low voice. Are we just going to let it go? Hongwu was a bit unwilling. In such a short time, that kid's strength had reached such a level. He would definitely be a formidable opponent in the future. They had to get rid of him. The priest shook his head. As a formation grandmaster, he knew the power of a formation grandmaster best. He whispered, for the time being, it's not appropriate to confront that kid head-on. Let's leave first. In the end, the three of them left. In the hidden cave, Fang Chen was still refining the undying bird's blood essence. 3 days had passed. At a certain moment, the red flames around Fang Chen's body instantly turned into black flames. Then, the temperature in the cave instantly spread. Fang Chen's clothes instantly turned to ashes. His bronze skin was exposed to the air. His whole body was wrapped in black flames. The aura on his body was rapidly increasing. At this moment, the golden heart was beating rapidly. The undying bird's blood essence residing in the golden heart had been completely refined by Fang Chen. Countless undying bird's blood essence had been integrated into Fang Chen's body. Boom! With a loud bang, the black flames around Fang Chen disappeared instantly. Then, Fang Chen opened his eyes. The refining was successful. Fang Chen's face was full of excitement. After completely refining the undying bird's blood essence, his understanding of the fire intent realm had deepened. Fang Chen's mind moved. Suddenly, dense black flames appeared on his palm. The power of these flames was much stronger than the flames that Fang Chen had used before. This is just the most ordinary undying flame. If it can be truly transformed into the undying flame, It will be very powerful, Ancestor Bronze suddenly said. Fang Chen naturally knew what the undying flame was. It was the true flame that the ancient divine beast, the undying bird, possessed. The divine beast, the undying bird, had mastered the complete great path of fire. Its control of flames had reached an unprecedented level. The reason Fang Chen's flames had turned black was because he had refined the undying bird's blood essence. The flames had started to transform into the undying flame. Of course, it was too difficult to transform an ordinary flame into the undying flame by relying on one's own ability. In the history of the ancient Sword Continent, many geniuses had tried, but they had all failed. However, even though the black flames had just started to take shape, their power was still terrifying. Fang Chen did not think too much about Ancestor Bronze's words. He was already lucky enough to have obtained the undying bird's blood essence. As for transforming it into the true undying flame, that was still a long way off. After Fang Chen put away the black flames, he suddenly realized that his cultivation had silently reached the peak of the first level of the spiritual vortex realm. It is indeed the undying bird's blood essence. Fang Chen said excitedly. All of this was because of the undying bird's blood essence. However, before Fang Chen could finish his excitement, he suddenly heard a loud shout. He turned around and saw Li Xiaoke covering her eyes with her pale hands. She was shouting loudly. "Xiaoke, what's wrong?" Fang Chen asked curiously. Fang Chen thought that Li Xiaoke had encountered a problem with her cultivation. Hearing Fang Chen's question, Li Xiaoke's face instantly flushed red. She said softly, "Your clothes." Fang Chen subconsciously lowered his head to take a look. What he saw gave him a fright. His expression changed drastically. With a thought, he took out a set of clothes from his interspatial ring and put them on. After that, Fang Chen adjusted his emotions. Finally, he looked awkwardly at Li Xiaoke and said, "Xiaoke, I just refined the undying bird's blood essence. My clothes were burned. I didn't know." Li Xiaoke's face flushed red. She lowered her head and did not speak. An awkward atmosphere enveloped the cave. Fang Chen wanted to change the topic, but he happened to feel the change in Li Xiaoke's aura. His eyes lit up and he asked, "Xiaoke, you broke through?" Hearing Fang Chen ask about her cultivation, Li Xiaoke nodded gently and said, "Yes, I broke through." Li Xiaoke had successfully broken through to the peak of the first level of the spiritual vortex realm. This made Fang Chen very happy. "Xiaoke," Fang Chen called out. Li Xiaoke raised her head and looked at Fang Chen with her dark eyes. "Have you heard from Li Mingzhu and Lu Lianxue during this period of time?" Fang Chen asked. After entering the bloody battle space for so long, he had only met Li Xiaoke. He did not know anything about Li Mingzhu and Lu Lianxue. Hearing this, Li Xiaoke shook her head and said, "The bloody battle space is too big. The two of them should be somewhere else." Fang Chen nodded and did not say anything. He turned around and left the cave. Li Xiaoke's face was still a little hot. Looking at Fang Chen's departing figure, she had a complicated feeling that did not dissipate for a long time. "What kind of person are you?" Li Xiaoke's face was slightly hot. Her eyes were hazy as she asked softly. Chapter 645. While Fang Chen was refining the essence blood, a piece of very important news came from the northern region of the bloody battle space. As soon as the news came out, countless geniuses flocked to the northern region of the bloody battle space. On the northern plain, the old site of a dilapidated ancient sect was found. This news was too shocking. Fang Chen and Li Xiaoke also heard the news while walking in the bloody battle space. In an open space somewhere, Fang Chen and Li Xiaoke were hurrying along. "Fang Chen, are we going to the old site of the sect, too?" Li Xiaoke asked. Fang Chen nodded his head. The reason he entered the bloody battle space was to search for opportunities and constantly become stronger. After that, he would join the legendary Five Elements Academy. This time, he had finally obtained such important news. How could he not go? One had to know that those ancient supersects were all dukes that intimidated a region. Their forces were extremely tyrannical. Although no one knew why they had fallen, there were many inheritances in their sect. This was what Fang Chen wanted. Of course, There were many warriors who had the same idea as Fang Chen. They were all aiming for the inheritances in the dilapidated sect. This plain was called the Shattered Plain. It had been split into two by something, and there was a bottomless gully in the middle of the plain. The air above the gully was filled with an ancient aura. It was said that the old site of the dilapidated sect was in this gully. After several days, Fang Chen and Li Xiaoke finally arrived at the Shattered Plain. At this moment, there were countless warriors on the Shattered Plain. They were all here for the ancient sect. At the front of the Shattered Plain, there were some powerful geniuses and even some experts on the Hidden Dragon list. Behind them were some powerful warriors who couldn't make it to the Hidden Dragon list. As soon as Fang Chen arrived at the Shattered Plain, he saw a few familiar faces: Hongwu, Jin Zhong, and the Reverend. The three of them were standing quietly at the forefront of the group. Standing side by side with them were all powerful experts on the Hidden Dragon list. It seems that the super powerful warriors on the Hidden Dragon ranking are not in the north. Fang Chen squinted his eyes and said in a low voice. Fang Chen glanced around. Almost all the top experts on the Hidden Dragon ranking were not here, which meant that these geniuses were not in the north. After all, the bloody battle space was very vast. The northern region was also very far away from the other three divisions. Even if the news spread to the other three divisions, those geniuses were not willing to travel long distances to compete for the opportunity, because there were more important things waiting for them. At that moment, Hongwu, who was sitting in the front row, discovered Fang Chen. Her eyes were filled with rage. Damn it, that brat has appeared again, Hongwu said coldly. She was holding half of a fiery red whip in her hand, which had been cut in half by Fang Chen. Jin Zhong also discovered Fang Chen. His eyes flickered as he said in a low voice, "Yeah, he's here too. H, there are quite a few Hidden Dragon ranking experts here. Given his strength, he'll definitely die if he enters the sect," the Reverend said in a low voice. Hongwu and the other two didn't act rashly. However, the red-faced cultivator at the side seemed to have noticed the strangeness of the three. He immediately followed their gazes and discovered Fang Chen. "Who is he?" the red-faced warrior asked curiously. "He's a formation grandmaster," the Reverend said. Upon hearing the Reverend's words, the other warriors all looked at Fang Chen in astonishment. They had never expected that a formation grandmaster would appear here. As expected, the powerhouses on the Hidden Dragon leaderboard had different expressions when they heard the words formation grandmaster. The red-faced warrior smiled faintly and said, "If I'm not wrong, Reverend, you must have suffered a loss when he was injured." Upon hearing the red-faced warrior's words, the Reverend said in a low voice, "If I'm also a formation grandmaster, destroying him would be as easy as flipping my hand." "Reverend, stop bragging. It's ridiculous that a formation grandmaster wants to defeat a formation grandmaster," the red-faced warrior said disdainfully. Subsequently, the red-faced warrior slowly walked in front of Fang Chen under everyone's gaze. He smiled and said, "My name is Fan Xinjue. Can we be friends?" Fan Xinjue. Upon hearing this name, Fang Chen was stunned. This person was ranked 30th on the Hidden Dragon ranking. His cultivation had reached the peak of the second level of the spiritual vortex realm. It was said that he had once killed a martial artist at the third level of the spiritual vortex realm and became famous overnight. Fan Xinjue specialized in water cultivation techniques. His water cultivation technique was very powerful. Every time he attacked, it would be accompanied by majestic waves. Hence, he was known as the Wave Dew. Fan Xinjue took the initiative to greet Fang Chen because he saw his potential. To be able to become a formation grandmaster at such a young age, his future achievements would definitely be extraordinary. Such a martial artist was worthy of being friends with Fan Xinjue. Seeing Fan Xinjue's outstretched hand, Fang Chen grinned and said, "My name is Fang Chen. Fang Chen, this ancient sect is very strange. After we enter, how about we travel together?" Fan Xinjue asked. "Sure," Fang Chen said. In the front row, Hongwu and the others' faces were ashen. They wanted to kill Fang Chen, but there was nothing they could do. Rumble. Just as Fang Chen was talking to Fan Xinjue, a deafening sound suddenly came from the bottomless ravine. Following that, everyone felt the ground tremble. "What's going on?" Many martial artists cried out in panic. The expression of the hidden dragon rank expert standing in the front row flickered slightly as he gazed at the bottomless gully. All of a sudden, a beam of golden light shot out of the gully, and a floating bridge appeared in it, connecting it to the edge of the shattered plain. Could it be? Jin Zhong and the others exclaimed. Immediately, countless martial artists realized that they had to cross the pontoon bridge to enter the ancient sect. For a moment, many martial artists were eager to step onto the pontoon bridge. However, at this moment, a golden light suddenly flashed, and an ancient voice entered everyone's ears. If you want to enter my water god sect, you have to pass the pontoon bridge. This ancient voice made many martial artists cry out in surprise. They didn't know what kind of test the pontoon bridge was, but after the voice came out, they didn't say anything. Everyone looked at each other. In the end, Jin Zhong took the lead and said, "Let me, Jin Zhong, try." Because they didn't know what kind of test was on the pontoon bridge, and whether it was dangerous, Jin Zhong was willing to be the first to try. No one objected. After Jin Zhong stepped onto the pontoon bridge, he disappeared instantly. Everyone looked at the pontoon bridge in confusion. Before long, a dazzling light burst out from the pontoon bridge. In that light, a large, vigorous character vaguely appeared, Xian. Xian. What does that mean? When everyone saw the character, they exclaimed in surprise. Why would there be a character? At this moment, Jin Zhong came out. His figure flashed, and he directly jumped onto the shattered plains. In his hand was a wooden tablet with the character Xian written on it. Jin Zhong, what's going on? The priest asked first. The pontoon bridge is actually a comprehensive test for martial artists. The Water God sect has set up a total of 4 levels of tests: Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Yellow. The higher the level of the test, the greater the opportunity after entering the Water God sect, Jin Zhong said in a low voice, his face a little pale. Out of the 4 major tests of Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow, he had only barely passed the Profound grade test. This left him speechless. I see. The priest nodded. Even you could only pass the Xian level test. How strong are the Earth level and Heaven level tests? Hong Wu asked coldly. Instantly, countless martial artists on the shattered plains began to discuss spiritedly. They were all trying to figure out what this so-called pontoon bridge test was all about. After a brief commotion, the priest made his move. The priest was a formation grandmaster. Although his fighting strength was definitely not as good as Jin Zhong's, his comprehensive fighting strength was still extremely formidable. At this moment, Fang Chen and Fan Xinjue arrived at the back of the shattered plains side by side. The two of them were discussing. Brother Fang, what kind of test do you think the priest will pass? Fan Xinjue asked. It might be the Earth level test, Fang Chen said. He had fought the priest head-on before, and had to admit that the priest was a genius in formations. If he hadn't suppressed the priest with his attainment in formations, he would have been the one to lose that day. Oh, Brother Fang thinks so highly of the priest. Fan Xinjue was a little surprised. Before long, the priest came out. He had really passed the Earth level test. His vigorous and powerful Earth character in the sky illuminated the entire land. The priest held the wooden tablet with the character Earth in his hand, his face full of excitement. The Water God sect had 4 major tests in total. Since he had passed the second major test, he should be able to obtain a lot of treasures. I wonder who among you will be able to pass the Heaven level test. The priest looked at Fang Chen as he spoke. After the priest passed the test, one hidden dragon ranking expert after another took the pontoon bridge test. Several of them passed the Xian level test, while 2 passed the Earth level test. They were Fan Xinjue, who was ranked 30th, and Shuo He, who was ranked 32nd. In just an hour, all of the hidden dragon ranking experts had passed the pontoon bridge test. Now, it was time for the ordinary disciples to take the pontoon bridge test. So far, only Fan Xinjue, Shuo He, and the priest had passed the Earth level test. As for the others, they had all passed the Xian level test. After Fan Xinjue came out of the pontoon bridge, he looked at Fang Chen and said, Brother Fang, why don't you go try it? Fang Chen nodded and took a step forward, stepping into the pontoon bridge. The pontoon bridge test isn't a joke. It'll be ridiculous if you accidentally lose your life, said Hong Wu coldly. Her heart was filled with hatred for Fang Chen. She wished that Fang Chen would die in the pontoon bridge test. Chapter 646. After Fang Chen stepped onto the pontoon, his figure disappeared in an instant. Shihuan net when he saw his surroundings clearly, he found himself in a hazy sealed space. In this sealed space, there was only extremely dense spiritual energy. This place seems like a battlefield, Fang Chen muttered to himself. Crash. At this moment, a golden light suddenly appeared, followed by the appearance of a warrior. This warrior's face was stiff, without any signs of life. It was a puppet. A puppet, Fang Chen exclaimed in a low voice. Human, I am a yellow-grade puppet. Defeat me and you will be able to challenge a black-grade puppet, the yellow-grade puppet said in a low voice. Hearing this, Fang Chen instantly understood. So the so-called test of the pontoon was to defeat the puppet in front of him. Just as Fang Chen stared at the puppet, the yellow-grade puppet instantly launched a fierce attack. Bang! In his haste, Fang Chen exchanged a punch with the puppet. In an instant, the puppet's body was sent flying. It's not that strong, Fang Chen muttered, and then a dense black flame appeared around his body. He clenched his fist, and the black flame wrapped around his fist as he threw a punch at the yellow-grade puppet. Bang! Without any fancy movements, Fang Chen's simple punch directly landed on the puppet's body. Suddenly, the black flame from his fist was transmitted into the puppet's body. Crack! Fang Chen heard a cracking sound, and then the yellow-grade puppet actually shattered in front of him. Looking at the shattered puppet, Fang Chen was speechless. This puppet was too weak. Just as Fang Chen was thinking, a dazzling light suddenly shot out. Then, a puppet appeared. Human, you have damaged the yellow-grade puppet. You will be punished by the Water God sect, the puppet said. Punishment won't happen, right? Fang Chen was a little speechless. Could it be that he could only defeat the puppet, but not damage it? However, the puppet didn't give Fang Chen any chance to explain, and directly said, Human, the Water God sect's punishment is to accept the heavenly trial. If you fail, you will be directly kicked out of the Water God sect. If you win, you will receive a heaven-grade wooden token. Hearing the puppet's words, Fang Chen was speechless. Didn't he just damage a yellow-grade puppet? The Water God sect actually sent a heaven-grade puppet to fight him. Even Fan Xinjue could only defeat an earth-grade puppet. One could imagine how strong a heaven-grade puppet was. Even Fang Chen didn't have any confidence in defeating it. However, he had no choice but to brace himself and fight. Ha! The heaven-grade puppet bellowed and suddenly launched a fierce and overbearing attack. Water ripples appeared in the air, and then the heaven-grade puppet's palm. The ripples turned into a long spear directly pierced towards Fang. How is this possible? Seeing the heaven-grade puppet's technique, Fang Chen was completely shocked. What kind of sect was the Water God sect? Even a puppet could control the water element aura like this, and it could even turn water ripples into a weapon at will. As expected of the Water God sect's heaven-grade puppet, it was too overbearing. Although he was shocked, Fang Chen was still the fastest to act. He used the flowing water sword technique. In the sealed space, water ripples constantly emerged, and finally turned into sword light that pierced towards the long spear. Bang! Under Fang Chen's gaze, the long spear directly pierced through Fang Chen's sword light and rapidly shot towards Fang Chen. At this moment, Fang Chen discovered that the illusory long sword actually contained the concept of water. Was this heaven-grade puppet so heaven-defying? Void plundering array. Fang Chen knew that it was impossible to defeat the heaven-grade puppet with just the flowing water sword technique, so he did not hesitate to set up the void plundering array. Of course, this time, Fang Chen used supreme-grade spirit stones to set up the array. Even if he was a tycoon, he did not have that many purple crystal stones, and purple crystal stones were so valuable. Crash! After the void plundering array appeared, it immediately enveloped the heaven-grade puppet. However, the heaven-grade puppet did not change at all. It still controlled the concept of water, and launched a fierce attack on Fang Chen. Hiss! Fang Chen controlled the void plundering array and constantly plunder the heaven-grade puppet's water concept. The heaven-grade puppet seemed to have realized this, and its attacks on Fang Chen became even fiercer. Flowing water sword technique. The entry-level flowing water sword technique was displayed to the extreme by Fang Chen. Countless sword lights of water suddenly shot out and collided with the heaven-grade puppet's water spear. With the void plundering array, Fang Chen could clearly feel that the concept of water on the heaven-grade puppet was slowly dissipating. Without the support of the concept of water, the heaven-grade puppet was just SOSO. After discovering this, Fang Chen adopted a roundabout strategy. He did not meet the heaven-grade puppet head-on. Instead, he constantly dodged. At the same time, he urged the concept of fire to use the black flames to attack the heaven-grade puppet. Of course, the biggest threat to the heaven-grade puppet was the void plundering array. The void plundering array was constantly absorbing the concept of water on the puppet's body. After a short while, the puppet became much weaker. After 3 minutes, the heaven-grade puppet's combat strength had dropped to the level of an earth-grade puppet. This allowed Fang Chen to defeat it very easily. Boom! When Fang Chen defeated the heaven-grade puppet, a golden light rushed out of the pontoon. At this time, on the shattered plane, everyone was curiously staring at the pontoon. Fang Chen had been in there for a long time, but he still had not come out. What was going on? Humph, he hasn't come out for such a long time. Did he die in the pontoon test? Hong Wu's eyes flickered as she said coldly. Even if it's an earth-grade test, it shouldn't have taken so long. The priest was a little confused. Jin Zhong gazed at the pontoon and said in a low voice, maybe he was arrogant enough to challenge the heaven-grade puppet and was killed by it. Hearing Jin Zhong's words, the experts on the hidden dragon list around him nodded. If a formation grandmaster and a priest could pass the earth-grade test, then Fang Chen must have been arrogant enough to challenge the heaven-grade test and was killed by the heaven-grade puppet. Fan Xinjue narrowed his eyes and stared at the pontoon. He did not believe that Fang Chen had died in the pontoon test. On the shattered plane, many martial artists were also discussing the matter. After a while, Fang Chen still did not come out. Hong Wu and the others were even more convinced that Fang Chen had died in the pontoon. Her face was full of smiles. Humph, he overestimated himself, Hong Wu said disdainfully. Jin Zhong was about to say something when he suddenly saw a change in the pontoon. He shouted, "The pontoon is changing." As soon as Jin Zhong's words left his mouth, a beam of golden light suddenly shot up into the sky. The power contained in the beam of golden light was so strong that it made countless warriors on the shattered plains tremble. The golden light floated in the sky for a long time. The golden light slowly spread out, and in the center of it was a large Tian character. Tian! Fan Xinjue exclaimed in disbelief when he saw the character in the golden light. How is that possible? The character has appeared. Did Fang Chen pass the test? Many experts on the hidden dragon list exclaimed in disbelief. Hong Wu, Fan Xinjue, and Fan Xinjue's faces were extremely gloomy as they stared at the pontoon. At this moment, a figure walked out of the pontoon with a faint smile on his face and a wooden token with the character Tian in his hand. Fang Chen, I told you that you wouldn't die so easily, Fan Xinjue said with a smile. The way the other experts on the hidden dragon list looked at Fang Chen also changed slightly. The appearance of the wooden token with the character Tian shocked all the martial artists. It's actually the wooden token with the character Tian. Even Fan Xinjue didn't get it. Priest got the wooden token with the character Earth, while Fang Chen got the wooden token with the character Tian. Both of them are experts in formations. Does the pontoon test have something to do with formations? It must be. Otherwise, with Fang Chen's strength, he wouldn't have been able to get the token with the character Tian. Among the 4 tests, the Tian test was the most difficult one. Even Fan Xinjue, who was ranked 30th on the hidden dragon list, couldn't pass it, let alone Fang Chen. Although a formation grandmaster was very powerful, in front of absolute strength, everything else was nothing. And now, Fan Xinjue was the absolute strength for Fang Chen. Many martial artists thought that since even Fan Xinjue and Shaw he couldn't pass the heaven grade test, Fang Chen must have passed it by luck because of formations. However, even so, it was still shocking enough. Some martial artists who had underestimated Fang Chen felt their faces burning, as if they had been slapped. Hong Wu, who was dressed in red, had a gloomy face. Her heart was full of hatred as she stared coldly at Fang Chen. How could this be? Why is he so lucky every time? Li Xiaoke also walked up to Fang Chen and congratulated him in a low voice. For a moment, Fang Chen became the focus of everyone on the shattered plane. Of course, although everyone was shocked, the pontoon test had to continue. All the martial artists had to pass the pontoon test. Only those who got a wooden token could enter the water god sect. Because of Fang Chen's Tian wooden token, almost none of the martial artists who took part in the test attracted attention. The strongest one only got a Xian wooden token. Of course, there were also some weaker martial artists who actually died directly within the pontoon bridge test. 2 hours later, all the cultivators had finally passed the floating bridge test. On the entire shattered plane, Fang Chen was the only one with a Tian wooden token, followed by 3 earth wooden tokens. As for the others, they had Xian wooden tokens and Huang wooden tokens. The pontoon test is over. Next, those with wooden tokens will be sent to the water god sect. The ancient voice rang out once again. As soon as the voice sounded, the hazy aura on the pontoon instantly disappeared. Everyone looked over and saw a bottomless gully. This was the first time the gully had shown its true appearance. The bottomless gully was filled with an extremely rich ancient aura, which shocked countless martial artists. Chapter 647. It was said that the bloody space used to be a continent, and there were many sect members on it. Chapter 11. However, for some unknown reason, the continent was shattered into countless small fragments, and the bloody space was one of them. The Water God sect was a sect that existed on this small fragment, and their sect was destroyed here. The almighty experts of the Water God sect had set up 4 major tests here, hoping that their successors would be able to obtain the inheritance of the Water God sect and rebuild it. Therefore, Fang Chen and the others encountered the test of the pontoon bridge. In fact, for Fang Chen, this was a great advantage. Although the heaven rank puppet was strong, it was still a puppet in the end. It couldn't effectively resist the plundering of the void plundering array. Therefore, the concept of water in its body became weaker and weaker, and its combat strength increased until it was easily defeated by Fang Chen. If the almighty experts of the Water God sect knew about this, they would be so angry that they would vomit blood in the underworld. The test they had set up on the verge of death had been easily solved by Fang Chen. In any case, it was a fact that Fang Chen had obtained the heaven wooden token. Therefore, after the Water God sect opened, the hazy aura on the pontoon bridge instantly disappeared, and the bottomless ravine revealed its true appearance for the first time. It was also at this moment that all the martialists holding wooden tokens felt a strong attractive force pulling them in. Their bodies uncontrollably moved toward the ravine. What's going on? Some of the martial artists were terrified by this scene. This bottomless ravine was too terrifying. Once they fell in, they would die without a doubt. No, I don't want to die, a martial artist shouted. On the other hand, the experts on the hidden dragon list were much quieter. Since the Water God sect had set up a test of the pontoon bridge, and they had passed it, this attractive force should be attracting them to the Water God sect. Hiss! Hiss! In the blink of an eye, all the martial artists holding wooden tokens appeared on the pontoon bridge. Then, the pontoon bridge disappeared. Bang! All the martial artists directly fell into the ravine. At this moment, all the martial artists' expressions changed dramatically. They wanted to stop it, but there was nothing they could do. They fell very fast, and soon they couldn't see the shattered planes anymore. It was also at this moment that the falling crowd suddenly disappeared into thin air. Fang Chen felt himself being sucked into a very quiet area by a mysterious force. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in a vast city. Where is this? Fang Chen was puzzled. Human, it's been a long time since someone was able to obtain a heaven wooden tablet. You're not bad. Suddenly, an illusory figure appeared in the sky above the city. This illusory figure looked at Fang Chen and said in a deep voice. Someone has been here before, Fang Chen asked curiously. Every time the bloody battle space opens, our Water God sect will look for outstanding geniuses. However, the cultivators that have come here in the past are simply too weak. They can't even pass the heaven rank test, the illusory figure said. Fang Chen was stunned. Whenever the bloody battle space opened, many warriors would come here to take the test. In other words, he was the first martial artist to obtain the heaven wooden tablet. That's right. Since our water god sect was destroyed, you're the first martial artist to obtain a heaven wooden tablet, so you were directly sent here, the illusory figure said. Where is this? Fang Chen asked. The water god sect is most famous for its 4 cities, namely Heaven, Earth, Black, and Yellow. The city you're in is the Heaven City of the water god sect, the illusory figure said. Fang Chen nodded, indicating that he understood. Whichever wooden tablet one obtained would be sent to the corresponding city. What's in the Heaven City? Fang Chen asked. The Heaven City contains the water god sect's supreme cultivation methods and many inheritances. As long as you can find them, you can take them away at will, the illusory figure said. Human, you're the first one to come here, so you can obtain everything here. However, some of the martial artists who went to the other 3 cities might even return empty-handed. No martial artist had ever come to the Heaven City. As for the other 3 cities, who knew how many martial artists had gone there? Every time they went there, there would be one less inheritance treasure. Over time, the inheritance treasures in the other 3 cities would be pitifully few. As for the Heaven City, it was Fang Chen's first time here. No one had come here before, so nothing had been touched. Moreover, the Heaven City contained the water god sect's top cultivation methods and the water god sect's top inheritances. Thinking of this, Fang Chen was extremely excited. Human, don't be happy too early. In the water god sect, if you want to obtain something, you have to pay the price. The illusory figure pointed at the tower in the center of the Sky City and said, that tower is called the Sky Tower. Everything in the Sky City is in the Sky Tower. You need to go and challenge the tower. It will depend on your luck if you can reach the basic level of the saber. Hearing the illusory figure's words, Fang Chen couldn't help but curse. Originally, when he came to the Heaven City, he would be able to obtain the water god sect's inheritance treasure. He didn't expect that he would have to challenge the tower. However, you have obtained the heaven wooden token. Naturally, there will be a reward. As the illusory figure spoke, a laser suddenly shot towards Fang Chen. The latter reached out and caught it. Then, he looked down and found that it was the map introduction of the Heaven Tower. This, before Fang Chen could speak, the illusory figure spoke first. This is the detailed introduction of the inheritance treasure in the Heaven Tower. You can take a closer look and challenge the tower accordingly. After the illusory figure finished speaking, he disappeared instantly. Fang Chen looked at the map in his hand and felt a little helpless. However, since he had come here, he couldn't go back empty-handed. Then, Fang Chen began to carefully study the map in his hand. At the same time, in the other 3 cities, many martial artists were challenging the tower. They were different from Fang Chen. Without a map, they could only challenge the tower randomly. Moreover, they had to worry about others successfully challenging the tower and snatching the inheritance. In the center of the Earth City, before the Earth Tower, 3 figures stood quietly. I'll go in first. Fan Xinjue grinned and entered the Earth Tower. Seeing this, Shohi also quickly went into the Earth Tower. Only the priest was not in a hurry to enter. Instead, he sat cross-legged in front of the Earth Tower and began to cultivate. As long as I study this array, everything in here will be mine, the priest whispered. Just now, during the test on the pontoon bridge, the priest felt that he seemed to have a clue about the array that he had been painstakingly studying. Therefore, at this moment, he was not in a hurry to enter. Relatively speaking, the competition in the Xian City was more intense than in the Earth City. Those who could come here were basically experts on the Hidden Dragon role. With Hong Wu as the leader, many experts on the Hidden Dragon role quickly went into the Xian Tower. Fang Chen, after I receive the inheritance, it will be the time of your death. A terrifying murderous intent shot out from Hong Wu's eyes. She held half of the fiery red whip in her hand and entered the Xian Tower. Among the 4 cities, the competition was the fiercest in the Yellow City. In the huge Yellow City, everyone had started fighting before they even entered the Xian Tower. In just a short period of time, the Yellow City was filled with countless corpses. There were even some powerful warriors who joined forces to clean up the weaker warriors. In short, the 4 cities of the Water God sect were all different. When Fang Chen and the others entered the Water God sect to look for opportunities, the geniuses of the other 3 divisions were also looking for their own opportunities. In a secluded place, there was a dense forest filled with evil aura. There were several martial artists from the Yellow Spring sect here. "How's the harvest?" one of the Yellow Spring sect members asked in a hoarse voice. "The harvest is great. In just a short period of time, we've killed more than 30 geniuses," another Yellow Spring sect member said. "What about the losses?" "Currently, the losses have not been calculated. However, according to preliminary estimates, our losses should be very small. Only a few people." The Nether Spring sect member from before revealed a trace of a gloomy smile when he heard this, and then he said, "Next, our target will be the geniuses on the Hidden Dragon rankings. Only the geniuses on the Hidden Dragon rankings have the best chance of entering the 5-Element Academy. The geniuses on the Hidden Dragon list are all looking for opportunities. It's very difficult to find one, but we have plenty of chances. Okay, pass down the message. Be careful. Don't ruin the spiritual pupils' king's plan." The few remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect finished their discussion in a short while and then disappeared into the darkness. The remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect carried out a series of assassinations on the Hidden Dragon list experts. However, the geniuses in the bloody battle space were unaware of this. On a mountain peak in the south, a white-clothed martial artist had just come out of a ruin. Suddenly, he felt a vibration from his communication jade pendant. He immediately took out his communication jade pendant. After a short while, the white-clothed man's face became completely gloomy. "Fang Chen," the white-clothed man said in a cold voice. His body was emitting a terrifying murderous intent. The message was sent by Zhu Kunshan a few days ago. He was in the ruin. Due to the special environment, he did not receive the message. He only received it now. Before Zhu Kunshan died, he sent a message to inform him that he was about to die. It was a martial artist called Fang Chen who killed him. "Kunshan, I will definitely avenge you," Zhu Hai said in a hoarse voice. Bang! As soon as Zhu Hai's voice fell, he suddenly threw a punch. Immediately, a large hole appeared on the mountain peak. The mountain peak was shaking. Zhu Hai was venting his anger. Zhu Kunshan was his good brother. Before they entered the bloody battle space, they had once said that no matter who obtained a powerful inheritance, they had to share it with the other party selflessly. Now, Zhu Hai had received the news of Zhu Kunshan's death. Zhu Hai was infuriated. Chapter 648. In the Water God sect, countless warriors in the 4 great cities were fighting for opportunities and challenging the tower. In the Sky City, Fang Chen leisurely entered the Sky Tower. The Sky Tower contained the highest inheritance of the Water God sect. Fang Chen was the only one who came to the Sky City, and no one fought with him. The Sky Tower had a total of 2 floors. The first floor contained treasures, while the second floor contained cultivation techniques and 2 great inheritances. After Fang Chen entered the Sky Tower, his surroundings instantly changed. Immediately after, he found himself in a sealed space, and there was a strong aura of water element around him. "Is this the first floor of the Sky Tower?" Fang Chen squinted his eyes, looked around, and said softly. Ever since he entered the Water God sect, Fang Chen found that this place was filled with the aura of water element. If he guessed correctly, the Water God sect should be good at water cultivation techniques. Fang Chen possessed the water essence. As long as he could obtain the inheritance of the Water God sect, his water essence would definitely improve. At that time, his flowing water swordsmanship might also improve. If that was the case, Fang Chen's strength would be even stronger. Crash! Just as Fang Chen was pondering, a skinny old man suddenly appeared in front of Fang Chen. "Human, if you defeat me, you can obtain any treasure in the first floor of the Sky Tower," the skinny old man said. Before Fang Chen entered the Heaven Pagoda, he had obtained a detailed map of the Heaven Pagoda. He had already studied it thoroughly. The map also said that the test of the first level of the Heaven Pagoda was to defeat this skinny old man. Although the skinny old man's aura was weak, his strength was very strong. His combat strength had to be at least at the peak of the second level of the spiritual vortex realm to defeat the old man. Of course, what Fang Chen feared the most was that the old man had mastered the water essence. He had already reached the complete realm of the third minor realm and could use the water essence freely. This was what Fang Chen feared the most. The water god sect was good at water cultivation techniques. Coupled with the complete realm of water essence, Fang Chen wasn't sure how strong it would be. Fang Chen looked at the skinny old man warily. A smile appeared on the old man's withered face. He had been alone here for a long time. Finally, a martial artist came here. Human, take note. As soon as the skinny old man finished speaking, a rich aura of water element suddenly appeared around him. Immediately after, the perfect realm of water concept exploded. The majestic aura engulfed the entire first level of the Heaven Pagoda and instantly enveloped Fang Chen's body. Seeing this, Fang Chen's pupils shrank. He instantly activated the concept of water with all his might to resist it. However, Fang Chen's water concept was only at the peak of the second minor realm. It was far from the skinny old man's water concept. Hiss, hiss, hiss. When the gentle concept of water wrapped around Fang Chen, it became extremely powerful and directly bound Fang Chen. Flowing water sword technique. Fang Chen struggled to free his hands. Then, he took out the hidden star sword and directly displayed the flowing water sword technique. The beginner-level flowing water sword technique was displayed. The majestic sword light directly pierced the rich water concept around him. Too weak. Seeing this, the skinny old man shook his head slightly. His palms trembled constantly. The rich water concept in the air appeared and disappeared mysteriously under his control, constantly attacking Fang Chen. Crack. Under the attack of the skinny old man, Fang Chen's flowing water sword technique couldn't even hit the skinny old man. Finally, after a fierce battle, Fang Chen was sent flying by the skinny old man with a punch. Human, you're too weak. The skinny old man said, however, after so many years, you're the first person to come here. I won't kill you. Come back after you've cultivated well. After saying this, the skinny old man disappeared. Fang Chen was sent out of the Heaven Pagoda. His heart was shaken and couldn't calm down for a long time. Is that the water concept at the perfection realm? Fang Chen was shocked. That skinny old man has mastered the complete concept of water. Furthermore, he is very strong. If you wish to defeat him, you will need to at least break through to the third minor realm of the concept of water or increase the power of your flowing water sword technique, Ancestor Bronze suddenly said. Fang Chen nodded as a determined glint flashed across his pitch-black eyes. The battle with the skinny old man had deepened his recognition of the concept of water. Fang Chen believed that this was also an opportunity. In the process of fighting with the skinny old man, his concept of water had also been improving. Maybe I can break through during the battle, Fang Chen whispered with a burning gaze. Then, Fang Chen sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to comprehend the water concept. Fang Chen's body was filled with a rich water concept. The water element aura between heaven and earth was quickly absorbed into his body. At this moment, Fang Chen's mind was also filled with endless water concept. He was comprehending the water concept. Recalling the water concept that the skinny old man had mastered, Fang Chen was shocked. He could clearly feel the power of the perfection realm of the water concept. At this moment, at the top of the Heaven Pagoda, the skinny old man suddenly appeared out of thin air. He looked at Fang Chen, who was cultivating below, and said in a low voice, "This kid has good comprehension." After fighting with him once, he could comprehend the water concept. It was indeed good. After 6 hours, Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. His comprehension of the water concept had deepened. Moreover, Fang Chen found that the water concept had reached a bottleneck. He needed an opportunity to break through to the third minor realm. Let's try again, Fang Chen said inwardly. Then he entered the first level of the Heaven Pagoda. The skinny old man appeared out of thin air with a smile on his face. He looked at Fang Chen and said, "Human, you can't beat me." How do you know if you don't try? Fang Chen said. This time, Fang Chen took the lead. The boundless water concept immediately merged into the hidden star sword, and the flowing water sword was directly used. The exquisite and peerless sword technique was operated from the hidden star sword. Combined with the water concept, it displayed an extremely powerful power. The skinny old man glanced at Fang Chen and nodded in satisfaction. He could clearly feel that Fang Chen's control of the water concept seemed to have improved a little. However, just this alone is not enough. The skinny old man shouted in a low voice. He continued to use the perfection realm of the water concept to directly crush Fang Chen. Bang bang bang, the entire battle was almost one-sided. Fang Chen could not resist the skinny old man's attacks. This made the skinny old man feel very helpless. Let's try this move. After Fang Chen's attack was defeated by the skinny old man, his eyes flickered as he thought to himself. At this moment, the rich ripples of water around Fang Chen's body instantly disappeared and were replaced by boundless black flames. After these black flames appeared, they directly wrapped around Fang Chen's body. The surrounding air temperature rapidly increased. The water element aura around Fang Chen was instantly evaporated by the black flames. The skinny old man was surprised when he saw this scene. He immediately discovered that Fang Chen's black flames were a little similar to the undying flame of the ancient divine beast, the undying bird. Undying flame! The skinny old man exclaimed. However, he immediately shook his head. After careful observation, he discovered that the black flames were very different from the undying flame. After thinking for a while, the skinny old man knew that Fang Chen must have obtained the undying bird's blood essence and refined it. What a lucky guy! The skinny old man naturally knew how precious the undying bird's blood essence was. Even in ancient times, the undying bird's blood essence was extremely precious. He did not expect this kid to be able to obtain the approval of the undying bird's blood essence and refine it. Even his own flames were transformed into black flames. Fortunately, it's not the undying flame. Otherwise, you would have easily passed the first level. After the skinny old man finished speaking, he continued to activate his perfect realm of water concept. Then, his body flashed and a trace of light flickered on his fist. Oscillating fist. The skinny old man growled and performed oscillating fist. Suddenly, the rich concept of water in the sky turned into ripples and blasted towards Fang Chen with a tyrannical force. Bang bang bang, when the light of the oscillating fist blasted towards Fang Chen, the latter discovered that the black flames could not evaporate the light of the oscillating fist. Bang bang, in the end, Fang Chen was sent flying by the skinny old man's punch. Kid, you have great potential. Cultivate well. The skinny old man looked at Fang Chen with a strange expression. After saying this, he disappeared from the first level of the Heaven Pagoda. Fang Chen left the Heaven Pagoda gloomily and continued to cultivate. Even the black flames could not do anything to the skinny old man. This made Fang Chen speechless. However, this time, he clearly felt that the skinny old man attached great importance to the black flames. I will definitely defeat you, Fang Chen said in a low voice. Anyway, the bloody battle space would be open for a long time. Fang Chen was not worried. He sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. In this way, half a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this half a month, Fang Chen fought with the skinny old man no less than 10 times. However, he was sent flying by the old man's punch each time. Chapter 649. One day, half a month later, Fang Chen's body was surrounded by a strong essence of water. He suddenly opened his eyes. In half a month, I haven't had a breakthrough in the essence of water, but my flowing water swordsmanship has reached the small success level, Fang Chen whispered. The flowing water swordsmanship was a rank 6 cultivation technique. It was very powerful, and the flowing water swordsmanship that had reached the small success level was even more powerful. Let's try again. Fang Chen slowly stood up and said in a low voice. Then, he entered the first floor of the Heaven Pagoda again. Human, you've had a breakthrough, the skinny old man stared at Fang Chen and asked. I've had a breakthrough, Fang Chen said. Okay, let me try, the skinny old man said. For a long time, he had been very lonely here. Now that a warrior had come here, of course, he had to play with him. Take this. Fang Chen shouted and waved the hidden star sword in his hand. A strong essence of water emerged around him, and the flowing water swordsmanship at the small success level was fully activated. Suddenly, countless water ripples appeared in the sky. These water ripples turned into water splashes under the control of Fang Chen. The water splashes contained an extremely majestic sword essence. Crash! Above Fang Chen's head, the golden Dharma idol sword was activated. A strong sword essence shot out from the golden Dharma idol sword and poured into Fang Chen's hidden star sword. This was Fang Chen's strongest attack. If even this move couldn't defeat the skinny old man, then he could only cultivate again. The skinny old man noticed the abnormality of Fang Chen's Dharma idol. His face changed slightly, and he immediately used Hadouken. During this time, whenever Fang Chen came to challenge him, the skinny old man would use Hadouken against Fang Chen. The result was that Fang Chen was blown away by Hadouken. Hadouken was a unique skill of the Water God sect. It was very powerful. Moreover, Hadouken contained the perfect essence of water, which allowed Fang Chen to deeply understand the mysteries of the essence of water. Rumble the skinny old man used his oscillating fist and punched towards Fang Chen. At the same time, the latter controlled the water in the sky and blasted it toward the fluctuating fist aura. Bang! After the two collided, the shockwave of the fist shattered Fang Chen's water splashes. However, one of the water splashes still slipped through the net. Poocha! This water splash dodged the fluctuating fist light and hit the skinny old man's body. In an instant, the skinny old man's clothes were torn apart. The skinny old man lowered his head and looked at his tattered clothes. A smile of admiration appeared on his face. "Human, your improvement is very fast," the skinny old man said. Fang Chen curled his lips, feeling a little helpless. Even the lesser mastery of the flowing water swordsmanship couldn't defeat the skinny old man. However, being able to hit the skinny old man was still a small improvement. Just as Fang Chen was about to speak, the essence of water suddenly vibrated in his mind. Then, his face became very serious and he hurriedly left the Heaven Pagoda. Just a moment ago, Fang Chen suddenly had an epiphany. He had a new understanding of the essence of water and needed to quickly go into seclusion to cultivate. Seeing Fang Chen leave, the skinny old man nodded his head in satisfaction. "Although this kid's strength is a little weak, he has great potential," the skinny old man said. Especially when the skinny old man felt Fang Chen's golden Dharma idol, he was a little puzzled. A Dharma idol that even he couldn't see through was really strange. "It's a pity that this kid was born to be a sword cultivator," the skinny old man said with a little loneliness. The Water God sect was good at water cultivation techniques. Therefore, when looking for a successor, they hoped to find a water warrior. Although Fang Chen also had the essence of water, the skinny old man knew that he was a natural sword cultivator. He was most suitable for the way of the sword. In the Heaven Pagoda, Fang Chen sat cross-legged. In his mind, he recalled the oscillating fist that the skinny old man had just used. The fist radiance contained a majestic essence of water. In his soul, there was a vast ocean. There were surging waves in the ocean. Fang Chen carefully observed every wave that flew up. Time passed bit by bit. The essence of water around him became more and more intense. After about 6 hours, the vast ocean in Fang Chen's mind suddenly disappeared. Then, a deafening sound came from Fang Chen's body. Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. There was a hint of joy on his face. After 6 hours of enlightenment, he finally discovered the true essence of water. "Breakthrough!" Fang Chen shouted. The aura of the essence of water around him rose rapidly. In a short while, it rose to the critical point. Then, it easily broke through to the third minor realm. When the state of water rose to the third minor realm, Fang Chen's mind suddenly opened up. Countless ripples of water filled his mind and spun around. Essence of water, the third minor realm. There was a hint of joy on Fang Chen's face. In more than half a month, he had raised the essence of water to the third minor realm. It could be considered a great improvement. Of course, this was all thanks to the skinny old man on the first floor of the Heaven Pagoda. Now, I think I should have the strength to defeat the skinny old man, Fang Chen said to himself. Half a month ago, he couldn't even touch the skinny old man's clothes. Half a month later, he was confident that he could defeat the skinny old man. Even the skinny old man blushed with shame at such a speed of growth. Since the essence of water had just broken through, Fang Chen didn't rush to challenge the skinny old man. Instead, he first stabilized the essence of water. After a day, he completely stabilized the essence of water. At this time, Fang Chen stood up and entered the first floor of the Heaven Pagoda. Senior, I think I should be able to defeat you this time. Fang Chen cupped his hands and said to the skinny old man. Oh! Hearing this, the skinny old man's eyes lit up. He carefully sized up Fang Chen. Then, he discovered that Fang Chen's essence of water had reached the third minor realm. Kid, I was right. You have great potential. If there are no accidents, you will definitely be famous in the ancient sword continent. The skinny old man laughed. Fang Chen's essence of water could reach the third minor realm. He was also very happy. Senior, I am going to make my move. Fang Chen said. Don't worry. Make your move. The skinny old man said. Swoosh, the third minor realm of the essence of water instantly emerged. Then, Fang Chen displayed the small success level of the flowing water swordsmanship. In the sky, countless water splashes with biting cold sword essence pierced towards the skinny old man. This attack was clean and neat. The skinny old man's Hadouken was actually unable to block Fang Chen's attack. Countless water splashes directly shattered the skinny old man's Hadouken and then bombarded the skinny old man's body. Hiss hiss hiss, the skinny old man's body slowly collapsed. Human, you have passed the first level. You can choose any treasure on the first floor. After the skinny old man finished speaking, his body collapsed in the first floor. Seeing this scene, he was a little disappointed. After fighting with the skinny old man for more than half a month, he couldn't accept this fact for a while. Senior. Fang Chen called out, but no one responded. In the end, Fang Chen shook his head and restrained his emotions. While at this moment, countless weapons appeared on the first floor. These weapons were placed in an orderly manner on the first floor. These are the weapons of the Water God sect. Fang Chen thought to himself. Fang Chen only took a cursory look and found that the lowest grade of these weapons was a spiritual grade weapon. There were also many profound grade weapons. What treasure should I choose? Fang Chen was puzzled. As a sword cultivator, you already have the hidden star sword. There is no need to choose a weapon. Choose some other treasures. Ancestor Bronze reminded. Fang Chen nodded and then left the weapons area and walked to the treasure area. There were many weapons on the first floor, but very few treasures. Fang Chen took a closer look. There were a total of 5 utmost treasures here. Only 5 treasures. Fang Chen was a little puzzled, but he still walked to the treasures and began to choose. Water Cloud Shuttle, infused with the essence of water. It can explode with the combat power of the second level of the spiritual vortex realm. Waterfall, infused with the essence of water. During battle, it can change its form at will. It is extremely powerful. The 5 treasures were all water attribute treasures. Fang Chen took a closer look and finally fixed his eyes on a jade pendant. Water jade, this is an auxiliary treasure. It contains a majestic essence of water. The warrior who wears this jade pendant can increase his comprehension of the essence of water. When Fang Chen saw the aqua jade, a smile appeared on his face. He said, "This is it." Then, Fang Chen picked up the water jade and wore it around his neck. Suddenly, a cool feeling came from the water jade. In an instant, Fang Chen felt the essence of water in his mind rolling. Good stuff. The other 4 true treasures were all combat-type true treasures. Only this one was an auxiliary true treasure. If it was someone else, they might want to increase their strength and choose the other 4 treasures. But Fang Chen chose the auxiliary treasure, the water jade. Through his conversation with the skinny old man, Fang Chen knew that after passing the first level's test, he could only choose one treasure because it had to be left for the later generations. As for the weapons, he could take any. After Fang Chen chose the water jade, he naturally didn't hold back. With a wave of his sleeve, he put all the weapons into his spatial ring. Although these weapons were useless to him, he could give them away. I wonder how powerful the second level's inheritance is. After Fang Chen put away the weapons, he looked at the entrance to the second level with a burning gaze. The water god sect's treasures weren't very useful to Fang Chen. But as for the inheritance, Fang Chen cared a lot about it. When Fang Chen obtained the treasures, the priest in the Earth City suddenly opened his eyes. His face was full of smiles. Ha ha ha, I've finally researched this array formation. The inheritance treasures in the Earth City pagoda all belong to me, the priest. The priest laughed wildly. After spending half a month, he had successfully upgraded the Bloody Soul extinguishing array by 1 level. This allowed the priest to vaguely touch the threshold of the array Grandmaster array. Chapter 650. Fang Chen's pitch-black eyes stared at the entrance to the second level, and then directly entered the second level. After entering the second level, Fang Chen discovered that it was still a sealed space, very similar to the first level. Is this the second level? Fang Chen muttered to himself. Just as Fang Chen was speaking, a figure suddenly appeared in the sealed space of the second level. When Fang Chen saw the figure, he was completely shocked. Wasn't this the skinny old man from the first level? He was clearly defeated by Fang Chen on the first level, and then scattered. Why would he appear on the second level? As if he knew Fang Chen's doubts, the skinny old man chuckled and said, "Kid, the one on the first level was just a clone of mine. Of course, I'm also just a clone now." Hearing the skinny old man's words, Fang Chen was shocked. If a clone could have such powerful combat power, then how powerful was his original body? Fang Chen's gaze towards the skinny old man was filled with a fiery passion. The skinny old man's strength was completely beyond Fang Chen's expectations, and it shocked Fang Chen. "Kid, the strength of this clone of mine is comparable to the third level of the spiritual vortex realm. You can only pass the second level's test if you defeat me." The skinny old man chuckled and said. After interacting with Fang Chen on the first level, the skinny old man realized that although Fang Chen's strength was not strong, his potential was extremely heaven-defying. One had to know that the weak looked at strength, while the truly strong looked at potential. This was because in the early stages, one could make up for the lack of potential through hard work. However, in the later stages, especially when advancing to the real martial realm, one could not advance to the real martial realm without heaven-defying potential. The ancient sword continent was huge, and there were very few strong people who could advance to the real martial realm. Countless martial artists spent their entire lives and were eventually trapped in the spiritual vortex realm. When their time came, they died unwillingly. Fang Chen's rapid improvement surprised the skinny old man. The skinny old man believed that with Fang Chen's heaven-defying potential, as long as he did not die halfway, advancing to the real martial realm was just a matter of time. It was not impossible for him to surpass the real martial realm in the future. The skinny old man seemed to be a keeper, but he was actually a qualified sparring partner. Fang Chen was stunned when he heard the skinny old man's words, and felt a little helpless. After half a month of hard work, he had finally improved his strength and defeated the skinny old man who was at the peak of the second level of the spiritual vortex realm. He did not expect the skinny old man on the second level to be comparable to a martial artist at the third level of the spiritual vortex realm. One should know that a martial artist at the third level of the spiritual vortex realm could already enter the top 30 of the Hidden Dragon role. However, Fang Chen was not discouraged. After all, he still had a long time. With the skinny old man as his sparring partner, he could quickly improve his strength. He could imagine that if he could successfully leave this place, his strength would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. By then, it would not be impossible for him to challenge the top experts on the Hidden Dragon ranking. This was an opportunity, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Fang Chen would not let it go so easily. "Senior, I am going to make my move." Fang Chen cupped his hands at the skinny old man and said. Just as he finished speaking, a rich water concept emerged and he took out the hidden star sword. Fang Chen pushed the small success flowing water sword technique to the extreme. Combined with the water concept of the third minor realm, the power of this sword could easily defeat a martial artist at the peak of the second level of the spiritual vortex realm. Even a martial artist at the beginning of the third level of the spiritual vortex realm would be injured if they faced it head-on. However, Fang Chen was facing the skinny old man. Playing with water in front of the skinny old man was a joke in itself. Sure enough, when he saw that Fang Chen's star-concealing sword was about to pierce his body, a trace of a smile appeared on the skinny old man's face. After that, he suddenly pulled back his palm. Instantly, the wild water concept directly turned into countless splashes of water that shot towards the star-concealing sword. Bang bang bang! As expected, Fang Chen was defeated by the skinny old man in one move. His body immediately retreated. When Fang Chen stabilized his body, his face was filled with helplessness as he looked at the skinny old man. The skinny old man nodded and said, "You have great potential, but you can't defeat me for now. Go out and cultivate." Fang Chen cupped his hands at the skinny old man and left the Heaven Pagoda. In the following time, Fang Chen cultivated in Heaven City. He wanted to raise his cultivation to the second level of the spiritual vortex realm in one go. Then, he would be able to compete with the skinny old man. However, it was very difficult to raise his cultivation after reaching the spiritual vortex realm. Fang Chen had been stuck at the peak of the first level of the spiritual vortex realm for a long time. However, he was unable to break through to the second level of the spiritual vortex realm. This made him very frustrated. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. During this month, Fang Chen's cultivation did not break through. However, his flowing water swordsmanship had a breakthrough. The flowing water swordsmanship's power increased once again when it was upgraded from small completion to great completion. On the day of the flowing water swordsmanship's breakthrough, Fang Chen excitedly rushed into the Heaven Pagoda to challenge the skinny old man. However, he was still met with a punch. A simple punch negated his 1 month of hard work. However, Fang Chen was not discouraged. He continued to cultivate after he came out. After 2 months in the Water God sect, all the warriors in the other 3 cities had left. Only Fang Chen in Heaven City was left. In the outside world, many important things were happening as well. Countless ruins were discovered by martialists one after another. Of course, Fang Chen continued to cultivate in Heaven City as usual. Including the time before, the bloody battle space had been opened for 3 months. Half of the time had passed. During this time, Fang Chen's overall strength had improved a lot. One day, Fang Chen was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. He was cultivating when his eyes suddenly opened. He quickly stood up and the hidden star sword appeared in his hand. He stabbed out with the flowing water swordsmanship again and again. After his water concept had reached the third minor realm, Fang Chen's comprehension of the flowing water swordsmanship had deepened. Swoosh! The hidden star sword in Fang Chen's hand suddenly stabbed out. Suddenly, countless sword shadows appeared in the void. They carried a majestic sword essence and shot into the distance. Crash! These sword shadows stabbed into the walls of Heaven City, causing the already dilapidated Heaven City to become even more dilapidated. At this moment, the sword essence around Fang Chen's body was extremely dense. His aura was constantly rising. When his aura reached its peak, Fang Chen put away the hidden star sword. My cultivation did not break through, but my sword essence has reached the peak of the first minor realm, Fang Chen said with a grin. Ever since he had taken the second step of the sword principle and started cultivating his sword essence again, his sword essence had not improved. During the 2 months he had been cultivating the flowing water swordsmanship, Fang Chen's sword essence had also been quietly improving. Finally, his sword essence had reached the peak of the first minor realm today. Fang Chen's control of the flowing water swordsmanship was as pure as fire. As long as he cultivated for a while, he would definitely be able to reach the great completion realm. I wonder if I can defeat the skinny old man now, Fang Chen muttered to himself. After pondering for a moment, Fang Chen once again entered the second level of the Heaven Pagoda. The skinny old man appeared instantly. Why? You want to challenge me again? The skinny old man asked as he looked at Fang Chen. Senior, I have gained a lot in the past 2 months of cultivation, but I have been unable to break through. I have thought about it carefully. The reason for this is because there is no pressure, Fang Chen said. Indeed, there was no pressure at all when cultivating here. There was no pressure even when breaking through the levels. If he failed this time, there would be another time. If he failed the next time, there would be another time. In short, every time he fought the skinny old man, he did not feel threatened and could not stimulate his own potential. Therefore, Fang Chen made a decision this time. He wanted to feel the threat of death and seek a breakthrough in a battle on the edge of life and death. The path of martial arts was in itself a path that defied the heavens. If one cultivated too smoothly, it would not awaken the hidden nature in the depths of a martial artist's heart. "Oh, what do you want?" the skinny old man asked after hearing this. If it was within the scope of his duties, the skinny old man was willing to help Fang Chen. After all, Fang Chen was the first martial artist to come to the Heaven City in such a long time. Moreover, Fang Chen's potential had already been recognized by the skinny old man. If it was possible, he was still very willing to help. "Senior, please don't hold back in the battle later. Put pressure on me and let me feel the threat of death. Let me seek a breakthrough in a battle on the edge of life and death," Fang Chen said in a deep voice. The skinny old man nodded and said, "Okay, I promise you." As soon as the skinny old man finished speaking, a biting cold murderous intent suddenly filled the entire second level and directly pressed towards Fang Chen. What a strong murderous intent! Seeing this, Fang Chen's eyes revealed a burning look. This was the kind of battle that he wanted. The skinny old man released such a strong murderous intent to make Fang Chen feel threatened. "Kid, watch carefully." As soon as the skinny old man's voice fell, the murderous intent that filled the second level suddenly disappeared and was replaced by a gentle intent. The more it was like this, the more Fang Chen felt frightened. This, before the battle even started, Fang Chen felt a trace of panic, a horror that came from the depths of his soul. However, the more it was like this, the more excited Fang Chen became. For the first time in more than 2 months, he felt a biting cold murderous intent. A terrifying light shot out from the skinny old man's eyes as he stared straight at Fang Chen. In an instant, Fang Chen felt his vision blur as a blurry scene appeared in front of him. At this moment, a trace of icy aura flowed out from the golden heart, immediately waking Fang Chen up. At this moment, Fang Chen's heart was filled with shock. What a strong illusion technique! Just by looking at him, he could make him fall into an illusion. The skinny old man's strength was too terrifying. Chapter 651. Flowing Water Swordsmanship. Above Fang Chen's head, the giant golden sword of Dharma Laksana floated in the air. Within the human-level Dharma Laksana, there was a strong sword essence that resonated with the golden heart. Then, Fang Chen performed the great mastery flowing water swordsmanship. Crash! Fang Chen waved his hand, and suddenly, countless ripples of water appeared in the sky. This was the strongest attack of the great mastery flowing water swordsmanship. At the entry level of the flowing water swordsmanship, one could perform 16 ripples of water. At the small mastery level, one could perform 32 ripples of water at once. At the great mastery flowing water swordsmanship, one could perform 64 ripples of water at once. In the sealed space, 64 ripples of water floated in the sky. The strong sword essence was directly absorbed by the ripples of water. At the same time, Fang Chen's figure flashed, and the hidden star sword in his hand was constantly waving. "Go!" Fang Chen shouted, and the 64 ripples of water in the sky, carrying a strong sword essence, directly pierced towards the skinny old man. Seeing this scene, the skinny old man's expression did not change. He clenched his fist, and the sword essence of water shrouded him. Then, he performed the Hadouken. Hadouken! The skinny old man was not surprised by Fang Chen's strength. He calmly performed the Hadouken. Crash! As soon as the Hadouken was performed, all the water elemental aura in the sealed space, with the skinny old man as the center, seemed to be sucked out and poured into the Hadouken. This, Fang Chen, who was performing the flowing water swordsmanship, was also shocked. This was probably the true essence of the Hadouken. To be able to suck out all the water elemental aura in the sealed space in an instant, so that his flowing water swordsmanship could not be replenished, this was very clever. Boom! The 64 ripples of water violently hit the Hadouken. Bang! Bang! The Hadouken only paused for a moment, and then continued to carry the strong sword essence of water into the center of the 64 ripples of water. Crack! A cracking sound could be heard from the 64 rippling waters. In the next moment, Fang Chen discovered that the rippling waters had been shattered by the fist aura. As the first water ripple was shattered, the water ripples behind it were unable to stop the fist light at all. In the blink of an eye, they were all shattered. What a powerful oscillating fist! Fang Chen could not help but exclaim. The skinny old man's oscillating fist was several times stronger than the one he had used on the first floor. His strongest flowing water sword art attack had been easily broken by the skinny old man. It seemed like he had to show his trump card. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and stared at the skinny old man. Holding the hidden star sword in his hand, he once again rushed in front of the skinny old man. While using the flowing water sword technique, Fang Chen was also secretly arranging an array. His only trump card now was the Void Plundering Array. However, he did not know if the Void Plundering Array would work on the skinny old man. Crash! When the skinny old man once again blocked Fang Chen's attack, he discovered that he had fallen into an array. Array! The skinny old man looked around the array and said faintly, "Kid, since you want to feel the threat of death, I will make an exception this time." The skinny old man knew that the Void Plundering Array was Fang Chen's trump card. This time, in order to make Fang Chen feel the threat of death, he was prepared to use an even more powerful force. Rumble. Fang Chen was controlling the Void Plundering Array when he suddenly felt the array shaking. Then, a shocking aura rushed out from the skinny old man's body. Feeling this aura, Fang Chen's body could not help but tremble. Even his soul was trembling. At this moment, the powerful Void Plundering Array collapsed in an instant. It was like a flood that had broken through a dam. Ah! Fang Chen could not help but let out a miserable cry. His soul was in pain. He felt the threat of death. Such strength. Fang Chen's heart was filled with shock. The aura released by the skinny old man was not an aura that a spiritual whirlpool realm expert could possess. It was definitely an aura that surpassed the spiritual whirlpool realm. Could it be the true martial realm? No matter what, the skinny old man had successfully made Fang Chen feel the aura of death. No. The skinny old man only glanced at Fang Chen and the latter felt a splitting headache. It was as if his soul was about to explode. At this moment, he did not have the strength to fight back. He could not even move his body. At this moment, Fang Chen truly felt the threat of death. That fear came from the depths of his heart. Fang Chen shouted unwillingly. At this moment, he had already forgotten that the skinny old man had no intention of killing him. He only wanted him to fight on the edge of life and death. Ah! Fang Chen let out a miserable cry. He had fallen into an illusion. Fang Chen's hair was disheveled. His eyes were scarlet red. He saw himself in a battlefield. This battlefield was foul and incomparably bloody. At a glance, there were piles of bones on the battlefield. He was standing on top of a pile of bones. The entire battlefield was filled with dense killing intent. No. Suddenly, Fang Chen saw his father, Fang Tianyu, appear on the battlefield. After that, a martial artist whose entire body was shrouded in a black aura appeared without anyone noticing. He directly launched a fierce attack on his father. Fang Tianyu was not a match for this black figure. In an instant, his chest was pierced by the black figure's spear. Fang Tianyu's body softly fell to the ground. Before he died, he looked at Fang Chen with a complicated gaze. Fang Chen wanted to save him, but he found himself unable to move. His heart was filled with helplessness. No. Fang Chen cried out miserably. He did not want to see his loved ones leave one by one. He had to work hard to change the reality in front of him. I don't believe it. Suddenly, a terrifying golden light shot out from Fang Chen's scarlet eyes. In the next moment, the golden heart trembled rapidly. Fang Chen's soul trembled incessantly. Rumble. Father. Fang Chen roared loudly. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. The white bones had completely disappeared. Standing in front of him was a skinny old man. At this moment, Fang Chen's forehead was full of sweat. His body was still trembling. Obviously, The illusion just now was too realistic. Fang Chen was unable to break free for a while. If it was not for the golden heart, he would probably still be in the illusion. That was an illusion. After coming out of the illusion, Fang Chen's eyes were unusually cold. In his qi, the spiritual spirals were constantly rotating. A majestic aura was emitted from his qi. I want to become stronger. I don't want my loved ones to die. Fang Chen screamed in his heart. Although it was an illusion, it had touched his weakness. He did not want to see this happen. Therefore, he wanted to become stronger. With this desire to become stronger, the spiritual energy in Fang Chen's qi began to rotate wildly. Fang Chen's temperament was changing. In his qi, the second spiritual spiral was rapidly condensing. Seeing this scene, the skinny old man retracted his majestic aura. He stood quietly in the sealed space of the second level and watched Fang Chen break through. This kid's state of mind is really terrifying, the skinny old man said to himself. Others might not know, but the skinny old man knew best. The illusion just now was so powerful that even some experts in the advanced spiritual spiral realm would not be able to extricate themselves from it. Fang Chen, on the other hand, had relied on his own willpower to wake up from the terrifying illusion. Moreover, he had used it to break through. This kind of genius was considered top-notch even in the water god sect back in the day. Of course, the skinny old man was referring to his potential. As for his strength, Fang Chen's strength was nothing. At this moment, Fang Chen closed his eyes. The surrounding power of heaven and earth surged into his body. The second spiritual spiral in his qi was gradually forming. As long as the spiritual spiral began to form, it was only a matter of time before it formed. The skinny old man looked at Fang Chen with a smile on his face. In fact, when he had released that despairing aura, he had already broken the rules. However, if he could create a peerless expert, it did not matter even if he broke the rules. According to the rules of the Heaven Pagoda, the strength of the clone on the second level was at most comparable to the third level of the spiritual spiral realm. However, with the strength of the third level of the spiritual spiral realm, it was obviously impossible to put Fang Chen in a life-threatening situation. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, the skinny old man finally chose to help Fang Chen. "Young man, I hope you can become a peerless expert in the future," the skinny old man said softly. 2 hours later, Fang Chen's qi let out a loud explosion. In the next moment, Fang Chen opened his eyes and shot out a terrifying golden light. Second level of the spiritual spiral realm? Fang Chen stared at his qi and realized that there were 2 spiritual spirals floating side by side in his qi, rotating quietly. Forming the second spiritual spiral meant that he had stepped into the second level of the spiritual spiral realm. There was a huge difference between the first and second level of the spiritual spiral realm. Fang Chen finally understood. Now, he felt that his entire body was filled with strength. He calmed himself down and raised his head to look at the skinny old man. At this moment, the latter was sizing him up with a smile. "Not bad." The skinny old man only said 2 words. "Thank you, senior." Fang Chen cupped his hands and thanked him. This gratitude came from the bottom of his heart. If not for the skinny old man's help, Fang Chen would have needed a period of time to break through to the second level of the spiritual spiral realm. "This is your own effort. I just helped you along the way," the skinny old man said. No matter what, Fang Chen was very grateful to the skinny old man. "Since you have broken through to the second level of the spiritual spiral realm, you have passed the test of the second level," the skinny old man said with a smile. "Huh." Fang Chen was a little surprised. Was he not going to fight anymore? "After fighting with you for so long, I naturally know your combat power. Although you are only at the second level of the spiritual spiral realm, your true combat power is definitely comparable to the third level of the spiritual spiral realm. There is no need to fight," the skinny old man said. Chapter 652. Thank you, senior. Fang Chen cupped his hands in thanks to the skinny old man. Although he didn't know who the skinny old man was, Fang Chen guessed that he was most likely a powerhouse of the water god sect. "Since you've successfully passed the second floor's test, you can choose any of the inheritances on the second floor." The skinny old man smiled. Fang Chen's eyes blazed. The Water God sect was an ancient sect. The inheritances within the sect must be extraordinary. Moreover, he could choose any of these inheritances. Crash! As soon as the skinny old man's voice fell, 8 yellow mats appeared in the sealed space of the second floor. Each mat had a completely different aura. Fang Chen guessed that these should be the 8 great inheritances on the second floor. However, what kind of inheritances were these 8 great inheritances? Fang Chen wasn't in a hurry to choose an inheritance. Instead, he raised his head and looked at the skinny old man. He wanted to ask the skinny old man a question. This question had always been hidden in his heart. "Senior," Fang Chen said hesitantly, "I know what you want to ask. The answer can wait until you accept the inheritance." The skinny old man waved his hand and said in a low voice. This time, the skinny old man's clone didn't disappear. He just smiled at Fang Chen. Fang Chen nodded and walked in front of the 8 mats. On these 8 mats, there are 8 different inheritances. They were all passed down by the upper echelons of the Water God sect. If any of these inheritances were placed in the outside world, it would cause a sensation. "Choose carefully," the skinny old man reminded him. Fang Chen nodded and walked to the first mat. As soon as he sat on the first mat, a strong wind blew out. This wind contained an extremely obscure aura. Fang Chen guessed that this first inheritance should be related to the concept of wind. After carefully sensing it, Fang Chen shook his head and stood up. He walked to the second mat. Not every inheritance should be accepted. A cultivator should choose the inheritance that was most suitable for them. The concept of wind inheritance was of no use to Fang Chen, so he directly gave up on it. Fang Chen sat on 8 prayer mats in a row. In the end, he was surprised to discover that besides the inheritance of the concept of water on the 8th prayer mat, the inheritances of the other 7 prayer mats didn't have much to do with him. Fang Chen glanced at the skinny old man and finally sat on the 8th futon. Seeing this, the skinny old man nodded as if everything was within his expectations. Fang Chen sat on the 8th futon. Suddenly, the rich concept of water surged into his body, and the information of the inheritance drilled into his mind. In an instant, Fang Chen fell into a state of epiphany. "I hope you can fully accept the 8th legacy," the skinny old man said with a smile. If Fang Chen could accept the 8th inheritance, perhaps he could try that thing. However, the most important thing now was to wait for Fang Chen to accept the inheritance. Time passed by slowly. Because Fang Chen had the 3rd minor realm of the concept of water, it was exceptionally easy for him to accept the 8th legacy. In just one day, he had completely accepted the 8th legacy. The rest of the time was to joke about the inheritance and improve his cultivation. Half a month later, Fang Chen had digested most of the inheritance. At this time, his concept of water had risen to the complete realm. This made Fang Chen very happy. Seeing that Fang Chen's concept of water had reached the complete realm, the skinny old man's face also revealed a smile. After another half a month, Fang Chen had completely accepted the 8th legacy. At this time, he slowly opened his eyes. "Congratulations," the skinny old man said with a smile. Fang Chen's face was full of smiles. He stood up and cupped his hands at the skinny old man. After entering the Water God sect, he had gained a lot. Not only had his cultivation reached the 2nd level of the spiritual vortex realm, but even his concept of water had reached the complete realm. Of course, because he had accepted the 8th legacy, his concept of water had reached the complete realm. Naturally, his level 6 cultivation technique, the flowing water sword technique, had also reached the transformation realm. The transformation realm level 6 sword technique was even more powerful. One sword strike could shock the world. Now, Fang Chen's overall strength was enough to fight against a martial artist at the peak of the 3rd level of the spiritual vortex realm. With such strength, he was fully qualified to be in the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon ranking, or even the top 5. Of course, no one in the outside world knew of Fang Chen's strength. "Senior, how do I get out?" Fang Chen asked. After spending 3 months in the Water God sect, he had finally accepted the inheritance completely. His strength had increased to the limit, so it was time to get out. There were still 2 months before the bloody battle space closed. During this time, Fang Chen wanted to strive to be in the top of the Hidden Dragon ranking. If possible, he also wanted to fight for the first place of the Hidden Dragon ranking. Of course, this was not an easy thing to do. Kid. The skinny old man wanted to say something but stopped. There was a complicated look in his eyes. It was the first time Fang Chen had seen the skinny old man reveal such an expression. He asked doubtfully, "Senior, if you have something to say, just say it." Hearing this, the skinny old man said, "Kid, actually, I've been helping you with all my strength because I'm a little selfish." "Oh, what does Senior want me to do?" Fang Chen asked. Fang Chen was very touched that the skinny old man was willing to help him like this. Therefore, when he learned that the skinny old man wanted him to do something, he directly asked. Under the Water God sect, there is an ancient beast king suppressed. This beast king went crazy during cultivation and became deranged. Back then, it went on a killing spree. In the end, it was suppressed by the Water God sect. However, not long ago, the seal suppressing this beast king seemed to have loosened a little. If this beast king escapes here, it will be a disaster for the ancient sword continent, the skinny old man said. Hearing this, Fang Chen asked, "Senior, what do you need me to do?" "Help me completely wipe out this beast king's life force," the skinny old man said. Fang Chen was startled and immediately said, "Senior, if even you can't deal with this beast king, then I'm not worth mentioning." The skinny old man waved his hand and said, "I can't deal with this beast king." "Why is that?" Fang Chen clearly felt that the monstrous aura released by the skinny old man had already surpassed the spiritual vortex realm. Fang Chen guessed that the skinny old man was a true martial realm expert. Even a true martial realm expert couldn't deal with this beast king. Wasn't Fang Chen, a martial artist at the second level of the spiritual vortex realm, courting death by going to deal with it? Although Fang Chen was grateful to the skinny old man, he wouldn't blindly send himself to his death. "Because my real body has fallen into a deep sleep," the skinny old man said sadly when he mentioned this matter. Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart was in turmoil. His real body had fallen into a deep sleep. What was going on? Seeing Fang Chen's expression, he knew what Fang Chen was thinking. The skinny old man seemed to recall the events of the past and slowly said, "The battle that year directly led to the destruction of the Water God sect. My real body was also severely injured and fell into a deep sleep." Speaking of this, the skinny old man paused for a moment and then said, "An eternal deep sleep." An eternal deep sleep was no different from death. Hearing this, Fang Chen was shocked. "Senior," Fang Chen asked doubtfully, "my real body is no different from death. The only 2 clones left are guarding the Heaven Tower, waiting for the fated person to arrive," the skinny old man said. "The reason why I want you to eliminate the life of the Beast King is not only because it will bring disaster to the entire ancient sword continent once it escapes. There's an even more important reason, and that's because my true body might have a chance at survival," the skinny old man said with a deep voice. Fang Chen's mouth was agape, but he was unable to say anything. The skinny old man's words had completely shocked him. However, at this moment, an ancient voice sounded in the skinny old man's ears. "Water God, long time no see." Fang Chen was stunned when he heard this voice. It was clearly Ancestor Bronze's voice. Did he know the skinny old man? Then why hadn't Ancestor Bronze told him on the first floor? "Who is it?" the skinny old man asked in a low voice. "Water God, it's been so long. Have you even forgotten me?" Ancestor Bronze continued. His remnant consciousness was residing in the python sword and could not appear, so he could only communicate with the skinny old man. "It's you. You're still alive." At this moment, the skinny old man finally recognized Ancestor Bronze's voice and cried out involuntarily. "Ancestor Bronze, you're actually still alive," the skinny old man cried out excitedly. Ancestor Bronze was also an expert from the ancient times and had known the skinny old man since the ancient times. "I'm only left with a remnant consciousness and I'm barely alive," Ancestor Bronze sighed and said. The 2 of them could be considered good friends in the past. Now, one of them was reduced to at least a remnant consciousness, while the other's real body was in an eternal slumber, leaving behind only 2 clones, one of which had already dissipated. "Bronze, I didn't expect to meet you here. The skinny old man revealed a smile on his face. After such a long time, to be able to meet a familiar face was a great joy in life. Of course, the skinny old man was even more shocked that Ancestor Bronze's remnant consciousness was residing in Fang Chen's body. One had to know that Ancestor Bronze was an extremely arrogant warrior in the past. There was almost no one in the younger generation who could catch his eye. Water God, I didn't expect that even your Water God sect would be destroyed. Ancestor Bronze said. Fang Chen was shocked. The skinny old man in front of him was the sect master of the Water God sect, the Water God. He was a peerless expert from the same era as Ancestor Bronze. Yes, things have changed with the passage of time. Those old farts from the past are now either dead or in deep slumber. No matter how powerful a warrior is, they will eventually turn into a pile of dirt with the passage of time. The Water God sighed. Chapter 653. You two know each other? After recovering from his shock, Fang Chen licked his dry lips and asked in a low voice. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the Water God looked at Fang Chen and nodded. Kid, I am the Water God that Bronze mentioned. I am also the sect master of the Water God sect. We are warriors of the same era, so of course we know each other. Fang Chen, if you can, please help the Water God. Ancestor Bronze said. His remnant consciousness was residing in the python sword. With the energy provided by Fang Chen, it was fine for the time being. Perhaps one day, when Fang Chen's strength reached an unprecedented height in the ancient sword continent, he would be able to reconstruct his physical body. The Water God was different. His true body was in eternal slumber. Once this clone dissipated, he would completely disappear from this space. Ancestor Bronze naturally hoped that Fang Chen could help the Water God, if possible. Ancestor, don't worry. Senior Water God has helped me so much. As long as it is within my power, I will definitely help. Fang Chen said. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the Water God smiled and said, Bronze, let's talk later. Let's get down to business first. After saying that, the Water God grabbed Fang Chen's body and disappeared from the Heaven Pagoda. In the next moment, Fang Chen realized that he was already high up in the sky. Strong winds blew past him. This is the sky above the Water God sect. Look down. The Water God said. When Fang Chen heard this, he lowered his head and looked down. He was surprised to see that there were 4 cities under his feet. These 4 cities were the 4 main cities of the Water God sect. At first, Fang Chen didn't notice anything. However, when he looked at it for the second time, he finally discovered the mystery of the location of the 4 main cities. The 4 cities were located in the Water God sect according to different rules. This seems to be the Chimen Duanjia technique. Fang Chen muttered to himself. He wasn't sure what it was. In any case, the location of the 4 cities was a little strange. As expected of a genius recognized by Bronze, he was able to see the abnormalities in the 4 cities with a single glance. That's right. Back then, in order to suppress the Beast King who had turned into a demon, the 4 cities were specially built. The 4 cities vaguely formed a seal that suppressed the Beast King. The Water God nodded and said. Fang Chen instantly came to a realization after hearing this. Presumably, the Beast Kings were being suppressed under the 4 great cities. Senior, with my strength, can I kill a Beast King? Asked Fang Chen. That Beast King has been suppressed for such a long time that its spiritual sense is about to collapse. At this time, its weakest point is its spiritual sense. As long as you can destroy its spiritual sense, you can completely kill it, the skinny old man said. Then, Fang Chen wanted to ask, but was stopped by the Water God with a wave of his hand. I know what you want to ask. You also know that this is a clone of mine. Although it can release an aura that surpasses the spiritual vortex realm, its true battle strength is only at the 3rd level of the spiritual vortex realm. Once the clone collapses, I will completely disappear. The reason why I asked for your help is because if you take action, there is at least an 80% chance of success, said the Water God. 80%. Fang Chen's eyes lit up as he asked. The Water God nodded and said, You are a formation grandmaster. You can set up the Void Plundering formation. This is a great advantage for you. Fang Chen nodded and said, I will try my best. Fang Chen's true battle strength had indeed surpassed the water god's clone. Furthermore, Fang Chen could set up a black-level formation casually. Altogether, it was very likely that he could wipe out the Beast King's spiritual sense. Wait a moment. I will open a sliver of the seal and send you underground. When you enter, the Beast King will definitely reject you. But don't worry. Once you enter, set up the formation and stabilize yourself first. The water god said, once you are no match for it, just crush this jade pendant and I will send you out immediately. As the water god said this, he gave Fang Chen a jade pendant. Fang Chen, be careful. When you set up the void plundering formation, use purple crystals directly, reminded Ancestor Bronze. Hearing the words purple crystals, the water god's eyes burned and he hurriedly asked, You have purple crystals? Fang Chen was taken aback and immediately nodded, saying, I had a fortuitous encounter and obtained some. Ha ha ha, you actually have purple crystals. This way, our plan will be flawless. Even the heavens are helping me. The water god was extremely excited and did not have the temperament of a grandmaster at all. However, Fang Chen could understand. His true body was in eternal slumber and he had finally found a glimmer of hope. He was naturally overjoyed. Fang Chen looked at the water god in confusion. Purple crystals are ores from the outer realms. The energy contained within is extremely great. When you set up the void plundering formation, the Beast King's spiritual sense will definitely crazily absorb the energy within your formation. When that happens, your formation will not be able to maintain itself. If you use purple crystals to set up the formation, its energy will be too great. If the Beast King crazily absorbs it, it will directly cause its spiritual sense to explode, said the water god happily. Fang Chen nodded. So that was the case. Since that was the case, it was time to begin. Get ready, said the water god. Seeing that Fang Chen was ready, the water god waved his hand and the 4 cities below began to slowly move. A crack appeared on the ground, and a ferocious aura instantly spread out. Fang Chen could faintly hear a frenzied roar of rage. Crash. Suddenly, Fang Chen felt a huge suction force pulling his body. Following that, he found himself in a pitch-black space. I'm in. Fang Chen carefully observed his surroundings and found that it was pitch-black and filled with an evil aura. Roar. Fang Chen could hear the deafening roar of a beast. He did not hesitate to set up the void plundering formation. Purple crystals flew out of the interspatial ring and landed on the pitch-black ground. Instantly, purple light intertwined and the void plundering formation was formed. Hiss. As soon as the void plundering formation was formed, Fang Chen discovered that a strong suction force was absorbing the energy within the formation. Fang Chen was delighted when he saw this. As expected, said Fang Chen to himself. He could clearly feel that there was a weak aura underground. This should be the Beast King's spiritual sense. After so many years, the suppressed Beast King had become weaker and weaker. Fang Chen quietly observed his surroundings from within the formation. An hour later, the suction force disappeared. The void plundering formation shook and was about to collapse due to the lack of energy. It was at this moment that a heart-wrenching roar suddenly came from the dark underground. Roar. It was the Beast King's roar. At this moment, its spiritual sense was filled with the energy of the purple crystal and it seemed like it was about to explode. The Beast King was unwilling to give up, but the energy of the purple crystal was not something it could withstand. Crash. It was at this moment that the void plundering formation instantly shattered. Fang Chen saw the huge body of a demonic beast in the depths of the underground. There was a huge head on the demonic beast's body. At this moment, cracks appeared on the head. It was obvious that the energy of the purple crystal had caused it to explode. Attack the head, commanded Ancestor Bronze. Fang Chen nodded and displayed the flowing water sword technique at the great success stage. He activated the power of the second level of the spiritual vortex realm and attacked the huge head. Swoosh. 64 water ripples appeared in the dark underground. They carried a majestic sword intent and pierced into the huge head. Suddenly, a miserable cry came from the head. The cracks widened and the Beast King's spiritual sense seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Humans. A broken voice came from the huge head. Cooperate with me and unify the world. The Beast King wanted to persuade Fang Chen, but it was obviously impossible. Go to hell. Fang Chen growled, and the power of the third level of the spiritual vortex realm exploded. The cold hidden star sword stabbed into the Beast King's head. Crack. The Beast King's head was already cracked. When it was stabbed by Fang Chen's hidden star sword, it instantly exploded. Bang! A majestic aura shot out from the Beast King's exploded head and hit Fang Chen directly. The latter's body was instantly sent flying. Fang Chen's body fell to the ground. He felt that his bones were about to shatter. He got up and looked at the Beast King's head. He realized that the Beast King's spiritual sense had completely disappeared. The Beast King's body was also gradually collapsing. Hiss! In the blink of an eye, the Beast King had completely disappeared from this space. A heart floated in the dark underground. It was the Beast King's heart. The Beast King's heart is also a good thing. Keep it and give it to the little mouse, Ancestor Bronze said. Fang Chen nodded and kept the Beast King's heart. At this time, he crushed the jade pendant. On the ground, the water god had been waiting anxiously for news. Suddenly, the jade pendant emitted a bright light. He did not hesitate to send Fang Chen out. How is it? The water god asked anxiously. Fang Chen nodded and said, the Beast King has completely disappeared. Hearing this, the water god's face was filled with excitement. Ha ha ha, that's great. The water god was very excited. The Beast King had completely disappeared. This meant that his real body had a glimmer of hope to wake up from his eternal slumber. Chapter 655. He had killed a top-array grandmaster with a single move. This shocked all the martialists in the city. Among them, some of the martialists knew Fang Chen. However, the current Fang Chen gave them a very strange feeling. He was terrifying. With a simple slash of his sword, he had directly split the priest in half. Fang Chen ignored the shock of the crowd and turned to leave. The moment the priest died, two figures suddenly rushed in from outside the city. They had just sensed a majestic aura in the city. They guessed that someone was fighting. The first thing they thought of was the priest. Immediately, their figures flashed and flew directly towards the city. Priest. As soon as they entered the city, they saw the priest who had been split in half. They shouted loudly. Fang Chen turned his head and saw that it was Jin Zhong and Hong Wu. His eyes flickered and he stopped in his tracks. I don't care who you are. How dare you kill the priest? I want you dead. Jin Zhong roared angrily. He saw Fang Chen's back and did not recognize Fang Chen. A strong aura surged around him and he was ready to kill Fang Chen. However, just as he finished speaking, Fang Chen suddenly turned around with a disdainful look on his face as he looked at Jin Zhong and Hong Wu. It's you. Obviously, Jin Zhong was also a little surprised. He did not expect that the person who had killed the priest would be Fang Chen. His pupils shrank and he immediately seemed to think of something. He immediately shouted, "Run!" If it had been someone else, he would still have had the strength to fight. However, he did not have the courage to fight against an array grandmaster. Moreover, Fang Chen seemed to have had an opportunity at this moment. He felt a dangerous aura. Hearing Jin Zhong's words, Hong Wu's delicate body also flashed in an instant. In the next moment, the two of them directly rushed out of the city. Stay! Fang Chen shouted in a low voice. The hidden star sword in his hand suddenly slashed out. Suddenly, a shocking sword light slashed towards Jin Zhong at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Whoosh! Jin Zhong and Hong Wu's speed was still a little too slow. Fang Chen's life-demanding swordlight, which carried an extremely majestic aura, pierced towards the two of them. No! Jin Zhong sensed the danger. He roared unwillingly, but it was to no avail. Poochie! In the end, the shocking swordlight pierced into Jin Zhong's body, causing him to lose all signs of life. While Jin Zhong was killed by the swordlight, Hong Wu's figure flashed. She used blood escape technique and disappeared from the city. Fang Chen, Luo Zhongtian, Hong Wu, Jin Zhong's words. Jin Zhong was Hong Wu's, Luo Luo's, Luo's, Luo Luo, 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 Luo Luo, Luo O Luo, Luo Luo Luo, Luo Luo, Luo Luo, Luo Luo Luo, was Luo Luo Luo. However, if she wanted to escape, so be it. Fang Chen didn't care about a mere Hongwu. Even if it was the Luo Zhongtian she spoke of, the current Fang Chen still had the strength to fight against him. The martialists in the city retreated one after another, afraid that they would provoke Fang Chen. The strength that Fang Chen had displayed was too strong. Ordinary people simply couldn't withstand it. However, while everyone was still in shock, Fang Chen suddenly received a piece of news. His expression changed slightly, and he immediately left the city. In a few days, the news that Fang Chen had killed the priest and Jin Zhong had spread throughout the bloody battle space. Countless martialists were shocked when they heard the news. The priest was an array grandmaster, and Jin Zhong was a powerhouse on the hidden dragon list. However, he had actually been killed by an unknown martialist. Some people rejoiced when they heard the news, while others were shocked. Of course, there were also some people who were furious. However, this was nothing to Fang Chen. At this moment, he was rushing to the place where the little mouse was at full speed. A few days later, Fang Chen arrived at a plain. On the plain, there were two groups of demonic beasts confronting each other. One of them was led by the little mouse. "Boss, you're here." Upon seeing Fang Chen's arrival, the little mouse smiled and said. Fang Chen nodded and asked, "What's going on?" There were many ancient beasts behind the little mouse. These were the races that the little mouse had conquered in the past few months. The little mouse's current power was also very large. When the ancient beasts heard the little mouse call this human martialist boss, their eyes changed slightly and they fell into deep thought. On the other hand, the little mouse pointed at the group of ancient beasts and said, "Boss, I received news that the old faker from the Banxianshu encountered some trouble. I originally wanted to lead my subordinates to help, but they intercepted us halfway. I was worried about the old faker's safety, so I sent a message to you." After hearing the little mouse's explanation, Fang Chen turned his head and looked at the opposite side. The ancient beasts standing opposite the little mouse were the lizard race. The Lizard King was at the front, and behind him were countless members of the lizard race. They opened their eyes wide and looked at the little mouse's side. What a joke! A dignified ancient beast actually recognizes a human as its boss, the Lizard King said coldly with disdain. The Lizard King was the most tyrannical ancient beast in the north of the bloody battle space. The lizard race that it led was also the most powerful race in the north. Their territory was very wide, but not long ago, the Lizard King received news that a little mouse had appeared out of nowhere. He first led the flying rat race, then the tiger race. Later on, he led the two races to destroy the blazing fire golden leopard race. In these few months, the little mouse led his subordinates to war in the north and south, constantly expanding their territory. The little mouse invaded the lizard race's territory. At first, the Lizard King looked down on the little mouse, thinking that they were just a bunch of mobs. But later on, the little mouse occupied a large amount of territory and was comparable to the lizard race. Only then did the Lizard King realize that he had underestimated the little mouse. He knew that the lizard race and the little mouse would eventually fight, so he had been secretly investigating the little mouse. Today's attack was premeditated. This time, the Lizard King wanted to completely destroy this potential threat. The little mouse's strength was obviously not as strong as the Lizard King. So, after being stopped by the Lizard King, it did not resist. Instead, it called for its boss, Fang Chen. "You ugly lizard, get out of the way," Fang Chen said directly. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the ancient beasts on the little mouse's side all laughed. They had lived in the north for so long and did not dare to call the Lizard King ugly. They did not expect the little mouse's boss to dare say that. After the Lizard King heard this, he was furious and roared, "Brat, do you want to die? With your strength, you can't kill me," Fang Chen said casually. The Lizard King's strength was only comparable to the third level of the spiritual vortex realm. The current Fang Chen did not take him seriously. As long as he was not a genius at the peak of the third level of the spiritual vortex realm, Fang Chen could easily deal with him. "Since you want to die, then I'll let you die without a burial ground," the Lizard King roared angrily and was about to attack. However, he was stopped by Fang Chen. "Wait," Fang Chen said. What are you doing? The Lizard King asked coldly. How about this? Let's make a bet. Fang Chen's eyes flashed with a mischievous smile as he said. What bet? The Lizard King said impatiently. If you lose, take your lizard race and submit to it, Fang Chen said as he pointed at the little mouse behind him. In your dreams, I will never lose, the Lizard King roared. What if you lose? Fang Chen had a playful smile on his face. The Lizard King's eyes flashed as he carefully sized up Fang Chen. After pondering for a moment, he asked, You really want to bet with me? Fang Chen nodded. The Lizard King laughed and said, Since you want to bet, then I'll bet with you. If I lose, then I'll do as you say. If you lose, then this stupid rat will take his subordinates and submit to me. How about that? Before Fang Chen could speak, the little mouse directly nodded in agreement. It had already secretly communicated with Fang Chen earlier, so it had a new understanding of Fang Chen's strength. It believed that Fang Chen could win. Boss, you're too careless. The Flying Rat King hurriedly said. There were more than 10 races here. It would be fine if they won, but what if they lost? Their fates would be controlled by a human martial artist. This feeling was very unpleasant. To put it bluntly, they did not believe in Fang Chen's strength. That's right, boss. If we lose, then all our efforts over the past few months would have been wasted, the Tiger King also reminded. The Tiger King and the Flying Rat King were the first kings to submit to the little mouse. Therefore, they had the most say in the little mouse's camp. Hearing their words, the other kings also nodded and supported the Tiger King and the Flying Rat King. Seeing this, the little mouse turned around and looked at the crowd. I know what you're thinking, but I can tell you with certainty that we will not lose this battle. After the little mouse finished speaking, it did not allow anyone to question it. It directly turned its head and looked at the Lizard King. I hope you can keep your promise. Hearing the little mouse's words, the Lizard King also grinned. It did not believe that this seemingly weak human martial artist could be that strong. Brat, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too confident. The Lizard King said coldly. In the next moment, its body quickly moved forward. Dense killing intent surged from its body as it attacked Fang Chen. As the Lizard King moved forward, its large claws fiercely swung at Fang Chen. It carried a majestic aura. Once hit, even if one did not die, they would be severely injured. After the Tiger King and the Flying Rat King saw the Lizard King's attack, their faces became extremely gloomy.